projects worth 31,400 crores. This is certainly quite a push in the state of Tamil Nadu, where the BJP is not in power. 11 projects, which the Prime Minister is all set to unravel. A foundation stone he's all set to lay while he just about arrives at Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. Pramod joining us. Pramod, has he left the airport? Is he on his way? Again, like I did mention, this is Prime Minister's first visit after DMK took to power. Certainly one can expect a certain level of animosity between the DMK and the BJP, of course. But at this time, it seems like all differences are put aside to welcome the Prime Minister. Have you heard from any of the DMK officials? Are they excited about this visit? And most importantly, about this mega infra push worth 31,000 odd crores?
Well, Nabila, there's an interesting factor because last time when the Prime Minister came over here, DMK was the opposition leader, and at that point they actually even released the black balloons, and they also said that if you have to say it, they said like go back Modi. These were the things actually that was DMK was actually promoting at that point. But currently DMK being in power, they've decided to not do so. In fact, none of the DMK leaders have spoken anything for or against the visit. They're only promoting the event, and that is also an interesting factor over here. What has happened is that BJP cadres have gone ahead and they have made balloons of saffron balloons to be released when the Prime Minister arrived. Those balloons have been actually collected by the police, claiming that it could cause a kind of issue security threat. So that way, those balloons, the same DMK which actually were last time released black balloons, they have decided to not allow releasing saffron balloons this time, only because of a security threat. That kind of security, these things are being provided here, and not just that, no drones are allowed at the spot. Just like you mentioned, there is a kind of issue between DMK and BJP. It's about the state's rights. The Chief Minister, in the past 6 months, he's been constantly talking about the issues with the centre, claiming that states' rights are under threat, and even tried to bring several party leaders together, create a federation. That way he did so. Even just like we mentioned recently, the central excise taxes in reduction by the centre also turned into an issue because Tamil Nadu government has not reduced the taxes, VAT taxes so far. And even BJP leader Annamalai said that the difference between 2014 and 2022 VAT in Tamil Nadu is nearly 7.35 rupees. Centre has cut it by 9.5 rupees. Why hasn't Tamil Nadu done so? So all these issues are there. But today they are putting aside their differences. Here you could see the DMK cadres standing next to the BJP cadres, and they are quite peaceful. All are here to welcome the leader because today it's about Tamil Nadu. It's about the benefit the state's going to get with these projects, Nabila.
Right. You know, from what we saw earlier today, Prime Minister Modi was also in Hyderabad while he visited the city there. He was, of course, celebrating the business school in Hyderabad, the ISB, the Indian Business School, celebrating 2 years of its existence. At that point, Prime Minister Modi took a jibe against KCR at that stage. So are we expecting any of a political backlash from Prime Minister Modi on this stage? We know that he's come to Chennai to lay the foundation stone of 11 infra projects. While that's on the agenda, do you believe, or is the DMK expecting some kind of jibe against the ruling party in the state?
Well, we spoke to DMK leaders, and they very clearly mentioned that today is about inclusion because this is 11 projects, most of which is going to benefit the state. And here they are also expecting, imagine almost a week ago there was issue with the state governor and various other things that DMK was trying to raise, and those things are not going to be, as per the DMK leaders, they don't believe those will be raised over here. It is going to be more about, definitely about Tamil is going to be spoken over here because the Prime Minister, even when he goes to another country, he actually loves to speak in Tamil, especially quoting the Tirukkural. So they are expecting that, and more than that, it is expected that the Prime Minister would speak about how these schemes would benefit the state and from here to other places. So that is something DMK believes, but this being a kind of a government event, and that too the first time the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister sharing the stage, they are not expecting that kind of criticism, but we have to wait and watch because we never know how DMK is going to react to the issues. And the interesting factor is that even though there was a kind of like trouble between the governor and the chief minister when they shared stage back in Madras University almost a week ago. Like nothing of that sort was spoken over there. So it is like DMK leaders believe that such a kind of situation can prevail over here. But we also keep in mind that only day before yesterday, a BJP cadre was brutally murdered here. So that is also there. But before that, under the President Annamalai went to the house and he met the family, and he very clearly mentioned that law and order is in shambles and that the government has to do something, and various other kind of like issues were also raised about it. But here it looks that the Prime Minister is going to concentrate more about beneficiary schemes for the state and what kind of benefit this will bring to the people of Tamil Nadu, and about also a little bit portraying the essence of Tamil, Nabila.
Right, but what we see this kind of mega welcome there that's already been laid out. We see students coming up with performances. It seems like it's very well planned. Who's initiated this grand welcome, Pramod? Is it the state government who've also pitched in to roll out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi? Are we really seeing all animosity being put aside to really push this infrastructure project that pans out across sectors? We know that, this is a key infra push along railways, petroleum, housing and roads. Who's organized this huge red carpet welcome?
Well, one thing about DMK is that, especially Chief Minister Stalin, is that even though when he had trouble with the governor, he used to say that personally he likes him. That way, that seems to be the only statement the Chief Minister wants to say about the Prime Minister. Even that way, the Prime Minister also only seems to have a difference of opinion when it comes to ideology and politics and nothing else. In fact, like we've been asked to clear and come to this side at this spot because we're expecting the convoy anytime soon. However, each and every location, this from this INS Adyar to the Yes, Nabila. So from here to the Nehru Stadium should be at least 5 kilometers. People are standing on either side. They're ready to welcome the Prime Minister because it's like at least twice in a year the Prime Minister visits now. So they want to actually provide him a grand welcome. Each and every section you could see people standing, and definitely Tamil Nadu BJP is playing a very important role over here. They want to show him the culture of the state, be it Silambatam and various other things. In fact, like we mentioned earlier, they have also brought in a statue of an elephant over there to welcome the Prime Minister. So this way it is actually definitely grand, and they want to welcome. This is like Tamil Nadu welcoming the Prime Minister. That's what you could see over here. As we speak, this entire road has been cleared for the Prime Minister and the convoy to reach, Nabila.
Pramod, as you show us visuals of those roads there, Chennai, believe me, the news that's coming in on law and order situation in the state has not been pleasant. There have been 18 murders in broad daylight that have been reported from the streets of Chennai. At this point, in fact, just a day ago, a BJP worker was hacked to death. So really a lot of concerns when it comes to security. And with Prime Minister's visit, we know that there are 22,000 police personnel being deployed, but the worry remains. What's with the state not being able to handle these kind of brazen crimes?
Nabila, that's a very important factor because this is something when we also asked the Commissioner of Police, there was a kind of like a confusion being raised, claiming that the statistics provided by the opposition leader was entirely different from the statistics provided by from the state. In fact, Nabila, you could see over there, the delegates have started to come over. Here is the first convoy, and as the convoy is coming over, DMK cadres are becoming much more over here. Like that is Durai Murugan, the senior DMK leader, along with the Minister Ponmudi and Mayor who is traveling. And one by one, the leaders have also started to come. Just like you mentioned, in Chennai, it is a kind of like difficult period now because in almost 20 days period, even the opposition leader claimed that 19 murders have occurred. The Commissioner of Police claims that it was only 10. Even 10 means at least a murder in 2 days. That is definitely not acceptable. The Commissioner of Police has said that investigations is being done. And the important factor here is that the question that was raised is that why couldn't the police stop such crimes? Because every other CCTV visuals we saw were that of brutal murders and involvement of anti-social elements carrying weapons. That was kind of like very difficult. Now we could see like the crowd has started to cheer. This is a crowd that is in the prominent corner, and looks like in this area the prominent corner has been held by DMK, and they want to wait and welcome the Chief Minister. So that way the crowd has also started to cheer, Nabila.
All right, we see huge crowds there, Pramod, and the convoy passing there. Is that a Prime Minister? Please take us through who's part of that convoy, the elaborate convoy that's now moving towards Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. Is that Prime Minister Modi's? All right. Well, it appears that these are visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi's convoy. All right, Pramod, we know that this is Prime Minister Modi's convoy. That's the confirmation I have here. We see huge crowds there who are welcoming the Prime Minister. A large number of students who are performing for him and greeting him with a really warm welcome. Nice to see the red carpet rolled out for the Prime Minister in a state which the BJP does not rule.
Yes, Nabila, the Prime Minister has started from INS Adyar, and from that naval camp he is coming over. Just like you mentioned earlier, the mayor has also reached, and the senior leaders have reached. Now the crowd is waiting for the Chief Minister, post which the Prime Minister as well. Even the convoy is moving very kind of like not that super fast, because like there are hundreds of people across this particular road. Should be at least 6 kilometers, and like in each and every section there's 100 people, and if you combine it should be like 10,000 of people in this whole area itself. They are jam-packed on either side. There are policemen and everybody at this spot, and this is like a very important occasion for the state, and that's the reason so many people have gathered. But the very interesting factor is that they are much more disciplined. They are listening to the police, and the crowd is being controlled. This particular junction opposite to Ripon building is a very important spot, and this is where we are, like everyone is waiting to welcome the Prime Minister along with the Chief Minister, and the police is also like on like high alert, Nabila.
Yeah, you know, Pramod, at this point, we know that the entire city is up and out there, it appears, to welcome Prime Minister. Huge welcome that he receives as people are flanked on either side of the streets, only to cheer for him. Prime Minister is just about reaching Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. Who's expected from the DMK? It's very important for us to know if at all Stalin is going to be present.
In fact, I have one of the DMK leaders and senior leaders here, sir. You are here to welcome the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister. How is the mood over here? And we could see a huge crowd at this spot. So what has been planned?
No, everything is all right. We are giving a reception, very good reception, both our Chief Minister as well as our Prime Minister. We have gathered here right from 3 o'clock, and we are happy.
So DMK used to have a difference of opinion when it comes to ideology.
No,
what about
Prime
today?
Minister, we don't have any difference of opinion. He is our Prime Minister. In policy level, we have some difference, but we are...
It's about welcoming him, and
yes,
today is about welcoming, and as we speak, there's a convoy you could see over here, and the convoy is coming over. The Prime Minister accepting the cheers of the people. He's moving towards Nehru Stadium. It is about the welfare of the state, and it is about the schemes that he's going to actually inaugurate today, railway schemes, housing and everything. And just like we spoke to senior DMK leader here, they are here to welcome their Chief Minister, and they're also here to welcome the Prime Minister. So today is all about unity of the state with the center, or the union as DMK calls it, and that's what you could see. One by one the convoys arriving at this spot, and the Prime Minister is expected over here. Over there you could see the front convoy and the security forces, and this is the Chief Minister's convoy, I presume, and he's coming over here. There you could see Nabila, those are the special security, and over here one by one reaching. The Chief Minister's also over here, and he's actually going in that car, and here you could see the Chief Minister here. He's also thanking the people as it walked by, and post which we're expecting the Prime Minister to reach at any time. So this is the kind of just like the DMK leader said here, this is all about the welcoming the Prime Minister, and to show how much Tamil Nadu loves him, and that's the reason today is not about any kind of difference with DMK, but only to welcome the Prime Minister, Nabila.
You know, it's indeed pleasant to know, Pramod, that when elections happen, it's such a hard-fought battle, a tough fight between the two parties. They really, it's on combat mode all through the assembly elections. And the moment the dust settles, it appears that they're welcoming of the Prime Minister so wholeheartedly, and laid out a huge red carpet for him to arrive into the city of Chennai. This is what we believe, as per Pramod's reports, that the DMK has done, along with, of course, the BJP cadre. A huge welcome, red carpet welcome there for Prime Minister Modi, with a large sections of the population there in the city who've lined up just to take one look or one glimpse of Prime Minister Modi as his convoy arrives at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. In how many minutes are we expecting him to speak, Pramod? Again, to stress on the question, is Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, joining Prime Minister? Will he be part of this big meet?
Well, it surely is going to be a very big part, and just like you mentioned earlier, the about of being up in arms and then embracing each other. It's not like something different, because today it's all about the state and it's all about welfare, and that's the reason, like the senior DMK leader said, here it is about welcoming the Prime Minister. Definitely, the Chief Minister is also sharing the stage, and the Chief Minister is also expected to give a speech where, as usual, the Chief Minister is expected to actually say a few things. It could be subtle, it could be very mild, but it could be definitely about upholding the state's rights, and the Prime Minister could also, he's definitely speaking, we're expecting to speak at least 30 minutes, where he would go ahead and he would explain the kind of various programs, public welfare programs the Prime Minister is going to bring out, and how it would help the public, especially benefit the housing schemes and Southern Railway connecting schemes and everything, and all those things are there. So definitely it is definitely a grand ceremony that's happening, and that's the reason you could see the public at the spot. The whole place is pretty quiet. They are all awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister, who is on the way, and he is actually accepting the wishes and grants from the people from every other region on both sides of the road, and slowly the convoy is moving, Nabila.
Right. Again, list out to us, Pramod, if I may request you, to the number of projects that's on the agenda, which will be unfolded by the Prime Minister. He's laying the foundation stone. Is it an entire initiative by the central government altogether, or are we looking at the DMK's role to play here in rolling out those infra projects? Can the DMK take credit at all, or is it all for Prime Minister Modi to shine on the stage today?
Well, it definitely looks like it's going to be like the Prime Minister, because 11 projects are being brought in, and all these projects play the central central government plays a very important role, and that's the aspect at this point. And here these include the Southern Railways projects, the housing finance projects, and various other projects as well. It is about how the BJP wants to show that it definitely shows very much interest in the welfare of the people.
Right, Pramod, stay with us. I want to get the ambience of this kind of red carpet welcome for Prime Minister Modi. Let's have a listen. All right, that was Prime Minister Modi, who got off his car. Overwhelming welcome, a huge response as Prime Minister arrives into Chennai. He stands up, literally gets out of his car, stands up, waves out to the crowds. Here is Prime Minister, of course, very happy and excited to see the crowds that have gathered to receive him. Pramod, we saw the Prime Minister step out of his car, literally wave at those crowds, showing himself, exposing himself to the kind of audience that's before him. A lot of the BJP cadre there waving the BJP flag, but we see that there's a mixed bag. You have people from all across, locals who are not aligned with any particular party, who've also gathered to see Prime Minister. And amid the security threat, one must remember, Prime Minister stands out of his car, waves at the crowds very joyfully, very happy to see the kind of reception he receives in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, where the BJP is not in power.
Yes, Nabila, that's the location near the Marina Beach, and that's almost a kilometer away from INS RDR base, and the Prime Minister's secured route over there. He's to take a right on that spot, and from there, this place is another 3 kilometers away max, and he's coming over. Like we said earlier, thousands and thousands of people have gathered on either side. They are waiting to have a glimpse of the Prime Minister. It's a very important event, and that's the reason it's amazing to see the Prime Minister get out of the vehicle and also wave back at them. Those people are completely are going to relish this movement, and the same way the crowd is gathered on this spot as well. Everyone here are waiting for the Prime Minister's arrival, Nabila.
Right. Pramod, how far is the Prime Minister from the spot? He's going to be speaking as soon as he reaches. We know Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium is where he's going to be arriving. And what's the schedule of the day? He's going to be talking at that platform and then leaving. Is there anything else apart from the infra projects that will be on his agenda today?
Well, the agenda that was provided to us earlier is that the Prime Minister has flown from Hyderabad and he has reached Chennai. And here, finishing this event itself, he's immediately the agenda that was given to us that he might return soon. So we are not sure if there's going to be any change to it, but it looks like the Prime Minister will be in Chennai until 8 p.m. tonight. And before that moment, a grand welcome has been created for him, and the public are still standing silently to welcome. In fact, like I said earlier, it's not about a kind of party difference or any kind of difference. It is about welcoming the Prime Minister. So that's the reason even the crowd behind us, which is DMK, is also, even after the Chief Minister has left, they are standing over here along with BJP cadres to welcome the Prime Minister. And we are expecting him to reach the spot probably in another 5 minutes or so, Nabila.
Right, Pramod, it's really credible for the Prime Minister, who he's such a hectic schedule. He was in Japan barely 2 days ago. He's managed to come down. He's been traveling hectically, and yet the smile and the charisma, the energy that you see of him, something that needs to be appreciated undoubtedly. And despite that security scare and the threat that looms in Chennai because of the 18 murders, broad daylight murders that took place, and the kind of law and order threat that Stalin government has been accused of in the state, of not being able to control it, Prime Minister still, above all of that, stands outside his car, literally pushes himself out of the car, exposes himself to the crowds and waves at them with a big smile.
Surely is a kind of a grand moment here, and in fact the Prime Minister's convoy is moving very slowly. He is actually thanking the people who have come together, who are standing over there for several hours currently to visit to see the Prime Minister, and he's also thanking them for that. In fact, as we speak, the convoy's vehicles have started to move also, so that way we could see actually the crowd getting very much hyped here to see the Prime Minister, and this is a very important moment, because it looks like the people are waiting for a very long period just for a glimpse, and it looks like this could actually make the Prime Minister visit Chennai often. You could see one vehicle after another moving, and the crowd is also very much disciplined. They are leaving way for an ambulance which just left. The crowd just moved and gave way for that. That way Chennai crowd is awaiting, and as we speak, the Prime Minister, the convoy is also moving. He has made sure that what is important to him is actually the public, and as we speak, that's what we could see at this point, Mawla.
But at this point, one can also help think of the upcoming elections at this point. Pramod, 2024 is not too far away, and knowing BJP for being war horses, literally when it comes to elections, there's no one superior than the BJP. Undoubtedly, they have a huge grassroots cadre, and they've been working extensively, and 2024, like I said, round the corner. It seems like this is a big thrust also in that direction, to try and send out a message that it is Prime Minister Modi for development. If you want development, then that's synonymous with Modi. That's the kind of perception that the BJP certainly is trying to create. And with these kind of infra projects, it's going to give that thrust in a state like Tamil Nadu, which barely has one MP from the BJP.
Well, for now, the ally party of BJP here, AIDMK, has one MP, and that is O. Pannirselvam's son, O.P. Ravindranathu. And what's happening at this location is that, just like you mentioned, today it is a warm welcome, but when it comes to elections, it's about locking horns. In fact, for the past 6 months, we could see a kind of transition where the BJP leader, Annamalai, is becoming much more vocal and being the first person to speak on issues related to Tamil Nadu, and only then AIADMK is reacting. In fact, AIADMK is the second largest party in Tamil Nadu, and it has always been DMK and AIADMK. But in the current status, with the kind of issues AIADMK is facing within the party, because we have Shashikala, who is ousted from the party, but still she's calling herself as a kind of general secretary. And in AIADMK, we have two leaders and such. So because of all those issues, AIADMK seems to be mulling itself to react to any kind of situation. However, BJP does not have any kind of issue. The President Annamalai goes ahead, locks horns with with DMK, and he actually slams DMK for any kind of issue. Even this recent murders, he was the one who gave out a very strong statement against the DMK leader and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So that way situation is entirely, it would definitely become different, and even the BJP, as we speak to senior leaders, they have made it very sure that they want to make a definite difference within a quite a short span, which is by 26 they want to make sure that they have a strong foot in Tamil Nadu, and they are working towards that tirelessly. And that's what you could see, senior leaders and leaders from the ground, they are acting very strongly. In fact, as we speak, you could see that on one side the traffic has been opened because the Prime Minister is definitely taking his time. He's meeting the cadres. That way he's becoming last time when the Prime Minister came over, we couldn't find this kind of reaction at all. We couldn't even stand at this place, and everything was completely cordoned. But this time the Prime Minister is also taking his time. He's meeting people, and his convoy is moving slowly. So it looks like things are changing very much, and it looks like it might change in favor of BJP also, Nabila.
You know, Pramod, as we see the Prime Minister arrive into Chennai and this kind of huge reception that he's received, certainly we're going to see Prime Minister speak out of what's maybe prepared and laid out for him, because that's the Prime Minister. He does not mince words when he has to say what he has to say. So is it expected to see a political jibe or an attack on that stage at this point? Though the DMK has wholeheartedly worked to welcome the Prime Minister, do you believe or do you sense that there will be a political statement that the Prime Minister will also make at the same time?
Well, subtlety is a term that could be actually referred here, because it looks like definitely not just the Prime Minister, even the Chief Minister can use that particular aspect, and it definitely is expected because both parties, no matter what event it is, they speak about the people, they speak about the welfare of the people and the things that is required for the people. So here, politics, without including it, you cannot give a speech, and that is definitely expected. But the factor everyone is waiting for is to look who's going to have the large dosage of that subtlety to bring out the aspect, because since
Pramod, when Prime Minister was in Hyderabad a little earlier today, he took a jibe against the KCR government, saying Parivarwad, the dynasty party must go. Those are the kind of statements he's made. And how different is DMK? DMK is also more or less a family-run party.
Well, for one thing, the Chief Minister KCR tried to completely avoid the Prime Minister's event, and in fact, he has done it twice earlier. But here, the Chief Minister is present. Here, it's a kind of like a cordial invite. Yes, even before the Prime Minister, the Home Minister Amit Shah, during an event, he in 2021, he went ahead and said that dynasty politics should be completely removed, and for the DMK also reacted at that time. But here, it's a kind of a government event, and earlier we've mentioned, even though the Chief Minister says that there are different of opinion when it comes to ideology and politics, actually the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister maintain a cordial relationship, and that is expected to be reflected at this spot. This is what we expect, but we cannot definitely predict, because both the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister definitely can go ahead and state a lot of things, especially, just like you mentioned, the very important aspect currently is a law and order situation of the state. That is, unfortunately, the way the opposition leader is expressing is in shambles. So that's a very important aspect which would be addressed as well. But currently, the way the Prime Minister is moving to the public and the way the DMK has decided to welcome him, what we see over here is definitely a warm and cordial welcome, Nabila.
All right, Pramod, certainly a warm and cordial welcome, but you never know. Prime Minister Modi and his political statements usually are caught unaware. And here's a man, the Prime Minister, who's not he's not known to mince words. When he's out there, he's on a public platform. He's there to speak his mind, and that's what we've seen of him often. Here's the convoy who's just about arrived at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, but before that you saw the Prime Minister step out of his car, expose himself to the crowds. Remember, this is very interesting to see, because you see a law and order situation in the state, especially in Chennai, where 18 daylight brazen murders were carried out in the last few weeks alone. Just yesterday, a BJP worker's death who has really raised concerns over security in the city of Chennai. At this point, Prime Minister Modi stands out of his car, exposes himself to the crowds, waves at them with a huge smile, despite having a huge itinerary. He's been traveling from Japan to India, state to state, This is his visit now in Chennai, where he's just arrived. He has a hectic schedule, but yet Prime Minister, with a big smile, waves out at the crowds as he just about arrives at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium amid a huge, rousing welcome. So these are 11 infra projects which is on the agenda, which the Prime Minister will unfurl. He's going to be laying the foundation stone worth at least 31,500 crores. A big central government initiative. It seems like this is all credit to Prime Minister Modi himself. He's certainly going to be taking all credit for this. The BJP, of course, will be taking credit for this. But yet we see across party lines people of the DMK, AIADMK who have come and welcomed Prime Minister Modi and laid out this red carpet entry. Let me cut across to Pramod again. Pramod, how far is he from the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium? We're waiting to see him take the stage.
The convoy has not yet reached. We could see that just a bridge is between the location where the Prime Minister is and where we are. And once he crosses the bridge and takes a left, we could show him on the screen. So over there also the cadres have assembled. BJP cadres are there. They are waiting actually for the Prime Minister. And everyone have come to know that the Prime Minister has got out of the car and he is actually taking time to meet them. So the crowd at this spot is also very much excited to actually see it. And we're expecting him to reach in another probably 2-3 minutes, because the Chief Minister has also reached the venue. And there inside the venue also it seems to be show of strength, which we saw here as well. So on one side you could see the BJP cadres raising chanting slogans in favor of Prime Minister, whilst the DMK cadres are raising and chanting in favor of the Chief Minister. So it definitely is also a show of strength where it's mixed with the cordial welcome is what we could see on the ground, Abila.
Coverage coming in from Chennai. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Chennai, and this, remember, while of course this mega event that has been organized by the Bharatiya Janata Party, Prime Minister Modi there waving and of course with these lines of supporters of the BJP and specifically of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But it will not just be a mere visit. This is going to be also about the infrastructure push, announcements about laying the foundation stones of 11 projects worth 31,500 crore rupees over. And all of that will be announced. Remember, this is going to be very important because politically the opposition already is gunning, and this could become the BJP versus the DMK issue as well. But let's stay on with these visuals for now. That's the convoy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Take a look at all the cheers and applause coming in. Let's listen in to some of these sounds coming in from the ground amid heavy security by the Tamil Nadu police. Modi there in Tamil Nadu, and Pramod Madhav tracking all the latest. Pramod, Prime Minister Modi after his arrival was greeted by the Governor of the state, Taran Ravi, AIDMK coordinator, also former Chief Minister Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, and union ministers as well. What about the Chief Minister? Is there a meeting planned with Chief Minister Stalin and Prime Minister Modi? And when are we expecting that big announcement of the infrastructure push? Pramod.
Well, all those announcements have been tabled to be conducted inside the Nehru Stadium. All events, all preparations have been done. The Chief Minister reached almost 20 minutes back, and the Prime Minister is definitely taking his time. He wants to greet the people of Tamil Nadu, especially Chennai, because it's like kind of rarely he visits Chennai, maybe once or twice a year, and that's the reason this time the plan is completely different. Even we did not expect the Prime Minister to take so much time and come over, because last time or the time before that, it was just a 5 minutes event. But you could see now he's taking his definitely time to meet the crowd crore and come over here. It looks like the conversation between the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister is expected either inside the Nehru Stadium so far, but the Prime Minister has very less time. He needs to travel from, finish the program at Omandurar. As we speak, the convoy has started coming over. You could see the pace it is moving. This is not the way the Prime Minister's convoy used to travel in Chennai earlier. It was much faster, lightning speed, but things have changed. Maybe this is a kind of predicting the future, what's going to happen, but BJP has made has made it sure that they're going to leave the mark, and that's what you could see at this spot. The Prime Minister taking his own definite time to meet the public, greet them, appreciate them, standing for them for hours, for him for hours, and there you could see the vehicle moving very slowly, the Prime Minister greeting each and everybody standing at this point. It would have taken only 5 minutes for the vehicle to cross the spot, but it's been more than 25 minutes. The Prime Minister definitely is taking the time to meet the public, the people of Chennai, and that's what you could see over there. Convoy moving slowly, the Prime Minister thanking everyone who has appeared and come to this spot. This is just almost half a kilometer away from and there you could see even the public are trying to greet him at the spot, and the police are trying to stop them as well. So the Prime Minister over there in the black SUV, he's over there you could see that's the Prime Minister who's actually waving and thanking the public who has come over here. Here you could see he's very close by. He's going to reach Nehru Stadium, where he's actually going to share the stage with Chief Minister, the MK Stalin for the first time. The public are very much eager, and there you could see the Prime Minister thanking everyone. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has come to Chennai, and he's actually is going to enter the Nehru Stadium very soon. And this is what is happening at Chennai currently. The public are very much eager, and over there you could see, and you could see actually the Prime Minister. Even we could actually closely walk along with the Prime Minister. That's the kind of pace it's actually happening at this spot. Even flowers are being thrown at him to welcome here. A cordial welcome, a warm welcome that's being provided, and slowly the convoy is moving towards the Nehru Stadium, and here the Prime Minister has accepted the wishes and welcome from the public, and slowly is going over there. First time this has happened in Chennai, and in front of us is the Prime Minister's convoy, which as we speak is going to enter Nehru Stadium. 11 projects expected, and 11 projects to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. 31,500 crores worth projects which would benefit the people of Tamil Nadu. That is very important, and that's the reason.
Pramod, what you're telling us. Yes. Yes, and as we look at these visuals, what you're telling us is very pertinent. A 5-minute long route has taken 25 minutes because Prime Minister Modi ensuring that these supporters who must have been standing there for hours are not disappointed, waving to them, smiling. Take a look at those visuals. Stopping his convoy ensures that he acknowledges the supporters, waves to them before the route is finished and concluded, and he reaches to inside the stadium. These are visuals from inside the stadium as well. Dhol, Nagada, color, all of that in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai today, where Prime Minister Modi and BJP at large ensuring this is not just like any event. Pramod, this looks like some election rally, a victory rally there, not just an event that Prime Minister Modi is participating in. And clearly, as we look at these number of supporters and cheer, this is BJP's message. That don't think that we have not made inroads into Chennai. In Tamil Nadu, we are very well there, and BJP and Modi has support base in Chennai.
Okay, you got it. No, over. He went inside.
All right, I'll shortly again connect to Pramod. Remember, at this time, our reporters are also ensuring to reach different locations as Prime Minister Modi's convoy is en route. And as you look at these visuals, remember, it is also at this point a security concern, and therefore the Chennai police ensuring they have a 5-tier security. At least 22,000 police personnel who have been deployed to ensure no untoward incident occurs at the event or en route as well. And therefore, all top police officers and of course the BJP cadre ensuring that everything goes smooth. Take a look at these visuals. Prime Minister Modi has recently returned from a Europe tour a Japan tour for a Quad summit. When he lands in Chennai, the event is no less extravagant because they're ensuring that at this point there is color, cheer, supporters, thousands of them. Dance events have also been organized. Let's listen into some of the sounds coming in from that event.
रोड शो जारी है हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं हमारे संवाददाता शैलेंद्र
All right, so there all of these events and dance performances to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also, just to give you a background politically, remember the Dravida Munnetra Karagam party captured power in last year's assembly election. And this thereby is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first official visit since then to the state of Tamil Nadu. So he's just about reaching the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, where you can see some of these dancers and thousands of supporters sitting. That is where he's going to make an announcement of 11 projects, at least foundation stone that will be laid, and that all of this is over about 31,500 crore rupees of budget that has been laid. But Prime Minister Modi ensuring, take a look at that smiling face of the Prime Minister, clearly of course acknowledging the supporters. Hundreds and thousands of them who have lined up on the streets, while many more are inside the stadium. Now, of course, there has been DMK, BJP and AIDMK war of words ever since DMK has come to power in the state of Tamil Nadu, the centre state loggerheads as well. But today, the BJP is ensuring that they will ensure that this is a show of strength and that Prime Minister Modi has received a welcome in the state of Tamil Nadu. Pramod, we are right now looking at the pictures of Prime Minister Modi waving to supporters, dance performances inside, mega event, and that has been organized, Dol, Dhamaka, all of that ready. But I can't help but ask you here about the security status. When we look at this mega event, clearly for the Chennai police, for the Tamil Nadu police, they would have to ensure a multiple level tier security to ensure everything goes smooth.
Not even stop at any point. And here we saw the Prime Minister convoy moving in a kind of like a tortoise pace, and he wanted to make sure that he's coming over here. He would thank each and every person, and that's the reason a kind of like
each and every person, and that's the reason a kind of like distance which could be covered in just 5 minutes distance took almost 30 minutes for the convoy to cross over. And there also he made sure that he will look at each and everyone standing over, and he wished to thank them and also waved at them. So that way the Prime Minister made sure that today will be memorable for the people. Here, like 5-tier security is in place in Chennai currently, especially around Nehru Stadium. In fact, barricades have been placed and no more vehicles can come into this road until the event is over, because both the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister are at the spot currently, and that kind of security and safety has been allotted to this particular spot. This entire place is covered with BJP cadres and also DMK cadres, and nothing untoward occurred. Both welcomed the leaders of each other party, and that way they made sure that the Prime Minister is definitely welcomed at the spot.
So very interesting what you're telling us. Of course, there are the AIDMK, the BJP, all of them ensuring that they give a warm and a mega welcome to Prime Minister Modi. And what you said was very important, a 5-minute long route from his location there, from where he arrived to the indoor stadium, was just about 5 to 10 minutes. It took about half an hour, about 30 minutes for him to reach. Are you picking up as an update, Pramod, that he has reached the stadium? Because what we see inside are these hundreds of people, of course they are BJP cadres most likely, are waiting and are all set to cheer, while there is also a lot of dance and drum rolls for a warm welcome for Prime Minister Modi. Has he reached the indoor stadium, Pramod?
Pooja, he has reached the indoor stadium. He took this path alone. In fact, after a very, very long period, in fact, I could say nearly a decade afterwards, we were able to actually walk along with the Prime Minister's convoy. So the convoy was on that side, and we were just walking over here with the carriers on this side. And the maximum 6 to 8 kilometers was the speed of the convoy, because from here, another 500 meters is the Nehru Stadium, and you could see the rose petals on the ground. Public were actually throwing rose petals on him to welcome him, and that way they celebrated. And in fact, you could see the children who were gathered over here. The Prime Minister also thanked the children who have kind of wearing a t-shirt saying welcome Modi and everything. He actually took time to look into them, and that way he has definitely received a cordial welcome here, and he reached the auditorium where the Chief Minister and other leaders are also present, and he over here is going to inaugurate 11 particular projects which would provide much more benefits for the people.
Pramod, let's go across, speak to some of these supporters. If you can help us with some of these voices, what are these supporters saying, Pramod?
Well, we have definitely supporters from all age groups over here. எதுக்காக இங்க வந்தீங்க? Prime Minister என்ன பார்க்கணும் ஆசைப்பட்டீங்களா? எதுக்காக வந்தீங்க?
மோடிஜி வந்து ரொம்ப நல்லவங்க, அவங்கள எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும்.
So she's saying he believes that the Prime Minister is a very good person and she likes her, and that's the reason she came over. நீங்க எதுக்கு வந்தீங்க?
எனக்கு மோடிஜி வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன். நான் அவரை பார்க்கிறதுக்காகவே இதுக்கு வந்தேன்.
அவர் உங்களுக்கு திருப்பி கையசிச்சாரா?
அசிச்சாரு.
எப்படி இருந்துச்சு?
எனக்கு ஒரு ப்ரௌடா இருந்தது அவர் என்ன பார்க்கும்போது.
So she's saying that Modi is an inspiration for the Prime Minister, and not just that, like I said, he took his time, he saw these children, he waved back at them, and at the moment she claimed that it's very proud for them. These children wearing the t-shirt welcome Modi, and they've been waiting over here for nearly 1.5 hours, and finally whatever they waited for, that became fruitful because the Prime Minister took time from the vehicle itself, and that is something that has made their day. Not just here, the entire 5-kilometer stretch, this is what we saw, and currently as we speak, preparations are on for the Prime Minister to inaugurate those 11 projects inside Nehru Stadium right behind us.
Right, so Modi, Modi and Bharat Mata ki Jai slogans there in the background as Pramod Madhav gets us the sense on the ground. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi smiling, waving, taking his own sweet time, not in a rush or a hurry to reach the indoor stadium, because this is what he's wanted, clearly, to have the love of supporters in Chennai. Remember, for the longest time, there were parties in Tamil Nadu that had said that BJP or Modi will not be accepted, that there is no support here in this state. But their Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching the indoor stadium. And very interesting, the DMK netas, the BJP netas, all of them to ensure that Prime Minister of the country gets a warm welcome. No political jhagda here right now on this day. This is Tamil Nadu welcoming Prime Minister Modi. Listen in.
தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து பாட தமிழ்நாடு அரசு இசைக்கல்லூரி மாணவிகளை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
I request you all to please rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu presented by the students from the Tamil Nadu Government Music College. நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே
மாண்புமிகு மத்திய மீன்வளம், கால்நடை பராமரிப்பு, பால்வளம், தகவல் ஒலிபரப்புத்துறை இணை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை பெருமைமிகு இன்றைய நிகழ்வில் வரவேற்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
On this special occasion, I'd like to invite the Honorable Union Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Information and Broadcasting, Dr. L. Murugan Avargal, to please present the welcome address.
வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில தமிழகத்தினுடைய உள்கட்டமைப்புக்கு இன்றைக்கு ஒரு மிக முக்கியமான நாள். இந்த நாளில இன்றைக்கு நம்மளுடைய மாண்புமிகு மரியாதைக்குரிய ஆற்றல்மிகு பாரத பிரதமர் மாண்புமிகு திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் தமிழகத்தினுடைய உள்கட்டமைப்பிற்காக கிட்டத்தட்ட 31,000 கோடி ரூபாய்க்கான நலத்திட்டங்களை உதவிகளை இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களை தமிழக மக்கள் சார்பாக வருக வருக என வரவேற்று மாண்புமிகு தமிழக ஆளுநர், சாமானிய மக்களுடைய ஆளுநர் மரியாதைக்குரிய திரு ஆர்.என். ரவி அவர்களை வருக வருக என வரவேற்று மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் ஆற்றல்மிகு திரு எம்.கே. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்று இங்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கும் தமிழக அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களுக்கும் இங்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கின்ற பெரியோர்களே, தாய்மார்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, Respected Prime Minister Sir, on behalf of all the citizens of Tamil Nadu, I welcome to you Tamil Makkal. On behalf of Tamil Makkal, the great land of the great saint Thiruvalluvar and the great poet of Subramania Bharati, I thank you for this gesture of showing your love and affection on the people of Tamil Makkal. I through this projects worth more than 31,000 crore, I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to you, sir. Respected Prime Minister, sir, under your dynamic leadership, India is strongly marching ahead. Today, we are the fastest growing major economy of the world. Under your dynamic leadership, in the last 8 years, serving the people of the country, Susasan, good governance, and Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, welfare for the poor, has remained the guiding the force. Sir, we know, sir, on the pandemic side, the Atmanirbhar package, rupees 20 lakh crore announced during the pandemic time. It gave a vital stimulus to the Indian economy. And also, respected Prime Minister, sir, the national education policy has come up for creation of strong new India with Indian ethos and values. I highlight the importance of mother tongue and local regional languages in primary and higher education, sir. Sir, not only that, sir, Tamil Nadu is the coastal state. You consider not only Tamil Nadu, the first time in the history under PMMSY, Prime Minister Matsya Sampada Yojana, 20,000 crore you allotted for the fishermen welfare, sir. Sir, even the pandemic time, our fish exports leading and our exports is grown rupees 59,000 crore in this financial year, sir. It gives brand India local for global. Sir, your decision to identify audiovisual sector as a champion sector has been increased activity in this field. Thank you to your call for Digital India, Startup India, our startups with their successful unicorn story and crossing new horizons, sir. Sir, in recent, I visited Cannes Film Festival, sir. Our young, dynamic startups, they present their presence, sir, with your guidance, sir. Respected Prime Minister, sir, your concern for poor, woman, girl child, SC/ST, OBC reflected in the government decision and schemes in the last 8 years, sir. Sir, not only the welfare schemes, you are concerned about the farmers, you are concerned about the Kisans, you are concerned about the Tamil Nadu விவசாயிகள் 46 லட்சம் விவசாயிகளுக்கு வருடத்திற்கு 6000 ரூபாய் நீங்கள் கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள் சார். இப்படிப்பட்ட நல்ல திட்டங்களை பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருடைய ஆவாஸ் யோஜனா வீடு கட்டும் திட்டம் தமிழகத்தில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 7,43,000 மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்திருக்கிறீர்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஹைவேஸ், உதான், நியூ ரயில்வே, இப்படி இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சருக்கு இன்றைக்கு எப்படி ஒரு வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த நாளோ தமிழகத்தினுடைய இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் உங்களுடைய கரங்களால் இன்றைக்கு மேலும் ஒரு மைல்கல்லாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது சார். சார், பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் சார், யுவர் விஷன் இஸ் சப்கா சாத், सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास and सबका प्रयास. सबका प्रयास, we are leading and the Tamil Nadu is fortunate with you. Today you are here, sir. Sir, I want to quote one thing, sir. In Thiruvalluvar, the great saint said that, sir, that is சொல்லுதல் யாருக்கும் எளிய அறியவாம் சொல்லியவனம் செயல். சார், யார் என்ன சொல்றாங்களோ அது செய்வது அரிது. அப்படி அரிதான மக்களில் ஒருவர் நீங்கள் சொல்லுவதை சொன்னபடி செய்திருக்கிறீர்கள் சார். அதற்காக தமிழக மக்கள் சார்பில் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த கோடான கோடி வாழ்த்துக்களை நன்றிகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு விடைபெறுகிறேன். ஜெய் ஹிந்த், ஜெய் பாரத்.
Thank you, sir, for your very warm welcome.
ஓயா உழைப்பின் ஓராண்டில் மக்கள் நலன் காக்கும் எண்ணற்ற திட்டங்கள், கடைக்கோடி தமிழரின் கனவுகளை தாங்கி.
All right, so that was L. Murugan, Union Minister, saying on behalf of the Tamil Makkal, Tamil people, we welcome you to the state. And of course, take a look at right now the gathering in this location. It's very interesting to see that with Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing the dais as Chief Minister of the state, M.K. Stalin. And today, all smiles between Modi and Stalin and BJP and DMK. No political war of words right now. This is the state welcoming the Prime Minister of the country. And we take a look of the applause, claps for the elected representatives of the state and the country there on one stage in Chennai. Today, we are talking about Tamil Nadu's mega infrastructure push, specifically for railways, petroleum, housing and roads that will be covered. Vanagam Modi, and how in the state. Let's listen in now to Chief Minister of the state.
அடிக்கல் நாட்டு விழா மற்றும் திறப்பு விழாவிற்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர், மரியாதைக்குரிய திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்களே,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has come to inaugurate several infrastructure projects worth over 31,000 crores. He has come and to go down to invite our dignitaries to join virtually with him, Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Jawaharlal Nehru.
மாண்புமிகு ஆந்திர
Union Minister,
ஜெகன்மோகன் முதலமைச்சர் பசவராஜ் பொம்மை அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு ஒன்றிய எனக்கு முன்னால் உரையாற்றி அமர்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய திரு எல். முருகன் அவர்களே, தமிழகத்தினுடைய நீர்வளத்துறை அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு துரைமுருகன் உள்ளிட்ட தமிழக அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களை செயலாளர் உள்ளிட்ட அரசு அதிகாரிகளை அலுவலக பெருமக்களை நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ் பெருங்குடி மக்களை அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மாலை வணக்கத்தை மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டில் மக்களின் பேராதரவோடு திராவிட முன்னேற்றக் கழகம் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் பங்கேற்கக்கூடிய முதல் அரசு விழா இந்த விழா.
Event of the government that has been formed by the BNK, where Minister Narendra Modi has gave the occasion and we welcome all people, including the audience who are assembled here.
தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் என்ற அந்த அடிப்படையிலும் மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் முதலில் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன்.
Minister Narendra Modi for the initiatives that are going to be presented in the state of Tamil Nadu.
3 ரயில்வே திட்டங்களும் பைப்லைன் திட்டம் மற்றும் நகர்ப்புற வசதி திட்டத்தின் கீழ் 1152 வீடுகளின் திறப்பு விழாவும் நடைபெறுகிறது. இவை அனைத்தும் தமிழ்நாட்டின்
are to be introduced in this inauguration ceremony.
இந்தியாவின் முன்னணி மாநிலமாக திகழ்ந்து வருகிறது. கல்வி
as one of the leading states in the country.
வேளாண்மை, ஏற்றுமதி, திறன்மிகு மனித ஆற்றல் என பல்வேறு வகையிலும் தமிழ்நாடு ஒரு சிறப்பான பங்களிப்பை இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய ஒட்டுமொத்த வளர்ச்சிக்கும் அளித்து வருகிறது. இந்தியாவின் வளர்ச்சி தனித்துவமிக்கது. தமிழ்நாட்டில் சமூக நீதி, பெண்கள் முன்னேற்றம், சமத்துவம் போன்ற அனைவரையும் உள்ளடக்கிய வளர்ச்சிதான் தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய தமிழ்நாடு is a leading state in terms of economic growth, excellent rural health facilities, large number of educational institutions and highly skilled human resources. Our state is pioneer not only in economic and other related factors, but also in social justice, equality, women's empowerment. In brief, Tamil Nadu is a state for inclusive growth. This is what we call Dravidian model. Honorable Prime Minister, in this Dravidian model governance, while taking various welfare and developmental measures, I wish to inform you that we have corrected the fiscal imbalance and also restructured the finances of the state. நமது நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சியிலும் ஒன்றிய அரசின் நிதி ஆதாரங்களிலும் தமிழ்நாடு மிக முக்கிய பங்களிப்பை தருகிறது என்பது மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர்களுக்கு தெரியும் என்று நான் உளமாற நம்புகிறேன். சிலவற்றை எடுத்துரைக்க வேண்டுமென்றால், இந்தியாவின் மொத்த உள்நாட்டு உற்பத்தி GDP மதிப்பீட்டில் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பங்கு 9.
The GDP numbers. It's the state of Tamil Nadu that's leading in the GDP numbers from across all states.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் பங்கு 6 விழுக்காடு. மொத்த உற்பத்தியில் ஏற்றுமதியில் இந்தியாவினுடைய மொத்த ஏற்றுமதியில் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பங்களிப்பு 8.4 விழுக்காடு. ஜவுளித்துறை ஏற்றுமதியில் 19.4 விழுக்காடு. கார்கள் ஏற்றுமதியில் 32.5 விழுக்காடு. தோல் பொருட்கள் ஏற்றுமதியில் 33 விழுக்காடு. ஆனால் ஒன்றிய அரசின் வரி வருவாயில் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு பகிர்ந்தளிக்கப்படுவது 1.21 விழுக்காடு மட்டுமே. எனவே தமிழ்நாடு போன்ற வளர்ந்த மாநிலங்கள் நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சிக்கும் பொருளாதாரத்திற்கும் அளிக்கக்கூடிய பங்கிற்கு ஏற்ப ஒன்றிய அரசும் திட்டங்களிலும்
essentially giving out details saying that the state government and the state itself has contributed a lot to the economy of the country.
அதுதான் உண்மையான கூட்டுறவு கூட்டாட்சியாக அமையும். ஒன்றிய அரசும் மாநில
The only way truly that you can step up and help the state is to continue to provide any help that we need.
எடுத்துக்காட்டாக நெடுஞ்சாலை துறையிலே நமது நாட்டிலேயே அதிக மூலதன செலவை மேற்கொள்ளக்கூடிய மாநிலங்களில் ஒன்றாக தமிழ்நாடு தொடர்ந்து விளங்கி வருகிறது. தேசிய நெடுஞ்சாலைகளுக்காக தமிழ்நாட்டில் தற்போது 44,762 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் திட்டங்கள் செயல்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நிலையில மாநில நெடுஞ்சாலைத்துறைக்கு இந்த ஆண்டில் மட்டும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு ஒதுக்கீடு செய்துள்ள தொகை 18,218 கோடியே 91 லட்சம் ரூபாய். எனவே
into the data also of what the state of Tamil Nadu really does for the entire country with regards to giving revenue as well as other production.
அதிக அளவிலான திட்டங்களை தமிழ்நாட்டில் செயல்படுத்த வேண்டும். இப்படி நாம் இணைந்து நிறைவேற்றும் திட்டங்கள் குறித்து 2 முக்கிய கருத்துக்களை
One example, as Narendra Modi said that I can quote many such examples where I believe that Tamil Nadu must be included.
ஒன்றிய அரசு தொடங்கும் போது தனது நிதி பங்க அதிகமாக அளித்தாலும் காலப்போக்கில் தனது பங்கினை குறைத்து மாநில அரசு செலவிட வேண்டிய நிதி பங்கை உயர்த்தும் நிலையை பார்க்கிறோம். இரண்டாவது,
hoping that the central government also provides more for the state of Tamil Nadu and works with us closely.
பல திட்டங்கள் ஒன்றிய அரசால் செயல்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. இதில் அந்த தொகையை பயனாளிகள் செலுத்த முடியாத போது மக்களோடு நேரடி தொடர்பு இருக்கிற மாநில அரசுகள் தான் பயனாளிகளையும் பங்களிப்பையும் சேர்த்து செலுத்த வேண்டிய நிலை இருக்கிறது. இதனால் மாநில அரசினுடைய நிதி சுமை அதிகரிக்கிறது. எனவே ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசுகள் இணைந்து செயல்படுத்தும் திட்டங்களில் தொடக்கத்தில் குறிப்பிடப்படக்கூடிய ஒன்றிய அரசின் பங்கானது திட்டம் முடியும் வர தொடர வேண்டும் என்றும் பயனாளிகளின் பங்களிப்போடு செயல்படுத்தப்படக்கூடிய திட்டங்களில் அவர்கள் தமது பங்களிப்பை செலுத்த முடியாத போது ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநில அரசும்
should be accommodated. They should be given the space to work. They play a huge role in transforming the country itself.
தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நேரத்தில் மேலும் சில முக்கியமான கோரிக்கைகளை தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் சார்பில் நான் முன்வைக்க விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டின்
some issues now that the Prime Minister is here in our land in Chennai that the people of Tamil Nadu want to talk about.
மீனவ மக்களுடைய பாரம்பரிய மீன்பிடி பகுதியில் அவர்களின் உரிமையை நிலைநாட்ட உரிய நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க இது தகுந்த தருணம் என்பதை மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் நினைவுபடுத்த கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். 15/5/2022 அன்று வரை தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு வரவேண்டிய ஜிஎஸ்டி இழப்பீடு நிலுவைத் தொகையானது 14,006 கோடி ரூபாய் இத்தொகையை விரைந்து வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன்.
Request I have to the Prime Minister is that the GST returns are still pending to the state of Tamil Nadu. He gives data also to back that. Saying my appeal is to now ensure that the GST returns are given to the state of Tamil Nadu.
22க்கு பின்னரும் குறைந்தது அடுத்த 2 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு நீடித்து தர வேண்டும் என்று நான் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகளை வற்புறுத்தி கூற கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய், புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய், உலக செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும் சீரழமை திறத்தோடு உயிர்ப்போடு விளங்கக்கூடிய தமிழை இந்திக்கு இணையான அலுவல் மொழியாகவும்
The language debate is something that MK Stalin is speaking about here, saying, hold up the flag of Tamil high. Don't impose Hindi on us.
தேசிய தகுதி மற்றும் நுழைவுத் தேர்வு நீட் முறையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொடர்ந்து எதிர்த்து வருகிறது.
NEET, another appeal I have is to abolish NEET from the state of Tamil Nadu. Spare our students from NEET.
மாண்புமிகு ஆளுநர் அவர்களின் ஒப்புதலோடு அனுப்பி வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இதற்கான அனுமதியை விரைந்து வழங்கிட மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களை இந்த தருணத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு மக்கள் அனைவரின் சார்பில் நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். இக்கோரிக்கைகளில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நியாயத்தை நம்முடைய பிரதமர் அவர்கள் உணர்வார்கள் என்று நான் உளமாற நம்புகிறேன்.
That the Prime Minister will listen to us and ensure that all of our demands and appeals are met.
Some of the important demands of Tamil Nadu, like Kachativu, NEET bill, GST dues, Tamil as official language in union government offices and in Madras High Court. I appeal you to consider them favorably as early as possible. Honorable Prime Minister, Tamil Nadu is one of the most advanced states of our Indian Union. It will continue to serve as the engine for leading and moving the country's economy forward. Therefore, I want you to extend your fullest cooperation and support Tamil Nadu. I request you to allot more projects and more funds to our state. In the true spirit of corporate federalism, as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, I once again reiterate my leader, father of modern Tamil Nadu, முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் கோட்ஸ், முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் கோட்ஸ், உறவுக்கு கை கொடுப்போம், உரிமைக்கு குரல் கொடுப்போம். We will extend a hand of friendship. At the same time, we will raise our voice for our rights. ஒன்றிய அரசின் சார்பில் தமிழகத்தில் செயல்படுத்த முன்வந்த திட்டங்களும் வருங்காலத்தில் நிறைவேற்றக்கூடிய திட்டங்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர்களுக்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை நான் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். எல்லாருக்கும் எல்லாம் என்ற இலக்கை எய்திட
On behalf of every Tamilian, I'd like to thank Prime Minister Modi for coming here to Chennai.
நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
MK Stalin has ended his speech. Make no mistake that this is a very, very political speech by the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. He's gone ahead and made several demands as well.
இப்போது பல்வேறு வளர்ச்சி திட்ட பணிகள் துவக்க விழா மற்றும் அடிக்கல் நாட்டு விழா. மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்று 31,530 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பில் தொடங்கி வைக்க உள்ள திட்டங்கள் தொடர்பான குறும்படத்தை இப்போது பார்க்கலாம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to direct
your presentation currently. So I'm going to hand it back to the studio. Pooja, details essentially of what Chief Minister MK Stalin said there. If I were to break down the highlights for you, he's made a very, very political speech, speaking about every single issue that the DMK has raised before with the central government. You know, the entire issue of Tamil, of Hindi imposition, Tamil pushing Tamil, GST return, NEET, the fishermen issue, all of that is something he's raised. MK Stalin hasn't held back in any way. He's made this a completely political speech, Pooja.
Akshata Nandagopal, thank you so much for helping us understand. And I request you to stay on if possible, Akshata, because at this point, remember, very clearly first he started with Tamil language, then spoke in English and also added all that has been done well under his government in the state of Tamil Nadu, and then put forth, ended his speech with a list of demands. One of them, of course, remember, amid this language war that is ongoing, the Tamil language did find a mention by Chief Minister Stalin, saying don't impose the language. It is one of the official languages and it needs to be given its status, and also stating that you have to abolish the NET and more. All of that continues as we are looking at the infrastructure push by the government, and that is why Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, ensuring that 31,500 crore rupees projects, 11 projects of which the foundation will be laid by the government. And that event is currently on at the Indoor Stadium. The video that you're looking at is primarily about that project. Let's listen in.
More suburban services on the new line, and Madurai-Theni gauge conversion will benefit the people of Theni district and give a boost to tourism. It is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister to provide housing for all. Today, the Lighthouse project of 1,152 houses made with innovative precast technology with all amenities is ready for possession. To improve quality of life and supply clean and green gas to domestic consumers and industries in the states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Natural gas pipeline from Ennore LNG terminal to Chengalpattu and Tiruvallur to Bengaluru are ready for commissioning. Projects whose foundation stone is being laid are prestigious Bengaluru-Chennai Expressway of 262 kilometers costing rupees 14,872 crores will pass through states of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and connect two metro cities of Bengaluru and Chennai. It will facilitate high-speed commuting and decrease travel time by 2 to 3 hours. This mega project will cross Rayala Elephant Forest Reserve and Mahi Mandalam Reserve Forest. To preserve the natural habitat here, elevated corridors and underpasses are proposed. Elevated road from Chennai Port to Madura Voyal costing rupees 5,852 crore. Four-laning of Meraluru to Dharmapuri section and upgradation work of Meensurutti Chidambaram section will provide seamless connectivity. Development of multimodal logistic park near Chennai costing rupees 1,428 crores will provide seamless intermodal freight movement and also offer multiple functionalities. Railway are the lifeline of the nation. For the convenience and comfort of the passengers, 5 railway stations, Chennai, Egmore, Rameshwaram, Madurai Junction, Kattapadi Junction and Kanyakumari are being redeveloped with ultra-modern amenities. These projects will improve connectivity, reduce traffic jams, save fuel cost, give boost to agriculture, industrial and tourism sectors, which in turn will generate employment. Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat is fast becoming a reality with ultra-modern infrastructure which will provide high-quality, dependable and sustainable services to the people of the country.
14,872 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் பெங்களூரு சென்னை 4 வழி விரைவு சாலையின் 3ஆம் கட்ட பணிகளுக்கு மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honor by unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the 4-lane Bangalore to Chennai Expressway at a total cost of rupees 14,872 crores.
5852 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் மதுரவாயல் சென்னை துறைமுகம் 4 வழி பறக்கும் தேசிய நெடுஞ்சாலை திட்டத்திற்கு மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honour by unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the 4-lane double-decker elevated road connecting Chennai port to Madurai at a total cost of rupees 5,852 crores.
மத்திய மற்றும் மாநில அரசு நிறுவனங்கள் இணைந்து 1428 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் சென்னையில் அமையவுள்ள பல்முனை சரக்கு போக்குவரத்து பூங்காவிற்கு மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honour by unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the multimodal logistic park Chennai at a total cost of rupees 1,428 crores, a joint venture with centre and state government agencies.
$3,871 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் நேரலூர் தர்மபுரி 4 வழி தேசிய நெடுஞ்சாலை திட்டத்திற்கு மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honour by unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the 4-lane Neraluru to Dharmapuri section of NH 844 at a total cost of rupees 3,871 crores.
$724 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் மீன் சுருட்டி சிதம்பரம் தேசிய நெடுஞ்சாலை திட்டத்திற்கு மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honour by unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the Meen Surti to Chidambaram section of NH 227 at a total cost of rupees 724 crores.
ரயில்வே துறை சார்பில் 1803 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் சென்னை எழும்பூர், ராமேஸ்வரம், மதுரை, காட்பாடி மற்றும் கன்னியாகுமரி ரயில் நிலையங்களை மேம்படுத்தும் திட்டத்திற்கு மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் அடிக்கல் நாட்டுகிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to do us the honour of unveiling the plaque and laying the foundation stone for the redevelopment of 5 railway stations, Chennai Egmore, Rameshwaram, Madurai, Katpadi and Kanyakumari at a total cost of rupees 1,803 crores.
ரயில்வே துறை சார்பில் 598 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் 30 கிலோமீட்டர் தூரத்திற்கு தாம்பரம் செங்கல்பட்டு 3வது ரயில் பாதையை மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் தொடங்கி வைக்கிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to unveil the plaque and dedicate to the nation a third line between Tambaram and Chengalpet spanning 30 kilometers at a cost of rupees 598 crores.
தாம்பரம் செங்கல்பட்டு 3வது ரயில் பாதையில் மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் சிறப்பு ரயிலை கொடியசைத்து தொடங்கி வைப்பார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to please flag off and inaugurate the special train from Tambaram to Chengalpet.
ரயில்வே துறை சார்பில் 506 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் 75 கிலோமீட்டர் நீளம் கொண்ட மதுரை தேனி அகல ரயில் பாதையை மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் தொடங்கி வைக்கிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to unveil the plaque and dedicate to the nation a Madurai-Theni gauge conversion project spanning 75 kilometers at a cost of rupees 506 crores.
மதுரை தேனி அகல ரயில் பாதையில் சிறப்பு ரயிலை மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் கொடியசைத்து தொடங்கி வைக்கிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to flag off the inaugural special train from Madurai to Theni.
$116.27 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் வீட்டு வசதி மற்றும் நகர்ப்புற விவகாரங்கள் துறை அமைச்சகத்தோடு இணைந்து தமிழ்நாடு நகர்ப்புற வாழ்விட மேம்பாட்டு வாரியம் சார்பாக கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கும் குடியிருப்புகளை மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் திறந்து வைக்கிறார்கள்.
It is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister to provide housing for all. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to unveil the plaque and inaugurate the 1,152 houses that have been constructed by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs jointly with Tamil Nadu Urban Habitat Development Board at a total cost of rupees 116.27 crores.
இத்திட்டம் பற்றிய குறும்படத்தை இப்போது பார்க்கலாம்.
We will now play an AV about the project.
Pursuing the vision of Honorable Prime Minister to transform housing construction sector, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs initiated a global housing technology challenge to identify and mainstream the best available construction technologies from across the globe.
साथियों, हमारे यहाँ ऐसी कई चीजें हैं जो प्रक्रिया में बदलाव किए बिना ऐसे ही निरंतर चलती जाती है, चलता है. हाउसिंग से जुड़ा मामला भी बिल्कुल ऐसा ही रहा. हमने इसको बदलने की ठानी. हमारे देश को बेहतर टेक्नोलॉजी क्यों नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? हमारे गरीब को लंबे समय तक ठीक रहने वाले घर क्यों नहीं मिलने चाहिए? हम जो घर बनाते हैं वो तेजी से पूरे क्यों ना हो? इसके लिए हमने ग्लोबल हाउसिंग टेक्नोलॉजी चैलेंज का आयोजन किया और दुनिया भर की अग्रणी कंपनियों को हिंदुस्तान में निमंत्रित किया.
Out of the identified 54 technologies, 6 lighthouse projects using 6 distinct technologies were finalized to showcase use of these technologies for further mainstreaming in the country. The Honorable Prime Minister laid the foundation stone of 6 lighthouse projects including Chennai on 1st January 2021.
आज गरीबों के लिए, मध्यम वर्ग के लिए घर बनाने के लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजी देश को मिल रही है. ये लाइट हाउस प्रोजेक्ट आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेटिव प्रोसेस से बनेंगे. चेन्नई में अमेरिका और फिनलैंड की प्री कास्ट कंक्रीट सिस्टम का उपयोग करेंगे, जिससे घर तेजी से भी बनेगा और सस्ता भी होगा.
1152 houses in ground plus 5 stories with all basic and social infrastructure facilities have been successfully completed in all respect, despite the COVID pandemic and adverse weather conditions. Honorable Prime Minister himself monitored the progress of lighthouse projects from time to time and provided necessary guidance. Each house has 2 rooms, a kitchen, toilet and bathroom, conforming to the building norms. This project will benefit 1,152 poor families with affordable, comfortable and durable homes with low maintenance, disaster-resilient safe houses, healthy and green environment for better living, easy accessibility to public transport, health, education and livelihood facilities. In this project, precast components such as columns and beams, slabs, stairs, etc. were manufactured in the casting yard. Finished components were transported, erected and joined at site. Various benefits of using this technology are speed, energy and resource efficiency, thermal comfort, dust-free site environment, quality and durability. The project has special features like solar lighting, rainwater harvesting, wastewater recycling amongst others. As envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister,
பயனாளிகளுக்கு வீட்டிற்கான ஒதுக்கீட்டு ஆணைகளை மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இப்போது வழங்குவார்கள்.
We now humbly request the Honorable Prime Minister to hand over the keys of the houses to 5 of the 150 beneficiaries under the Lighthouse project.
திருமதி சுமதி அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். திருமதி ஃபாத்திமா அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். திருமதி தௌலத் கத்தூன் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். இந்தியன் ஆயில் கார்ப்பரேஷன் நிறுவனம் தெற்கு மண்டலம் சார்பாக 2 தடங்களில் 849 கோடி ரூபாய் மற்றும் 911 கோடி ரூபாய் மதிப்பீட்டில் தமிழ்நாடு, ஆந்திர பிரதேசம், கர்நாடகம், புதுச்சேரி ஆகிய மாநிலங்களுக்கான திரவ இயற்கை எரிவாயு குழாய் வழித்தடம் அமைக்கும் திட்டத்தை மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் தொடங்கி வைக்கிறார்கள்.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to inaugurate the 115-kilometer long Ennore-Chengalpet section costing rupees 849 crores and the 270-kilometer long Tiruvallur-Bengaluru section costing 911 crores LNG pipeline of the Indian Oil Corporation Limited Southern Region Pipelines.
பல்வேறு திட்டப்பணிகளை தொடங்கி வைத்து சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for inaugurating, laying the foundation and flagging off these various projects here today.
மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்களை விழா பேருரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Laurels at the international level for excellent management of the COVID-19 pandemic with a people-centric approach, unmatched leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed both my pleasure and privilege to respectfully welcome the Honorable Prime Minister of India.
Governor of Tamil Nadu, Sri R.N. Ravi, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Sri M.K. Stalin, colleagues in the Union Council of Ministry, ministers of the Tamil Nadu government, members of parliament, members of the Tamil Nadu Assembly, sisters and brothers of Tamil Nadu, Vanakkam.
தமிழ்நாடு ஆளுநர் R.N. ரவி அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் M.K. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, மத்திய அமைச்சரவையின் எனது சகாக்களே, தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் அமைச்சர்களே, நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, தமிழ்நாட்டின் சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, வணக்கம்.
It is always wonderful to be back in Tamil Nadu. This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding.
மீண்டும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு வருவது என்பது எப்போதுமே மிக அருமையாக இருக்கும் ஒன்று. இது மிகவும் சிறப்பான ஒரு பூமி. இந்த மாநிலத்தின் மக்கள், கலாச்சாரம், மொழி என அனைத்துமே மிகச் சிறப்பானவை.
The great Bhartiyar expressed it beautifully when he said, Tamil Nadu ennam pothinile, imba tenamantu paytu kadinile.
சீர் பெருமை நிறைந்த பாரதியார் அவர்கள் செந்தமிழ் நாடெனும் போதினிலே இன்பத் தேன் வந்து பாயுது காதினிலே என்று மிக அழகாக பாடியிருக்கிறார்.
Friends, in every field, someone or the other from Tamil Nadu is always excelling. Just recently, I hosted the Indian Deaflympics contingent at my residence. You would be aware that this time it was India's best performance in the tournament. But do you know that out of the 16 medals we have won, youngsters from Tamil Nadu had a role in 6 of those medals. This is among the best contributions to the team.
நண்பர்களே, ஒவ்வொரு துறையிலும் தமிழ்நாட்டைச் சேர்ந்த யாராவது ஒருவர் தலை சிறந்தவராக விளங்குகின்றார். அண்மையில்தான் நான் டெஃபிலிம்பிக்ஸ், இந்திய காது கேளாதோருக்கான ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் குழுவினருக்கு என் இல்லத்திலே வரவேற்பளித்தேன். இதுவரை நடந்த போட்டிகளில் இதுதான் இந்தியாவின் ஆகச்சிறந்த செயல்பாடு என்பதை நீங்கள் அறிவீர்கள். நாம் வென்ற 16 பதக்கங்களில் தமிழ்நாட்டைச் சேர்ந்த இளைஞர்கள் 6 பேர்களுக்கு ஒரு பங்கு இருந்தது என்பது உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? அணிக்கு இது மிகச்சிறந்த பங்களிப்புகளில் ஒன்று.
The Tamil language is eternal and the Tamil culture is global. From Chennai to Canada, from Madurai to Malaysia, From Namakkal to New York, from Salem to South Africa, the occasion of Pongal and Puttandu are marked with great fervor.
தமிழ் மொழி நிலையானது, நித்தியமானது. தமிழ் கலாச்சாரம் உலகளாவியது. சென்னை முதல் கனடா வரை, மதுரை முதல் மலேசியா வரை, நாமக்கல் முதல் நியூயார்க் வரை, சேலம் முதல் தென்னாப்பிரிக்கா வரை பொங்கல் மற்றும் புத்தாண்டு காலங்கள் மிகுந்த ஆர்வம் நிறைந்தவை.
There is a film festival going on in Cannes in France. There, the son of this great soil of Tamil Nadu, Thiru L. Murugan, walked the red carpet in traditional Tamil attire. It made Tamils all over the world very proud.
பிரான்ஸ் நாட்டின் கான் நகரிலே ஒரு திரைப்பட விழா நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. அங்கே இந்த மகத்துவம் வாய்ந்த தமிழ்நாட்டின் மைந்தரான எல் முருகன் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கே உரிய பாரம்பரியமான ஆடையிலே சிவப்பு கம்பளத்தின் மீது நடந்தார். இது உலகெங்கிலும் உள்ள தமிழர்களை பெருமிதம் கொள்ளச் செய்தது.
Friends, we have gathered here to celebrate yet another glorious chapter of Tamil Nadu's development journey. Projects worth over 31,000 crore rupees are either inaugurated or the foundation stones are being laid. We just saw the details of this project, but I do not want to make a few points.
நண்பர்களே, தமிழ்நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சி பயணத்தின் மேலும் ஒரு உன்னதமான அத்தியாயத்தை கொண்டாட நாம் அனைவரும் இங்கே கூடியிருக்கின்றோம். 31,000 கோடி ரூபாய்க்கும் மேற்பட்ட திட்டங்கள் இங்கே ஒன்று தொடங்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன அல்லது அவற்றுக்கு அடிக்கல் நாட்டப்பட இருக்கின்றன. இந்த திட்டங்கள் பற்றிய விவரங்களை நாம் இப்போது பார்த்தோம். ஆனால் நான் சில விஷயங்களை குறிப்பிட விரும்புகின்றேன்.
The focus on road construction is clearly visible. We are doing so because it is directly linked to economic prosperity. The Bangalore-Chennai Expressway will connect two key centers of growth. The 4-lane elevated road connecting Chennai Port to Mathuravail will make Chennai Port more efficient and decongest city traffic.
சாலை கட்டுமானத்தின் மீது செலுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கும் கவனம் தெளிவாக புலப்படுகிறது. இதை ஏன் இந்த வகையில் நாம் செய்கிறோம் என்றால், இது பொருளாதார வளமையோடு நேரடியாக தொடர்பு கொண்டது. பெங்களூரு சென்னை விரைவு சாலை 2 முக்கியமான வளர்ச்சி மையங்களை இணைக்கும். சென்னை துறைமுகத்தை மதுரவாயலோடு இணைக்கும் 4 வழி உயர்த்த பெற்ற பாதை சென்னை துறைமுகத்தை மேலும் திறன்மிக்கதாக ஆக்குவதோடு மாநகர போக்குவரத்து நெரிசலையும் குறைக்கும்.
Expansions of the Neraluru to Dharmapuri section and Minsuruti to Chittambaram, this section will have many benefits for people. I am particularly happy that 5 railway stations are being redeveloped. This modernization and development is being done keeping in mind the needs of the future. At the same time, it will merge with local art and culture. The gate conversion between Madurai and Theni will help my farmer sisters and brothers, giving them access to more markets.
நெரலூரு முதல் தர்மபுரி வரையும் மீன் சுருட்டி முதல் சிதம்பரம் வரையுமான பகுதிகளின் விரிவாக்கம் மக்களுக்கு ஆதாயங்களை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுக்கும். 5 ரயில்வே நிலையங்கள் மீள் மேம்பாடு செய்யப்பட இருப்பது எனக்கு குறிப்பாக உவகையை அளிக்கிறது. எதிர்கால தேவைகளை கருத்தில் கொண்டு நவீனமயமாக்கலும் மேம்பாடும் செய்யப்படுகின்றன. அதே நேரத்தில் இது உள்ளூர் கலை, கலாச்சாரம் ஆகியவற்றுக்கு இயைவானதாகவும் இருக்கும். மதுரைக்கும் தேனிக்கும் இடையேயான பாதை மாற்றம் என் விவசாய சகோதர சகோதரிகளுக்கு உதவிகரமாக இருக்கும். அதிக அளவிலான சந்தைகளை அணுகுவதற்கு இது உதவும்.
Friends, I would like to congratulate all those who will be getting houses as a part of the historic Chennai Lighthouse project under the PM Awas Yojana. This has been a very satisfying project for us. We had started a global challenge to get the best practices involving in making homes that are affordable, durable, and environment friendly. In record time, the first such lighthouse project has been realized, and I am glad it is in Chennai.
நண்பர்களே, பிரதம மந்திரி ஆவாஸ் யோஜனா என்ற பிரதம மந்திரி வீட்டு வசதி திட்டத்திற்கு உட்பட்டு வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க சென்னை கலங்கரை விளக்க வீட்டு வசதி திட்டத்தின்படி வீடுகள் கிடைக்கப் பெறும் அனைவருக்கும் நான் என் வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். இது எங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மிகவும் நிறைவை அளித்த ஒரு திட்டம். மலிவு விலையிலான நீடித்த மற்றும் சூழலுக்கு இசைவான இல்லங்களை உருவாக்குவதில் மிகச் சிறப்பான நடைமுறைகளை அறிமுகப்படுத்துவதில் ஒரு உலகாயத சவாலை நாங்கள் மேற்கொண்டோம். சாதனை படைக்கும் நேரத்திலே இப்படிப்பட்ட முதல் கலங்கரை விளக்க திட்டம் மெய்ப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அது சென்னையில் அமைந்திருப்பது எனக்கு மகிழ்வை அளிக்கின்றது.
With the inauguration of the natural gas pipeline from Tiruvallur to Bengaluru and Ennore to Chengalpat, there will be easy LNG availability for people in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. To boost the economic growth of the country and with a vision to make Chennai port a hub of economic development, the foundation stone for multi-modal logistic park at Chennai has been laid today.
திருவள்ளூர் முதல் பெங்களூரு வரையும், எண்ணூர் முதல் செங்கல்பட்டு வரையுமான இயற்கை எரிவாயு குழாய் தொடக்கம் காரணமாக தமிழ்நாடு, ஆந்திர பிரதேசம், கர்நாடகம் ஆகிய மாநில மக்களுக்கு இயற்கை எரிவாயு கிடைப்பது எளிதாக இருக்கும். நாட்டின் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியை ஊக்கவும் சென்னை துறைமுகத்தை பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியின் மையமாக ஆக்கும் தொலைநோக்கு பார்வையோடும் சென்னையில் ஒரு பல்நோக்கு ஏற்பாட்டியல் பூங்காவிற்கான அடிக்கல் இன்று நாட்டப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது.
Our government is committed to develop such multi-modal logistic parks in other parts of the country. These multi-modal logistic parks will be a paradigm shift in freight ecosystem of our country. Each of these projects across various sectors will boost job creation and our resolve to be Atmanirbhar.
நாட்டின் பிற பாகங்களிலும் இப்படிப்பட்ட பல்நோக்கு ஏற்பாட்டியல் பூங்காக்களை அமைக்க எங்களுடைய அரசு அர்ப்பணிப்போடு இருக்கின்றது. இந்த பல்நோக்கு ஏற்பாட்டியல் பூங்காக்கள் நமது நாட்டிலே ஒரு முன்மாதிரி மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்தும். பல்வேறு துறைகளிலும் இருக்கும் இந்த திட்டங்கள் ஒவ்வொன்றுமே வேலை வாய்ப்புகளையும் தற்சார்பு நிலை நோக்கிய நமது உறுதிப்பாட்டையும் ஊக்கப்படுத்தும்.
Friends, I'm sure each one of you wants your children to lead a better quality of life than you did. Each of you wants a glorious future for your children. Among the most important preconditions for that is top quality infrastructure.
நண்பர்களே, நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்த வாழ்க்கையின் தரத்தை விட சிறப்பான ஒரு வாழ்க்கை தரத்தை உங்கள் குழந்தைகள் வாழ வேண்டும் என்று நீங்கள் அனைவரும் விரும்புவீர்கள் என்று நான் உறுதியாக நம்புகிறேன். உங்கள் குழந்தைகளுக்கு ஒரு சிறப்பான எதிர்காலத்தை உருவாக்க நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொருவருமே விரும்புவீர்கள். இதற்கு முக்கியமான அடிப்படை தேவைகளில் ஒன்றுதான் தலை சிறந்த உள்கட்டமைப்பு வசதிகள்.
History had taught us that those nations which gave topmost importance to infrastructure made the transition from developing to developed countries. The government of India is fully focused on building infrastructure that is a top quality and sustainable. When I talk about infrastructure, I refer to both social and physical infrastructure.
எந்த நாடுகளெல்லாம் உள்கட்டமைப்பு வசதிகளுக்கு தலை சிறந்த முக்கியத்துவம் அளித்தனவோ அந்த நாடுகளெல்லாம் வளரும் நாடுகள் என்ற நிலையிலிருந்து வளர்ந்த நாடுகள் என்ற நிலைக்கு உயர்ந்தன என்பதை வரலாறு நமக்கு கற்பிக்கின்றது. தலை சிறந்த தரமும் நீடித்த தன்மையும் உடைய உள்கட்டமைப்பு வசதிகளை உருவாக்குவதில் இந்திய அரசாங்கம் முழு கவனத்தை செலுத்தி வருகின்றது. நான் உள்கட்டமைப்பு பற்றி பேசும்போது நான் சமூக மற்றும் புற கட்டமைப்பு பற்றியே குறிப்பிடுகின்றேன்.
By upgrading social infrastructure, we aim to achieve Garib Kalyan. Our emphasis on social infrastructure indicates our commitment to the principle of Sarvajan Hitaya, Sarvajan Sukhaya. Our government is working to achieve saturation level coverage for key schemes. Take any sector, toilets, housing, financial inclusion, we are working towards complete coverage.
சமூக கட்டமைப்பை மேம்படுத்துவதன் வாயிலாக நம்மால் ஏழைகள் நலனை உறுதி செய்ய முடியும். சமூக கட்டமைப்பின் மீதான நமது முதன்மை அனைவரும் நலன் பெற்று இன்புற்றிருக்க வேண்டும் என்ற கோட்பாட்டிடம் நமக்கிருக்கும் அர்ப்பணிப்பை அடிக்கோடிட்டு காட்டுகின்றது. முக்கியமான திட்டங்களில் நிறை செறிவு நிலையை குறிக்கோளாக கொண்டு எங்கள் அரசு செயல்பட்டு வருகின்றது. எந்த துறையை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் சரி, கழிப்பறைகளோ வீட்டு வசதியோ நிதிசார் உள்ளடக்கலோ அது எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் அவை அனைத்தும் அனைவரையும் சென்று சேர்வதை நோக்கி நாம் பயணிக்கின்றோம்.
We are working on ensuring drinking water to every household, nal se jal. When we do that, there is no scope left for exclusion or discrimination. And with the focus on physical infrastructure, the youth of India will benefit the most. It will help in fulfilling aspirations of the youth and will be used by the youth to create wealth and value.
ஒவ்வொரு இல்லத்திற்கும் குடிநீரை கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படுவதை உறுதி செய்ய பணியாற்றிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். நல் சே ஜல், குழாய் வழி குடிநீர். இப்படி நாம் செய்யும் போது பாரபட்சமோ விடுபட்டு போவதற்கான சாத்தியக்கூறோ இருக்காது. புற கட்டமைப்பு மீது கவனம் செலுத்தப்படும் போது இந்தியாவின் இளைஞர்கள்தான் அதிகம் பயன் பெறுவார்கள். இளைஞர்களின் எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை நிறைவேற்ற இது உதவுவதோடு செல்வத்தையும் மதிப்பையும் உருவாக்க இதை இளைஞர்கள் பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்வார்கள்.
Friends, our government has also gone beyond what was conventionally called infrastructure. Till a few years ago, infrastructure referred to roads, power and water. Today, we are working to expand India's gas pipeline network. Work is happening on highways. It is our vision to take high-speed internet to every village. Imagine the transformative potential of this.
நண்பர்களே, பாரம்பரியமாக உள்கட்டமைப்பு என்று எது கருதப்படுகிறதோ அதை தாண்டி எங்கள் அரசு பயணித்திருக்கின்றது. சில ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு வரை கட்டமைப்பு என்று சொன்னால் சாலைகள், மின்சாரம், நீர் ஆகியன மட்டுமே கருதப்பட்டன. இன்று நாம் இந்தியாவின் எரிவாயு குழாய் வலைப்பின்னலை விரிவாக்க செயல்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இணைய நெடுஞ்சாலைகள் மீதான பணிகள் நடைபெற்று வருகின்றன. அதிவேக இணையத்தை நாட்டின் ஒவ்வொரு கிராமத்திற்கும் கொண்டு செல்வதே எங்களுடைய தொலைநோக்கு பார்வை. இது எத்தகைய மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்தும் என்பதை நீங்களே கற்பனை செய்து பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள்.
A few months back, we launched the PM Gati Shakti program. This program will bring together all stakeholders and ministries with the aim to ensure India has top quality infrastructure in the coming years. From the Red Fort, I had spoken about National Infrastructure Pipeline. This is a project worth more than rupees 100 lakh crore. Work is underway to turn this vision into reality.
பிரதம மந்திரி கதி சக்தி திட்டத்தை சில மாதங்கள் முன்பாக நாங்கள் தொடக்கினோம். இனிவரும் ஆண்டுகளில் இந்தியாவிற்கு மிக உயர்தரம் வாய்ந்த கட்டமைப்பினை உறுதி செய்யும் நோக்கத்தோடு சம்பந்தப்பட்டவர்கள் அனைவரையும், அனைத்து அமைச்சகங்களையும் இந்த திட்டம் ஒருங்கிணைக்கும். செங்கோட்டையிலிருந்து நான் ஒரு தேசிய கட்டமைப்பு குழாய் இணைப்பு பற்றி பேசியிருந்தேன். இந்த திட்டத்தின் மதிப்பு 100 லட்சம் கோடி ரூபாய்க்கும் மேற்பட்டது. இந்த தொலைநோக்கினை மெய்ப்படுத்துவதை நோக்கி பணிகள் நடைபெற்று வருகின்றன.
During this year's budget, rupees 7.5 lakh crore was allocated for capital expenditure, which is a historical rise. While creating infrastructure, we are also ensuring that these projects are completed on time and in a transparent manner.
இந்த ஆண்டு வரவு செலவு திட்ட அறிக்கையின் போது 7.5 லட்சம் கோடி ரூபாய் மூலதன செலவினங்களுக்கு ஒதுக்கீடு செய்யப்பட்டிருப்பது என்பது ஒரு வரலாற்று அதிகரிப்பு. கட்டமைப்பை உருவாக்கும் வேளையில் இந்த திட்டங்கள் குறித்த நேரத்திலும் ஒளிவு மறைவற்ற வகையிலும் நிறைவு செய்யப்படுவதையும் நாங்கள் உறுதி செய்து வருகிறோம்.
Friends, the government of India is fully committed to further popularizing Tamil language and culture. In January this year, the new campus of Central Institute of Classical Tamil was inaugurated in Chennai. The new campus is fully funded by the Union government. It is equipped with a spacious library, an e-library, seminar halls and multimedia halls. A Subramanya Bharati chair on Tamil studies at Banaras Hindu University was recently announced. Since BHU is located in my constituency, the joy was extra special. The national education policy gives special importance to promoting Indian languages.
நண்பர்களே, தமிழ் மொழியையும் கலாச்சாரத்தையும் மேலும் பிரபலப்படுத்துவதற்கு இந்திய அரசாங்கம் முழு அர்ப்பணிப்போடு இருக்கின்றது. செம்மொழி தமிழாய்வு மையத்திற்கு புதிய வளாகம் ஒன்று இந்த ஆண்டு ஜனவரி மாதம் சென்னையில் தொடங்கப்பட்டது. இந்த புதிய வளாகத்திற்கு முழுக்க முழுக்க மத்திய அரசே நிதி வழங்குகின்றது. இங்கே விசாலமான ஒரு நூலகம், ஒரு மின்னணு நூலகம், கருத்தரங்கு கூடங்கள், பல்லூடக அரங்கம் ஒன்றும் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. பனாரஸ் இந்து பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே தமிழ் படிப்புகளுக்கான சுப்பிரமணிய பாரதி பெயரிலான ஒரு இருக்கை அண்மையில்தான் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டது. பனாரஸ் இந்து பல்கலைக்கழகம் என் தொகுதியில் இருப்பதால் என்னுடைய உவகை கூடுதல் விசேஷமானது. இந்திய மொழிகளுக்கு ஊக்கமளிக்கும் வகையிலே தேசிய கல்விக் கொள்கை அவற்றுக்கு சிறப்பு முக்கியத்துவம் அளிக்கிறது.
Due to the national education policy, technical and medical courses can be done in local languages. Youngsters from Tamil Nadu will benefit from this.
தேசிய கல்விக் கொள்கை காரணமாக தொழில்நுட்ப மருத்துவ படிப்புகளை உள்ளூர் மொழிகளிலேயே படிக்க இயலும். தமிழ்நாட்டைச் சேர்ந்த இளைஞர்கள் இதனால் பலனடைவார்கள்.
Friends, Sri Lanka is passing through difficult times. I am sure you are concerned with the development there. As a close friend and neighbor, India is providing all possible support to Sri Lanka. This includes financial support, support of fuel, food, medicines, and other essential items.
நண்பர்களே, இலங்கை சிரமமான சூழ்நிலையை கடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அங்கே நடப்பு நிலை உங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பாக கவலை அளிப்பதாக இருக்கும். ஒரு நெருங்கிய நண்பன் என்ற வகையிலும் அண்டை நாடு என்ற முறையிலும் இந்தியா இலங்கைக்கு அனைத்து விதமான உதவிகளையும் அளித்து வருகின்றது. நிதி உதவி, எரிபொருள், உணவு, மருந்துகள், பிற அத்தியாவசியமான பொருட்கள் உதவி ஆகியன இதிலே அடங்கும்.
many Indian organizations and individuals have sent assistance for their brothers and sisters in Sri Lanka, including Tamils in the north, in the east, and in the upcountry. India has also spoken strongly in international fora for extending economic support to Sri Lanka. India will continue to stand with the people of Sri Lanka and support democracy, stability, and economic recovery in Sri Lanka.
பல இந்திய அமைப்புகளும் தனிநபர்களும் இலங்கையின் வடக்கு பகுதி, கிழக்கு பகுதி மற்றும் மலையகத்தில் வாழும் தமிழர்கள் உட்பட இலங்கையில் இருக்கும் தங்களுடைய சகோதர சகோதரிகளுக்கு உதவிகளை அளித்திருக்கின்றார்கள். இலங்கைக்கு பொருளாதார ஆதரவு அளிப்பது தொடர்பாக சர்வதேச மன்றங்களில் உரைக்கவும் இந்தியா பேசியிருக்கின்றது. ஜனநாயகம், ஸ்திரத்தன்மை, பொருளாதார மீட்பு ஆகியவற்றுக்கு ஆதரவாக இலங்கை மக்களுக்கு இந்தியா துணை நிற்கும்.
Friends, I can never forget my visit to Jaffna a few hours ago. I was the first Indian PM to visit Jaffna. The government of India is undertaking numerous projects to assist the Tamil people in Sri Lanka. These projects cover healthcare, transportation, housing, and culture.
நண்பர்களே, யாழ்ப்பாணத்திற்கு சில ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு நான் சென்றதை என்னால் மறக்க முடியாது. யாழ்ப்பாணத்திற்கு சென்ற முதல் இந்திய பிரதம மந்திரி நான் தான். இலங்கை வாழ் தமிழ் மக்களுக்கு உதவும் வகையிலே இந்திய அரசாங்கம் பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை மேற்கொண்டு வருகின்றது. இந்த திட்டங்கள் மக்களின் உடல் நலம், போக்குவரத்து, வீட்டு வசதி மற்றும் கலாச்சாரம் ஆகியவற்றை உள்ளடக்கும்.
Friends, this is the time we are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. 75 years ago, we began our journey as an independent nation. Our freedom fighters had many dreams for our country. It is our duty to fulfill them, and I am confident we will rise to the occasion and do that. Together, we will make India stronger and more prosperous. Once again, congratulations on the development works that have begun. Vanakkam. Thank you.
நண்பர்களே, சுதந்திர திருநாள் அமுத பெருவிழாவை நாம் முதன்முறையாக இப்போதுதான் கொண்டாடி வருகின்றோம். 75 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக ஒரு சுதந்திர நாடு என்ற வகையிலே நாம் நமது பயணத்தை தொடக்கினோம். நமது நாட்டிற்காக நமது சுதந்திர போராட்ட வீரர்கள் பல கனவுகளை கண்டார்கள். அவற்றை நிறைவேற்றுவது நமது கடமை. நாம் அனைவரும் அதற்கு நம்மை தயார்படுத்திக் கொள்வோம் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு இருக்கிறது. நாம் அனைவரும் இணைந்து இந்தியாவை பலமானதாகவும் மேலும் வளமானதாகவும் ஆக்குவோம். மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் வளர்ச்சி திட்டங்களுக்கு, வளர்ச்சி பணிகளுக்கு அதற்கான நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள். வணக்கம், மிக்க நன்றி.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
I'd like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister for his inspiring and insightful address. We'd also like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for inaugurating, laying the foundation and flagging off various projects here in Chennai today.
தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு வருகை தந்து பல்வேறு வளர்ச்சி திட்ட பணிகளை தொடங்கி வைத்த மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். மேலும் இந்த விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்து சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு ஆளுநர் அவர்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
All right, viewers, that's the Prime Minister leaving the dais, leaving the stage, making a speech in English in Chennai. The Prime Minister was in Tamil Nadu, where he laid the foundation stone for 11 projects worth 31,500 crores. But the big takeaway from what's gone down in the last 1 hour, MK Stalin, speaking right before the Prime Minister, made a highly political speech, reigniting the language debate. The Prime Minister, on his account, has clearly assured, where he says Tamil as a language is eternal, but viewers, what really started it, ignited it, was MK Stalin, where he said very clearly, a very, very political statement, that Hindi should be given equal status as Tamil. The operative word here is equal status as Tamil. Mr. Stalin also made other key demands, where he said that it's time that NEET was abolished. He also says that Tamil Nadu adds so much to the development of the country but gets nothing in return. The Chief Minister made a highly political speech right ahead of the Prime Minister, but what seemed that the Prime Minister was in a magnanimous mood, not a political debate. He was reassuring, where he said that Tamil is an eternal language. But all of this, viewers, the entire language war was ignited with the language committee, on the chief of which is Amit Shah, where he had said that the link language needs to be Hindi and not English. However, the Prime Minister today spoke in English and the translation was in Tamil, but the Chief Minister did make a political speech. I want to cut across and take you through what both MK Stalin said, and then it was followed up by the Prime Minister. Listen to both of the speeches.
This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding. The Tamil language is eternal, and the Tamil culture is global. From Chennai to Canada, from Madurai to Malaysia, from Namakkal to New York, from Salem to South Africa. The occasion of Pongal and Puthandu are marked with great fervor. There is a film festival going on in Cannes in France. There, the son of this great soil of Tamil Nadu, Thiru L. Murugan, walked the red carpet in traditional Tamil attire. It made Tamils all over the world very proud. The government of India is fully committed to further popularizing Tamil language and culture. In January this year, the new campus of Central Institute of Classical Tamil was inaugurated in Chennai. The new campus is fully funded by the Union government. It is equipped with a spacious library, an e-library, seminar halls and multimedia halls. A Subramanya Bharati chair on Tamil studies at Banaras Hindu University was recently announced. Since BHU is located in my constituency, the joy was extra special. The national education policy gives special importance to promoting Indian languages.
பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய் புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய் உலக செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும் சீரழமை திறத்தோடு உயிர்ப்போடு விளங்கக்கூடிய தமிழை இந்திக்கு இணையான அலுவல் மொழியாகவும் உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்காடு மொழியாகவும் அறிவிக்க வேண்டும். இறுதியாக மருத்துவ மாணவர் சேர்க்கைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டுள்ள தேசிய தகுதி மற்றும் நுழைவுத் தேர்வு நீட் முறையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொடர்ந்து எதிர்த்து வருகிறது. இது குறித்து சட்டம் நிறைவேற்றி மாண்புமிகு ஆளுநர் அவர்களின் ஒப்புதலோடு அனுப்பி வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இதற்கான அனுமதியை விரைந்து வழங்கிட மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களை இந்த தருணத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு மக்கள் அனைவரின் சார்பில் நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன்.
I want to cut across directly to the venue in Chennai, which is now slowly emptying out. My colleague Pramod joining us live from there. Pramod, the operative part of the last, I would reckon, 1 hour were two speeches. First, a very, very political speech made by the Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin, and then followed by the Prime Minister Modi. What's interesting is that the Chief Minister seemed to be in a combative mode where he says give equal status to Tamil. Do not impose Hindi on us. Abolish NEET. Give us more. We give so much to India. We don't get anything back as a state which is a part of India. On the other hand, the Prime Minister seemed more accommodating, more magnanimous today.
Well, it is very interesting that happened today in Chennai, and in fact, I would like to show the kind of security that's been provided. This is Mount Road, one of the arterial roads, which has been completely blocked for the movement of the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister. That much amount of security is being provided for the top leaders here. And just like you mentioned, the statements were pretty subtle, but at the same time, whatever had to be said was said by the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister. But I would say that the Chief Minister was a little bit forefront, trying to say that he actually spoke about need. He spoke about giving equal status to Tamil and also making Tamil as an official language in courts as well. And interestingly, the Prime Minister, even though he didn't want to go directly with the way Chief Minister spoke, he spoke about various beneficial schemes that has been brought in, and he said that his main aim is to make sure that running water supply is provided to everybody and all other beneficiary schemes. But at the same time, the Prime Minister also spoke about new education policy and its importance and how it would uplift the various education departments or various subjects. That way the Prime Minister also gave a very subtle reply, but the Chief Minister was pretty direct about it. He spoke for a very less time, but he gave all whatever he wanted to tell the Prime Minister. He did so about the GST fund, various things. It was done, and I could see the convoys rushing, the various ministers, Chief Minister, PM, all convoys are rushing to the spot as we speak over there.
Okay. All right, Pramod, stay on with me. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav as well into this conversation. Rahul, what's really interesting is, if you heard the last 1 hour, you had the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu speak before, and he was highly combative because he took on the Prime Minister where Hindi was concerned, and they're both sitting on the same dais. He said, give equal status to Tamil as you give to Hindi. Don't impose Hindi on us. He had another list of demands. On the other hand, when the Prime Minister came where he talked about, the beauty of Tamil, it's an eternal language, how all languages, regional languages should be preserved, was more benevolent, more charitable in his speech?
I think the Prime Minister's action was deliberate, Preeti. Why deliberate? Because since the first Amit Shah statement regarding Hindi, then the toning down, and now, definitely there is a realization that there has been a mistake has been made and tempers need to be cooled down. At a time when Stalin has done well, the DMK has done very well, and that whole Tamil culture and invasion of Hindi, this element is becoming an issue. I think Stalin wants to take it further, escalate it to strengthen himself. See, remember, this Tamil versus Hindi issue is not over. It's not new. 1939, at the time when C. Rajgopalachari was there, 1946 to 60s, then 1963. In fact, it impacted Lal Bahadur Shastri's government, and he had to accept the resignations of two ministers in his ministers. And then, in fact, in 67, Congress was voted out of power and the Dravidian parties rose only because of this issue. And if this is the foundation of the DMK, the Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu, they don't want to let go of this issue. And that is why the aggression by these parties compared to, I think, the tone, the cooling down tone by the Prime Minister, I think eventually somewhere there is an attempt by the centre to undo the damages. Remember, the BJP has a look south policy. It wants to expand beyond Karnataka. And in that, Tamil Nadu could well be an attempt where it is an ally with the AIDMK, that let's calm down the tempers, let's move forward, try to create political ground first than imposing what centre wants to do.
You know, I'm going to just give some context to it, and Rahul, I'm going to come right back to you. The context is that, you know, like Rahul said, that always the issue of language, the issue of regionalism has been very huge, especially when it came down to Tamil Nadu, but the war was reignited of sort, or the debate was reignited rather, was when Amit Shah, who is presiding over the Parliamentary Language Committee, made a statement which, of course, led to this massive fire, which was where he said that use English over Hindi as a link language, and Hindi should be a language which should unite all of India, not English. He did say that regional languages need to be given enough status on their own accord. But Rahul, and that's the reason why, because parties like the DMK have made their political capital on the basis of regionalism, on the basis of regional identity as well. So for, like you pointed out, for Mr. M.K. Stalin, this is a point that he would like to go to town with.
Yes, definitely. See, if you've seen what has, and you know, there has been a track record now of success if you chase this cultural identity bit. The BJP carried out a huge campaign in Bengal, but eventually Mamata Banerjee owns that win. Yes, to good ground management, strong cadres, a lot of leaders, but also the fact that she raised this cultural identity issue. And this, I think, is going to increase the trend. You will find that, and Tamil Nadu has always been one of the most strident states when it comes to cultural identity. Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kannadigas have had those kind of protests, but still they are not seen as strident as the Tamil versus Hindi kind of war we have seen. What is important here is that what the BJP does from here on, the Prime Minister, it seems, has already signaled that there is a bit of a back down happening.
Right.
Will the BJP let go of this issue? Because for the BJP also, this Hindi is part of that nationalistic agenda that it carries out across the country.
But politically, wouldn't it be important going forward, looking forward to 2024, because the BJP would be looking at possibly making inroads in the south to balance off any losses that it has in the north going into elections in 2024? Because this also a strategy at that account to maybe tone it down. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments there. A quick break to stay with us. Up next is Rahul Kamal.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching
Killer robots sound like something out of a science fiction horror film, but advances in technology mean that fully autonomous weapons could one day become a reality, transforming warfare. Autonomous weapons, which use artificial intelligence to select targets, are already being developed, aimed at reducing cost and risk to human soldiers, while increasing speed and efficiency in action. Unlike drones, which are operated by humans, killer robots would have some autonomous decision-making ability and capacity to act. Fully autonomous weapons would be capable of acting without any human intervention. They have been described as the third revolution in warfare after gunpowder and nuclear arms. Some of the world's most prominent scientists believe that fully autonomous weapons pose an unacceptable threat to humanity and could trigger an artificial intelligence arms race. In April 2013, a group of non-governmental organizations launched the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, an international coalition working to ban fully autonomous weapons. The International Committee for Robot Arms Control, meanwhile, campaigns for the peaceful use of robotics and regulation of robot weapons.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
One of the key drivers of growth for India from here on is how the marquee names of India Inc. view the India story. Will the old business houses which have defined corporate India so far want to plow back into the India story, or would they rather take their money abroad and be part of the global story? Joining us now for perspective on where his group is at this moment, the different factors playing themselves out domestically and geopolitically, is the head of the Aditya Birla Group, Kumaramangalam Birla. Thank you so much, sir. And it's fantastic to have you. Thank you. It's great to have you with us at the India Today studio. I want to understand from you your macro view on the economy from the perspective of the Aditya Birla Group, because it seemed like India was poised for a takeoff on the back of the pandemic. And then Russia-Ukraine happened, we're seeing inflation, we're seeing interest rates go up. Is that dampening spirits about the bounce back, and to what extent?
So I can speak for myself, Rahul. I think that inflation is obviously a global phenomenon, right? After what's happening with Ukraine and Russia, energy prices are going up, inflation is going up, commodity prices, metal prices, food shortage could be a real problem, unemployment. So I don't think inflation is obviously not an issue that's specific to us. I think that the government actually seems to be, very quick to take action to contain inflation. The fundamentals remain very much the same as far as we're concerned. We would look at structural, sectoral trends, multi-decadal trends, because that's the kind of time horizon that we have in mind when we invest. And I think India looks very good. I remain very positive about India. It is the fastest growing economy in the world, something that people here in Davos also recognize. It doesn't go unnoticed. We have about $7 billion of capex, $7 billion of capex announced and under implementation in India. We also have about $3 billion announced and again underway overseas, largely in Novelis. So I think it's very exciting times. The fact that we are very low on debt, hardly have debt, and have strong cash flows, gives us that extra sort of power and extra headroom. So yeah, on India, I remain very positive. I think that we really are shining out vis-a-vis the rest of the global economies.
Now, there are two theories that are playing themselves out at this time, and I'm curious to know what you think. One is that we're poised for a 5-year investment cycle because of cuts in corporate tax, because of pent-up demand, because of the fact that there were 2 no-show years because of the pandemic, that this is India's opportunity and we're set for takeoff. The other is that given the lingering geopolitical uncertainty, no one knows when the war will end, no one knows what may happen next. Could there, God forbid, be nuclear escalation? Therefore, industrialists and corporate houses will hold back, see how things play themselves out before taking decisions to invest. How do you see this?
So, these macro issues will always be there. I mean, we've been through many macro situations. We had the US-China trade war, we had the tsunami in Japan, we had floods in Thailand. So obviously, a nuclear story is a much bigger and more impactful one. But that's not new. I mean, there's nothing new that really could practically happen there. The war is a matter of worry, and obviously interest rates will go up, not just here in India but across the world. 9 central banks, if I remember right, have increased rates in the last 4 weeks, and the Fed's increase is the highest it's been in the last 20 years. So that's very telling. I don't see how that dampens the India story, though. In fact, I think it makes the India story even stronger.
In what way?
Because you have macros that are very much in place. I think that some of the steps the government is taking, like I was saying, have to be seen in the context that we're in today. Demand is good. Costs have gone up because of, fuel costs going up globally. Cost of commodities going up for people for whom it's an input. So our margins have come down in Q4 almost across the board. But the fundamentals of most of the businesses and India as a growth story, to me, remains pretty much unchanged.
I'm curious to understand how you see the group evolve in the post-pandemic era, because it's said that these 2 years have changed everything. So between the vision that you had for the Aditya Birla Group just before the pandemic, how have you seen that vision evolve, and where do you hope to take the group in the next few years?
So I think the vision remains pretty much the same. It's about being a leader in the sector that we are in, which, has only sort of, in the last 2 years, we've only bolstered our position as leaders, leaders being defined as number 1 or number 2. We focus very much on cash flows. We have very strong cash generating businesses. I think I was saying that debt at a group level, debt to EBITDA is less than 1. So huge headroom for growth. I think the one big change is going to be on technology. not just in digital, but also in the sense of, let's say, the whole supply chain part of things. Right from the sort of point where my supplier ships his, my raw material to the time that I sell to my customer. The ideal situation would be to have a see-through across the entire part of the value chain. That's going to have an impact, and that's going to take a lot of reskilling and learning new skills.
Do you want to build
a lot of technology
and explain how? Because one of the big changes that we're seeing is that supply chains are moving from just in time to just in case, and all kinds of eventualities are now being factored in. Resilience is the key driving theme about ensuring that supply chains stay resilient. So how are you trying to register that?
So very broadly, I mean, it depends from business to business, but I think that we use JIT so far to, control costs, to improve efficiencies. Now it's more about reliability, it's more about resilience. So, you would need to keep some buffer stock. To that extent, your costs would go up at a granular level. But I think the way to keep costs down is going to be through technology. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It could be IoT, it'll be digitization, it could be sensors, it could be drones, all of that put together. So you require, a whole lot of people, maybe very young people who are digitally native and who can put this in place for all of our businesses.
Does this rapid march of technology unnerve you at times, that as a legacy business group, the speed at which you're able to move versus some of these much wanted startups that can move far more agile and can get things done faster? So how do you see this concern about startups setting the pace and as a legacy business house trying to keep up with those same transformations?
No, I don't think we're trying to keep up with anyone. I think that a startup has its own advantages, as does a traditional business house like us. I think that once we focus on a particular issue or a particular, a cause, so to speak, we are very quick to move on it. So it doesn't mean that big is slow. I think that we've shown a lot of aggression, both internally in the way we run our businesses, also externally in the way we've grown. I'm not comparing with startups because they're very unlike situations. I'm just saying that for us, for large businesses, I think adopting technology with greater depth, especially on the side of the whole supply chain part of things, is going to be a whole new area of focus.
Competition seems to be heating up in some of your businesses. We've seen the Adani Group come in, pick up Holcim. How does that impact your plans for what you're doing? And are you looking now behind your shoulder, and how is that playing out for you?
Not really. I mean, our story, sort of remains unchanged. If we would have loved to have those assets, but at a much lower value. We have other more value accretive options to grow in the cement business. These are existing assets. It's not like someone has created new assets. So I don't see how it changes competitive dynamics as far as we're concerned.
And your hopes to strengthen and consolidate your position in the businesses where you're entrenched, where you're seeing competition trying to creep in and possibly try and push you?
We're pretty used to competition. I mean, we are the group that went overseas in the early 70s. So having been exposed to global competition then, it's kind of percolated down over the years. So competition is not an issue. And I think we're pretty much focused on running our own race, so to speak. Competition is always a good thing in many ways.
Let's talk a bit about your investments. There was the announcement about the investment into paints, where you want to double the investments that you've made, focus on building capex. Can you talk us through some of the key sectors that you want to build on and your roadmap for that?
So, I mean, I think broadly remains the same. All the businesses that we are in, so whether it's metals, financial services, fashion retail, cement, specialty chemicals, I think there's tremendous potential to grow in all of these. And given the fact that our balance sheets are so strong, that gives us, that extra push to be able to grow even faster and more aggressively. And I think across the group, practically every business is poised to take the next big steps going forward. I think paints is a very interesting sector. We have a right to win, I believe, because it overlaps with cement and white cement, where we have a very entrenched position. That's a very interesting play for us. Like I've said, in the next 5 years, we want to be a very strong second player in the paints business.
Do you see tech possibly providing some kind of a push over there in terms of using tech to power some of these new business plans that you have?
So tech is pretty much a part of every business plan now. You've got to just figure how tech plays a differentiating role in each business. It's different for paints as it would be for financial services. But I think technology is a very sort of integral part of any business today.
So you've made a big play in the fashion space, and I've always wondered, what is it that draws you, given the fact that a lot of the designers that you're now working with couldn't achieve scale? So what is it that you hope to achieve which they couldn't do earlier, and what is it about just the whole sector that excites you?
So the designer acquisitions are quite a small part of ABFRL actually. It's actually in a broader sense a play on ethnic, which we believe is, has a strong growth story in India in particular. I think fashion retail, we've been in it for the longest time. We've been the largest player in our segments. You just look at demography, you look at income groups going up, income levels going up, aspirational value of fashion, clothing, as you might call it. It's just a high growth sector that we understand well.
And just as it so happens, there's also consolidation happening in the fashion sector, with you picking up a lot of the marquee designers and the Reliance Group doing the same. And it seems to be becoming, in this sector, in initially quite an unanticipated fashion, once again Birla versus Reliance.
Not really. I don't think I'm seeing it that way at all. I think we just basically, it's the sector that is attractive. So any large player in that sort of industry would have sensed that by now.
Okay, so let's step out of what's happening in India and talk a bit about what you're picking up about India in your travels and in all the interactions that you're having with people who are looking at India globally.
So very positive views on India. I haven't heard anyone saying that we don't want to invest in India. I think that the fact that China has been under lockdown, a large part of China, 75% of the provinces, especially Shanghai, in terms of contribution to GDP of China, have been shut down for a long time, and therefore it shakes investors' confidence. And I think that they see India as a sort of natural option. I didn't hear about any major concerns that people have about investing in India. From private equity to FDI to FII. Most people have sector preferences, but a positive view on the country. So I think that this is really a good time for us to try and leap forward, given that we are standing out just now.
From a policy perspective, in terms of being able to capitalize on the growing thinking in boardrooms globally in MNCs that there's a need to have a China plus one supply chain now, do you think India is doing as much as it should to try and capitalize on that opportunity? We've seen Vietnam be a big beneficiary. We've seen textiles, Bangladesh be a big beneficiary. What more would you like to see the government do, and what do you make of what's been done so far?
I think that'll have to be a sector by sector sort of a reply. But I think the role of government is to create an enabling environment, and policy making is part of that. I'm not sure if there is something that the government needs to do in specific sectors. I wouldn't know about that. But like I said, I don't hear any concerns from anyone here saying they don't want to invest in India, or there's any apprehension that they have about investing in India. So really, it's a good time for us, and I think we need to capitalize on it.
But that's the key point, capitalize on it, because as many Davos veterans would say, it's been a good time for a long time, and ye apna time kab aayega is the question, because the pandemic happened, now these global tensions, so a lot of being poised for takeoff, but just actually taking off. Is it just...
So I think we've seen a lot of inflows, especially on the private equity side. I think what we want to see now is inflows on the FDI side, which also has picked up. Like I said, I think that this is a time when we are actually standing out, because all the other economies, whether it's Europe, whether it's the US, are struggling with their own problems to one extent or the other. I think that these investors have clear preferences in terms of which sectors, and I think given the right opportunities, they're quite happy to come and invest in India.
What are the sectors you're most bullish on?
I'm bullish about all the sectors that we're in.
No, but and growth sectors in addition to your existing lines of businesses?
So there are several. I think digital has some nice opportunities. Of course, it's a whole new ball game, and we're still trying to figure out what we want to do in the sector and how best we should play in the sector. But obviously, some very, very enterprising work happening there.
As I conclude, I want your sense of how the week for you here has been. And in terms of your expansion plans globally, you've made announcements of investments in the United States and elsewhere. How significant is that? Because you're one of the groups that's actually succeeded abroad. And how do you see that play itself out over the next few years?
So it's been a very eventful few days here. Some very intellectually stimulating conversations with very, very interesting people who you definitely don't get to meet under one roof over 2 or 3 days. So it's time really well spent. We're making pretty substantial investments overseas. Novelis recently announced a $2.5 billion expansion of a new capacity, actually, a greenfield capacity in aluminium rolling in Alabama for, it'll start implementing that and commission it in the next 3 years. Carbon Black has their own expansion plan. So we're looking at an expansion of about $3-4 billion overseas. We have the advantage of having been overseas for a long time and therefore having a comfort of investing in those economies. So I think, good time, very exciting times ahead for us.
As you look back at the pandemic, what was your biggest learning?
I think it's people who make the difference, and it's the commitment that people have to the organization that really makes the difference. And I think we are very blessed to have a very committed set of people across the group, across the businesses.
Kumaramanglam Milda, you've spoken a bit about the India story, about your plans for India, as also your plans globally and the sectors that you're most excited about. We appreciate you taking our time and joining us here at the India Today studio at Davos. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
To get a sense of some of the emerging trends that we're seeing in the IT sector, not just in India, but globally, we're joined here at the World Economic Forum in Davos by the Executive Chairman of Wipro, Rishad Premji. Thank you very much, Rishad. It's fantastic weather. Do you like it more now when it's a bit nippy or in January?
It's nice to be outside. It's nice to be sort of here in May, not falling in the snow, but it's still freezing cold. People can't tell that, but it is cold.
One of the biggest beneficiaries of what's happened during the pandemic has been the IT sector. As the world attempts to bounce back after the pandemic, what are the kind of meta trends that you're seeing play themselves out, particularly in the IT sector?
No, look, COVID has been unfairly kind to the technology industry, right? I think what COVID has done has forever changed the mindset of organizations across the world in terms of how they think about their digital journeys, how they leverage technology to engage more impactfully and smartly with their customers, right? That was always something that was moving. It has just accelerated dramatically through COVID. And so these journeys of how do we move to the cloud more fast? How do we leverage data and artificial intelligence more impactfully to drive hyper-personalization and segmentation so you can offer customers things that they actually want and need? How do you leverage security? How do you make your environment more secure? And how do you leverage talent that is available in countries like India smartly to drive this journey? And I think that only accelerates with COVID. And despite everything that's happening in the world, and we can talk a little bit more about that, I think that continues for the foreseeable future.
So how has the Ukraine-Russia war impacted what you're doing? Because there's been a lot of talk of geopolitical tensions impacting the way the global economy is configured. How is it playing out?
So there are multiple different elements. Certainly the Ukraine war is one component. COVID, the reality is it's not over yet. There's rising commodity prices, there's inflation, there's a lot of uncertainty. So it's quite interesting when you are here in Davos and talking to people. People are incredibly worried about the environment. They're also uncertain about how the environment unfolds over the next 6, 10, 12 months. At the same time, people are still investing. Demand is still quite buoyant. Right? And you talk to a whole bunch of people, from the consultants to the private equity folks to customers. There's a sense of optimism in terms of spend still continuing, even though people are cautious. So I see the environment still staying quite robust and quite positive for the foreseeable future.
The one thing that's so often spoken about whenever the IT sector is in the news is the great resignation. How has it played out for you? What have you been doing to try and keep the young workforce that you have completely plugged in and not joining the great resignation?
It's very interesting. One of the big things that's happened is we have about 45% of people who joined us in the last 24 months, right? 45% of people who haven't walked into a Wipro office, who've engaged with their managers and a couple of people around them. And so they've built no sense of connect with the organization. So we can talk about hybrid work model as well, because we're quite keen that people come back at least some of the time to drive this osmosis, to drive that engagement. But we've been trying to find innovative ways of connecting with people. How do we connect with them informally through a transactional medium like video? But there's no replacement to coming back and connecting in person. The reality has also been there's been inordinate demand and finite supply, and that also creates huge optionality and also creates a huge amount of churn. And we've been working hard to drive down that churn over the last couple of years. In fact, one of the things we've done today is we've significantly increased our fresher hiring. So we hired about 10,000 people in 21, 20,000 people last year. We'll hire 40,000 people this year. And we're giving them a roadmap. So we're telling them, when you join us today, in your offer letter, if you do X, Y, and Z, if you grow and if you perform at these levels, you can be at a compensation of X in year 5, and you can be doing these kinds of roles in year 5. So we're also trying to provide some sort of stability and visibility to people to also sort of make that a draw, because oftentimes we lose people in that year 2, year 3, year 4 time frame.
So how difficult has it been to get people to come back to work? Because many went back to their hometowns, got used to working in their pajamas. You're here all suited, booted, you got a tie as well. But is it really difficult to get them back? And what kind of hybrid models are you looking at?
No, it is tough. The reality is still a large chunk of people are working from their hometowns. People have gone back, they are living with their parents, they're eating good home cooked food, they're spending less, they're saving more. And so it is going to be tough. I'm a big believer, Rahul, that we have to move into some sort of a hybrid model. We would like all of our people to come into the office some of the time. We've just opened up our offices in April 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We made it optional for people to come back at the moment. We are gently nudging them to come back. But I'm a big believer that we must come back in person for 2 reasons. One is for culture. As I was mentioning, 45% of our people haven't walked into an office. Culture grows when people gossip over coffee, gossip over lunch, connect with their colleagues, discover the smell of the office, the smell of the place. Incredibly important for culture growth. And for us, we're very proud of our culture. It's one of our core defining propositions of who we are as an organization. The other is for ideas and innovation, because ideas and innovation don't happen in linear form. They happen when people are sitting together in a conference room and people are frustrated, but suddenly something strikes. And I think for both those reasons, it's incredibly important people come back. So we are going to be on this journey.
But there's a disconnect between the way that you see it in terms of wanting to bring people back because of the cultural issues, and the way a lot of young techies see it. Say, hey, Rishad, if I can do the same job sitting back home, why do you need me? Judge me by what I deliver. And if I'm doing well, why can't I keep staying at home? And if you don't like me, I'm off.
Yeah, but I think there's also a bunch of people, Rahul, that want to come back. Sure. That want to have a sense of connectedness, that want to have a social equation in the office, right? That want to build a sense of community around them as well. So that's equally important to people. And we'll have to strike the right balance. I mean, the other advantage to your point of having flexibility is inclusiveness, right? You can attract people who want the flexibility, women after having children, people with disabilities, people who want to stay in small towns. And so maybe we'll also come up with a model where X percentage of our people can work from home on a full-time basis and maybe come in for a few days a month, etc. But for the majority of people, we would want to try and push to get to some sort of a hybrid model. And we'll discover what that is. The one other big learning, Rahul, has been you can't be too fixated on your views. You have to have a very dynamic approach to sort of evaluate how this can unfold. But we're going to try and get to this hybrid model.
But because companies across sectors are now suddenly saying that we're digital and tech companies, right? That's led to a huge surge in demand. And salaries have gone through the roof. You could give somebody 100% increment, and yet there's no guarantee that he'll come on board. They'll have 3 or 4 offers. So A, how badly is that impacting you? And B, to what extent do you think you're being able to deal with it?
Yeah. No, it's a reality. The reality is compensation levels are stressed. The reality is people are making infinitely more when they move, right? And so you have to keep up with that. I mean, we've done a bunch of salary increases last year. We've done some bonuses. We'll do another salary increase this July. But the other thing, Rahul, I'm a big believer in is people stay and leave for 2 reasons. One is they leave because they can get compensated more and it's lifestyle changing. The other is they leave if they don't have a sense of connectedness. We both were at the same school, and I had a professor that said to me that, if you have one friend at work, the likelihood of you staying on goes up by 30%. And if that friend happens to be your boss, the likelihood of you staying on goes up by 70%. So you need to have a sense of connectedness. I keep telling folks, you've got to be friends with the people who work in your team. Somebody's got to care that, Rahul is happy, that his career is growing, that he's enjoying his job. So we've got to drive both things, the compensation piece, which is important to retain people, but also the connectedness piece, which I think is equally important.
And speaking of this journey, one of the things that you did when you took over as executive chairman is really to try and pivot Wipro into a more cutting edge kind of space. I mean, with no offense to the way things were, it was seen largely on the outside, at least, as being slightly stodgy company, and you've changed that. And how has that transformation been? To what extent is that journey complete, and to what extent does it continue, and what's the next milestone you're working towards?
So, Rahul, it's a journey. So you never finish the journey. For me, it's never a destination, it's a journey. Look, it's an exciting few years for us. We feel blessed. I think there's two changes that have happened. One is we as a company transforming, and the other is the industry is also transformed, if one can say, thanks to COVID. But we're very excited about the journey that we've been on. We've dramatically, I joke with Thierry Delaporte is our CEO, and I joke with him that, if you'd asked me 2.5 years ago that we could see a Frenchman running the company, I would have said no way. But the reality is he's really believes and lives the sensibilities and the values of the company, really understands who we are, and so leverages the strengths of the company, driven tremendous disruption and change, and struck the right balance, which there's no playbook for that, but I think it struck the right balance beautifully. We've changed the way we are organized. We've brought a whole strong focus on the market. We've become obsessed with growth in a very, very strong, profound way. We've built a strong, large deal stream. We've really enhanced our focus on our partner. So there's a lot of exciting. We've gotten a lot of new leaders to the company, and yet a lot of our strong old-time leaders are also a very strong central part of the organization. So you spoke of
the balance, and that's something that you've been able to strike quite well, because a lot of Indian CEOs or proprietors tend to struggle with that. Having empowered CEOs and empowered teams, and yet having an active role in the way the company shapes up. So how's it been, and how have you been working on that?
Thierry runs the company, and the success and the failure of the company is all credit to him. And my job is to enable him, right? My job is to sort of help where I can help. And you've got to be very clear that the power center sits with him. The confusion oftentimes happens when there are two people trying to play the same role, and that never works. And so you have to respectfully take a step back and really empower the leader of the company, and I'm trying very hard to do that.
That's fantastic. I mean, it's very interesting that you're saying it, you're so clear-headed, voicing it in public, and that's the message that goes down in the teams as well. What are you making of what we're seeing play out now on the private equity venture capital space in the Indian startup ecosystem? There's a lot of talk suddenly of gloom and doom, layoffs, funding drying up. Sitting where you are, how are you reading the situation right now?
It's very interesting. I've never understood valuations, and I don't try and be an expert on them. I was chatting with somebody yesterday who gave me a very interesting example. He was looking to invest in a company, and he said he could get to a valuation of, say, 500 million. And the entrepreneur was asking him for a valuation of 600 million. He said to him, look, give me some time to come back and think about it. And then 24 hours later, he says he has a term sheet of 1.2 billion.
The same person?
No, from another investor,
okay.
Right? So what the entrepreneur wanted versus what the previous person was willing to give him versus what the offer he got was just completely disconnected. So there's just so much money sometimes chasing ideas irrationally, which is also driving a very, very irrational behavior. So I think that needs to sort of sober down a little bit. And I think you're starting to see that, where there's not the chaos of money in venture, at least in the last few months, chasing ideas the way they were. The other thing that I've not fully understood is this whole move to IPO and become a public company. Having served on the board of a private company and on the board of a public company, I can tell you the scrutiny and the pressure from folks like yourself and others is incredibly high. And you've got to strike that right balance about getting to a place where you are, of size and relevance and stable, I think, to some extent.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher. takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India ki apni pharmacy.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The gates of an athletic stadium in the national capital are reportedly closed at 7 p.m. every night so that an IAS officer can allegedly walk his dog. The issue has sparked off a major controversy, forced the Delhi government to act. But the larger question, do IAS, IPS, IRS officers across the country get away with special privileges? Are they our new Maharajas? Also, as targeted killings continue in the Kashmir Valley, can we really say that normalcy is returning? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
To get a sense of the outlook on the automobile sector in particular and the economy in general. We're joined now at the India Today studio at the World Economic Forum here in Davos by the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of the Mahindra Group, Dr. Anish Shah. Dr. Shah, welcome. It's great to have you with us.
Thank
We've
you.
got sparkling weather and the sun is out, so it's nice to be here.
It is beautiful.
We're seeing at this time rising inflation, increasing commodity prices, and interest rates going up. All these factors playing out simultaneously, to what extent, in your view, are they dampening your outlook for demand for what you're doing across the Mahindra Group?
So we've seen a lot of challenges, Rahul, over the last couple of years. And commodity prices have been on a significant rise. Our sense is that it depends a lot on what the geopolitical factors will play out. If things do settle down there well, then we may be well past the peak, and the actions that have been taken already by the RBI and the government will help settle things well. At this stage, the question is whether inflation goes higher than what it is. My sense is that it probably will not, given some of the actions that have been taken. Demand has been reasonable so far. We have not seen a drop-off across the various industries that we've been in. And based on that, I'm cautiously optimistic.
From a customer perspective, huge queues, waiting periods. I mean, I was looking at the waiting times for some of your models, including the XUV 700. I mean, it just goes on and on. As a result, customers are double booking. It's quite a mess. I mean, how long do you see it continue in this fashion for? What are you doing to try and reduce these waiting times?
So the key driver of that is really the demand we've seen for the vehicle. We knew it was a good vehicle, but the demand has actually even surprised us. We sold 50,000 cars in 3 hours, and we're still getting more than 11,000 bookings every month. If you look back at any other launch over the last few years in this segment, there are very few launches that have gained anywhere close to these numbers, and most have been far lower. So this is again a testament of the car in itself. The challenge for us right now is to ramp up production much faster, and we are on path to doing that. There have been supply chain issues which have exacerbated the problem as well, and those have eased up a fair bit. They're not completely gone as yet, but they have eased up a fair bit, and our teams have been doing various things to find solutions around that.
So can you talk a bit about that? Because this whole idea of semiconductor chip shortage has been plaguing several sectors, and especially the automobile sector over the last couple of years. What have you done to try and build some resilience in those supply chains, and to what extent do you think you've succeeded in going from just in time to just in case?
The supply chain models in the past were just in time. They were also largely single source with high volumes to help reduce cost, and that worked for many years. What we've seen as the world has changed over the last 2 to 3 years is there are various shocks that keep coming into the system. And therefore, a single source, for example, isn't a great idea. Because if you take a specific incident during COVID, where a plant in Malaysia was shut down, that impacted supply chain for semiconductors across a large number of auto businesses. And if you don't have a second source, then that impacts production to a much greater level. So one is dual sources. Second is more standardization of parts across various models, wherever it's feasible. Some things are obviously not feasible, but in many cases it is feasible. These are all items that take longer lead times in the auto business, but our teams have been now working at it for the last 2 years and have got a lot of solutions around it. It's also sourcing chips in various different ways, relationships with chip makers and our auto tier 1 component makers. In the past, you always worried about the health of your direct suppliers. In this world today, in supply chains, you got to worry about the health of their suppliers and the health of that supply chain, and at tier 3 level as well. So it's a combination of all those factors. I think we're getting better at it now. Our teams are a lot more resilient to address any shocks that come about, and which is why it has eased a lot overall from our standpoint.
Shanghai was locked down for 7 weeks. There's a lot of chatter about how the Chinese economy is slowing down, production being impacted. How have you seen this play itself out, and to what extent is it impacting you?
So there again, because our teams had been looking at various what-if options, we've seen a lesser impact of that. Yes, we obviously have seen impact of that. But also, just to give another example, a few months ago, we sourced materials for our suppliers in advance and sort of had that in waiting in case there were any disruptions. Things like palladium, platinum, rhodium, which are important for catalytic converters and some of the other parts for automobiles. So we're starting to look at how do we reduce any potential shocks with what-if scenarios, with optionality planning, and that's making things easier. That at the same time, though, is increasing cost a little bit, because each of these scenarios and optionality does have a certain cost associated with it. And that, combined with commodity prices, does have an impact on overall prices for consumers, which we're hoping will be mitigated as we go forward. But in the short run, it does have an impact.
So while input costs are going up on the one side, you also got interest rates going up, and as a result, do you see the appetite, which on the back of the pandemic seemed to be quite immense, being hit on account of the fact that loans for automobiles could and are getting costlier and will get costlier in the next few months?
We are not seeing that as yet. Part of it is because the last 4 launches we've had have been very successful. That may be a reason in there, but we are really not seeing any let-up in demand as yet for our models.
Let's talk a bit about this whole push towards electric mobility. And we're seeing 2 things. One is a very bullish outlook that some groups like the Tata Group have on how EVs are not just the future, they're the present, and they're pivoting heavily in that direction. Suzuki Maruti seems to have taken a slightly different view, where while they've got some models in the pipeline, they're also thinking that that's still out in the future a few years. The Mahindra Group seems to have been a bit of a laggard, at least from the outside, in terms of getting its electric act in order. How are you trying to gear up for the electric revolution?
So we've been a leader in this space for many years, and we've understood battery management systems, how electric cars are used, needs of consumers in this space. Our approach was to really leapfrog directly into born electric models. And that's what our plans are at this stage. We'll see a lot more of that in the July-August timeframe when we do a complete reveal of our plans in electric. But today we are very confident of regaining that leadership based on the models that we have planned for and the quality that we see overall. Because electric, again, is a powertrain, and it's the rest of the car that matters as well. So the success of our recent launches gives us a lot more confidence.
And those are gas guzzlers?
Not always. If you see some of our new petrol engines, they're actually very efficient.
Relative to gas guzzlers, yes. Relative to electric mobility, those are big vehicles which require conventional fuels. And therefore, if the demand for those is as high as it is, how do you see the appetite for electric mobility? Not just in terms of expressing a desire, but actually making the switch.
I think the appetite will be very high. Because, as you said, people do want electric cars. But they do want the design of the cars. They want the interiors to be as good as you can get in ICE cars. So all of that has to be there. But beyond that, there are 3 factors that really will drive it. One is cost of ownership. If electric is going to be a lot more expensive, then that creates a certain pause. Second is range anxiety, the ability to address that. And third is the infrastructure that comes with it. So it's all of these 3 things that will drive adoption of electric. So we do feel electric is here to stay. The question is the speed of adoption. And we will be ready with a wide range of electric options for our consumers, cars that can take a leadership space, just as the XUV700 has done. And we will continue to have the ICE options as well. And over time, my sense is electric will phase out ICE.
For the past few months, we've seen 5 international automobile companies announce their departure from India, including Ford, Harley-Davidson, MAN Trucks, UM Motorcycles. Is that just demand and supply, the forces of market playing themselves out, these international companies being unsuccessful, or as some who don't like the way the India story is going at this moment would suggest that this just shows that international companies are now beginning to lose faith in the industry?
Now, I would look at it a different way. 20 years ago, the Indian auto manufacturers were written off, saying that you've got all these international players coming in. How can these Indian manufacturers survive? Right? Today, the Indian manufacturers have actually shown they can not just survive, they can thrive. And they can actually beat the international manufacturers at their own game, despite the scale and size they have outside India. So I would look at it as actually an endorsement of the fact that the Indian automobile manufacturers have actually done a very good job and have succeeded in the marketplace. They've understood consumer needs better, they've delivered better products, and that's something we are seeing with the sales and the order bookings that we have.
While every CEO has a certain amount of continuity in his business plans and takes forward what he inherits, what's the larger macro vision that Anish has for where you hope to take the Mahindra Group in terms of
your USP or your stamp, your vision, which is different from what you inherited?
So I would start on that, Rahul, saying that what I've inherited actually is awesome. If you look back, let's start with the values and the purpose of the Mahindra Group. Right? That's what attracted me to the group, and that's really who we are. So that DNA for us will continue. No change in that. We are very careful about what we change. The mantra we use is continuity and change. Okay? The second part is, if you look at from when the Nifty was established in 2002 till August 2018, Mahindra was the best performing stock in the Nifty. So we've had a long history of value creation, a long history of financial discipline. And that's something that we've actually brought back. So there again, in a way, it's continuity. While it might look at change in the short run, it's continuity. The third aspect is entrepreneurship. The businesses that have been built in the past, Tech Mahindra, Mahindra Finance, Holidays, Life Spaces, were all built by entrepreneurs within the group. And that's again what we are moving forward with now. The key change that we are driving is faster scale, faster growth of our businesses. Because in the world today, that is required. What we are also driving is agility. In the world around us, if large companies are not agile, they will not survive. So those are things that we are driving a lot more now.
So apart from the companies that you mentioned, what are your big, bold new ideas?
Today we've got our 4 core businesses: Auto, Farm, Tech Mahindra and Mahindra Finance. All 4 are very well positioned, and all 4 have significant growth opportunities. EV and Auto, Farm Machinery. On the farm side, Mahindra Finance is going through a significant transformation. TechM is playing in a number of new cutting edge areas from a technology standpoint. And then we've got 7 growth gems, each of which has a clear path to $1 billion of market cap in the next 2 to 4 years. So we're really driving scale in these businesses, plus looking at digital platforms to get the group future ready. And that's our game right now.
So we've seen the Tata Group, for example, with its digital play, with limited success so far, try and catch up with some of the digital startups. It's been awkward. How are you viewing what's happening in terms of a digital transformation of the consumer interface, not just at the back end in terms of transforming your own business processes, but in terms of having a super app, for example, reaching out to your entire galaxy of consumers?
We've taken a very different approach because we've really tapped into the startup ecosystem to create value. And let me share examples of what has worked already. We had a business called Mom and Me in retail. We had then acquired Baby Oil, which was an internet business, and merged with FirstCry. At that point, we had somewhere like a 40% stake with the merger. The entrepreneur who ran FirstCry was an excellent entrepreneur, and he wanted to take the business forward. Other investors came in. Today, that business is valued at far greater than at the time when we merged the businesses, and we're very happy with the valuation that we got for our shareholders. Similarly, a business called Porter, which is later stage, or rather earlier stage than FirstCry. But there again, we merged one of our startups with Porter. And today the business is doing very well, has a number of other investors in there. And we are creating a lot of value for our shareholders. So what we are doing is taking strong assets from the Mahindra Group and leveraging the startup ecosystem to say, can we build this into a much bigger business? Not controlling these businesses. We're not taking majority stakes. But that's how we're creating value for our shareholders.
Mm-hmm. On the question of alternate fuels, we're seeing demand surge for CNG. Do you see some of these becoming mainstream ideas going forward? Do you think, while of course they're environment friendly, they'll continue to remain on the fringe?
I'd say too early right now. And it's worth piloting some of these, seeing how they work out. Similarly, even in electric battery technology is going through a lot of changes. And we haven't settled on the final technology for batteries as yet. But that's part of the evolution process.
If we zoom out for a moment outside of what you're doing at the Mahindra Group and get your sense of the economy's trajectory on the back of the pandemic, I mean, there are headwinds because of geopolitical tensions, what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, the impact on the rest of the world. To what extent do you think this is pushing back the growth that everyone was hoping for once the pandemic ended?
I do feel that the Indian economy is poised better than the rest of the world because our inflation is far lower than what we've seen elsewhere. The government has been very proactive in taking measures, and hopefully that will get the inflation back to the levels where it was. We are seeing a lot of demand from consumers that has not dried up even through the challenges that we've seen in the last few months. And if I were to look at a longer term trajectory as well, as you think about geopolitics, India is actually very well positioned. A lot of companies globally are looking at India and saying, that's where I want to be. We've got a democracy. We've got a government that is proactive in bringing in investors from outside, a large market that's growing, great demographics. So while we will see certain blips in the road and we will continue to see shocks from various places, we have to be ready for that. On balance, India is actually very well placed.
Okay, you are technically in a silent period, so there are certain questions we don't want to delve into, but we got a general sense of how you view the temperature at this moment. Anish, for your time, thank you very much.
Pleasure to be around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When I started, I was more of an idealist, and I would not trade my mistakes because I learned from my mistakes. So I think I said it already when I said I'm really grateful. You'd have to be more specific.
Anything that you would like to change or...
You only learn from your mistakes. So yeah, while I look bad at certain experiences...
Something differently would you like to do?
That's what I mean. Like, while there are people that I trusted that I should not have, while there are films that I've made that I'm not happy with, if I hadn't trusted that person, if I hadn't done that movie, I would not have learned the lessons I learned. So it's a bit of a catch-22,
right.
So I realized, wait a minute, you had to be stabbed in the back or gaslit by that guy. You had to make that movie, even though you didn't need to or should not have, to have learned this lesson.
Right.
Because it makes me who I am today. So no, I wouldn't change anything. I'm on Instagram.
Yes, but not very active.
Kind of. I have almost 300 posts.
Oh, okay.
I do have a Twitter account and a Facebook account. I'm not even active on those at all. I just was a little bit in the beginning and then I kept away. I guess because I'm not so much out there in the numbers game, whether it be brand endorsements or big budget movies, it was perhaps easier for me. I wouldn't say this industry is easy. I'm just trying to answer your question that, there are many elements that come into play.
Are you a germaphobe? Do you freak out when things aren't clean? You may be able to clean things on Earth, but what about space junk? Did you know there are more than 9,800 tons of debris floating around Earth's orbit? Yes, you heard it right. Well, let us help you relax. A tow truck in space is using magnets to clean the space. The name of your space cleaner buddy is ELSA. ELSA is a small satellite fitted with a powerful magnet. It uses a magnet to clean up the debris and tows it back to Earth's orbit. While towing back, it burns up naturally on re-entry. ELSA can help clean 9,800 tons of debris floating around the Earth. Space junk is litter left behind in the orbit from the space missions. You wouldn't believe that it is traveling at the speed of 27,000 km per hour. So at this speed, even small debris could mean a huge risk. We hear about the space mission being launched every now and then, and with more than 30,000 satellites set to launch in the coming year, the space could really use some cleaning. But who made ELSA, and how does it work around space? Japanese startup Astroscale launched a model of ELSA-D. It is made up of two satellites stacked together. There are two parts, a flying magnetic tow truck and a smaller satellite that behaves like a piece of space junk. During the trial, they launched the smaller satellite and used the magnet to recapture it. But ELSA is not the only space cleaner. Claire Space, a Swiss startup, is also launching a technology to clean up space junk. As Earth gets more active in exploring space, cleaning solutions like ELSA and Claire Space are becoming more and more important. Do you have any fresh ideas to clean up there?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The gates of an athletic stadium in the national capital are reportedly closed at 7 p.m. every night so that an IAS officer can allegedly walk his dog. The issue has sparked off a major controversy, forced the Delhi government to act. But the larger question, do IAS, IPS, IRS officers across the country get away with special privileges? Are they our new Maharajas? Also, as targeted killings continue in the Kashmir Valley, can we really say that normalcy is returning? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchargad Tire, Ab Hawa Nahi Niklegi. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande. Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly Partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome to the news today. This is your prime-time destination, newsmakers, talking points. Today marks 8 years since Narendra Modi was sworn in 2014. It's a day when we could look at the hits and misses. The opposition says there have been plenty of misses. The government says there's been lots of hits. What are the hits and misses? We'll have a political face-off today. Also, the big controversy of the day, an IAS officer walks his dog inside the stadium, preventing athletes while athletes are kept out. Is this classic VVIP Raj, and what can be done to change it? We'll be looking at that too. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Narendra Modi completes 8 years as Prime Minister. Prime Minister to mark the occasion on the 31st of May with lakhs of farmers in Shimla. Congress releases 8 failures of the Modi government in its report card. As the Prime Minister visits Chennai, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin lists his demands on stage, says don't impose Hindi on us. Mr. Modi responds by hailing Tamil culture and language. In Telangana, Prime Minister Modi has a dynasty attack on Chief Minister KCR, says we must save Telangana from family Raj. The Chief Minister stays away, doesn't attend the Prime Minister's function. Enforcement Directorate files a charge sheet against Congress leader D.K. Shivkumar in Karnataka, raids key Sena Minister Anil Parab in Mumbai. Both the leaders claim political vendetta. India Today traces the email trail between Karti Chidambaram aide and a Chinese official in the visa bribegate case. CBI grills Karti, who dubs the case as one of political vendetta. Another Centre versus Trinamool Congress flashpoint. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to replace Governor Jagdeep Dhankar as Chancellor of all state universities. Bengal Cabinet to table a bill soon. Masjid Committee continues its arguments on its claim of non-maintainability of the Hindu side plea over the Gyan Vapi Mosque in Varanasi court. Next hearing scheduled for 30th of May. VVIP walk of shame by a senior IAS officer in Delhi shocks India, evacuates the stadium so that his dog can take a stroll. Athletes are kept out. Chief Minister Kejriwal forced to step in. Now bars any move to shut stadium for such VVIP acts. India's spectacular 16-0 win against Indonesia at the Asia Cup Hockey edge out Pakistan by goal difference to advance to the Super Fours round, qualify for the next World Cup as hosts.
Taking a deflection of the stick of the Indonesian.
But let's start at the top with the big breaking news that's coming in, because what we've seen today in Chennai is interesting. And a standoff between Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the centre, because Mr. Stalin has reignited the language war. Mr. Stalin says, don't impose Hindi on us. He said this at a stage where the Prime Minister was there. The Prime Minister on his part assured that Tamil language was eternal, its culture was global. All of this coming as the Prime Minister visited Tamil Nadu for the first time since the DMK government came to power there last year. The Prime Minister also laid the foundation stone for 11 projects worth over 31,000 crores in Tamil Nadu. The DMK has been chafing at what they call is the attempt to impose Hindi on Tamil Nadu. Listen in to what the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu had to say.
This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding.
பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய் புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய் உலக செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும் சீரழமை திறத்தோடு உயிர்ப்போடு விளங்கக்கூடிய தமிழை இந்திக்கு இணையான அலுவல் மொழியாகவும் உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்காடு மொழியாகவும் அறிவிக்க வேண்டும். இறுதியாக மருத்துவ மாணவர் சேர்க்கைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டுள்ள தேசிய தகுதி மற்றும் நுழைவுத் தேர்வு நீட் முறையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொடர்ந்து எதிர்த்து வருகிறது.
To our top story tonight, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi completes 8 years in office, the only non-Congress leader to do that. The BJP is planning big celebrations over the next couple of weeks. The highlight will be a farmers' rally to be attended by the Prime Minister in Shimla. The Congress, meanwhile, has released a report card on the Modi government where it's listed what it calls the 8 major failures of the government. It's our top story tonight.
न हमारी नम्रता छोड़ेंगे, न हमारा विवेक छोड़ेंगे.
(26th May) marks 8 years in office for the BJP. May 26, 2014, changed the political discourse of the country. NDA was at 336 seats. The BJP on its own crossed the halfway mark, 282 of 540 Lok Sabha seats. On 26th May 2014, Narendra Modi took oath as the Prime Minister for the first time. In 2019, the BJP with the NDA would register an equally emphatic win. It's been an 8-year journey and the party's all set to commemorate it. With many programs planned across the country between 30th May and June 15th to celebrate the Modi government's 8 years in power. Also, a massive rally in Shimla with an eye on elections in Himachal. But the opposition has come up with its own 8-year report card, slamming the BJP for what it's called 8 years of misgovernance. The Congress released a booklet, 8 Saal, 8 Chhal, Bhajpa Sarkar Vifal. The 8 alleged failures of the BJP claimed by the Congress. 1. Inflation. 2. Unemployment. 3. Flagging economy. 4. Anti-farmer policies. 5. Politicizing defense forces. 6. Politics of hate. 7. Indian security at risk. 8. Backward classes left behind.
सभी नारों की, वादों की, जुमलों की समीक्षा करें तो मोदी सरकार की प्रत्येक नाकामी उनके द्वारा दिए गए वादों, नारों और जुमलों के अंदर आपको देशवासियों साफ दिखाई पड़ेगी।
कांग्रेस के विचार, व्यवहार और संस्कृति अब उत्तरोत्तर उस अवस्था में पहुंच रही है जो सर्वथा देश और समाज के लिए त्याज्य हो रही है।
The true test, the actual report card, will be one delivered by the people, and the verdict is not far. General Elections 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, joining me now is the Congress's spokesperson Supriya Srinath. We were also hoping to be joined by the BJP's Sardar R.P. Singh, but he has been unable to join us right away. Let me therefore go to Supriya Srinath. Unfortunate that the BJP spokesperson has not joined Supriya Srinath, but I want to understand. The Congress is saying that this is a year of misses. Yet, election after election, Supriya Srinath, over the last 8 years, it is the BJP which has been proven triumphant. Not just general elections, but as we saw a few months ago in crucial assembly elections as well. So is the Congress clutching at straws when you claim that these are 8 years of misses? You seem to see the glass half empty, but the voter is clearly seeing the glass as half full.
No, but what are we supposed to do if our average economic growth between the 10 years of UPA was at 8.3% and it's down to under 5%, 4.7 to be precise in the last 8 years? What are we supposed to do? Hail the Modi government. If price rise is unprecedented, should we hail the Modi government? Should we hail the Modi government that unemployment is at unprecedented levels? Urban unemployment is close to 10%. And Rajasthan has actually had to bring out an urban, Manrega sort of a policy ensuring employment. What should we do? What should we do when the China is building a second bridge in the Pangong Lake and our MEA spokesperson says that's an occupied territory, which actually rubbishes the claims of our armed forces for the last 60 years. What are we expected to do when 700 farmers are dead and no less than a governor in the from the government of India actually says that the Prime Minister turned on and says they haven't died for me. They were supposed to double farmer income by 2022. The farmer is earning a measly 27 rupees a day, and the Standing Committee on Agriculture, where many members of the government are there, turn around and say that this is a pipe dream. You cannot double those incomes. What do we say when armed forces are not being treated well? I mean, what do you want us to do? Hail the Modi government for the 8 years. It's been 8 years of
it's not about hailing the government. No, if
winning an election is one thing, but that does not give you the right.
No, nothing gives you the right to trumpet yourself based only on winning elections. But the fact is, elections matter in a democracy. At the end of the day, it's the voter who decides. So you're questioning the BJP's track record over the last 8 years. The BJP is saying, look, at the end of the day, we have provided a series of welfare schemes. That's their big achievement. They've looked at digitization. They've looked at vaccinations. These are the 3 or 4 points that the BJP is consistently highlighting as strong achievements of the Modi government. And at the end of the day, if that results in election victory after election victory, either something is wrong with your communication or there is a serious credibility crisis that today faces the Congress party here.
I'm glad you mentioned 2 things, and I would want to talk about that and then answer your direct question. You spoke about welfare schemes, and this government and all its state governments don't stop talking about free ration. But in my state of Uttar Pradesh, the DMs have issued orders, of course, under an official notification that came from the government of Uttar Pradesh, that if you actually own a motorcycle or a colored TV, you've got to return your ration cards. You will no longer be covered under the Food Security Act. Forget about free ration being given to you. If at all ineligible people did get ration cards, even if I were to believe this government, why should you not penalize the officials? Why are you taking ration cards back from people who've lost their jobs and who are earning lower wages? So that's the true color. Elections are over, ab ration vapsi hogi. The second thing that you said, vaccination. If you remember, when Corona did break out and months before it did, many people had warned the government, including my leader Rahul Gandhi, that the government should be prepared. There's a tsunami on its way. The government chose to topple a democratically elected government, to go do Didi O Didi in West Bengal. They did zero preparation. And I hope you haven't forgotten, and nor have the viewers, the absolutely atrocious, heart-wrenching sight of Indians dying on the street without treatment, without oxygen. Vaccination, you really want to talk about that? Because I wish the BJP representative was there. I don't know why they're not. But if you really talk about vaccination, we completely bungled up vaccination. Unlike the rest of the world, we were the vaccine laboratory of the world. We were the absolutely latest to vaccine our people. We prioritized first exporting, then putting a ban there. We kept chasing jumlas. We kept chasing headlines. I mean, please remember, India could have vaccinated a large section of its population much before we did. We were only chasing headlines. As far as elections are concerned, yes, that is true. They have won an election, and I do not deny, in a democracy, I think winning an election is a big deal. They have won. But I think they have also a lot to offer for how have they handled things. And if I may dare bring into this, forget about every other achievement or failure. I think our society is divided more than ever before. I think the tension, the fault lines in our society, in our social fabric are much more visible than ever before. And the BJP does it by political patronage. How is it that in the last 75 years in this country, nobody had the audacity to get on stage and abuse the Mahatma? But under this government, right under the Prime Minister and Amit Shah's nose, you have people abusing Mahatma Gandhi and no action is taken against them.
No, who's done? One minute. Supriya Srinath, who has abused the Mahatma under the Prime Minister Amit Shah's nose? Its rhetoric is one thing. You've got to provide hard. Who's done that? Give me an example.
How? I am telling you, I am giving you very hard. I am giving you examples. When before elections in Uttarakhand, and this is there, and this is a script that the BJP follows. Wherever there is an election, go there, vitiate the environment, divide the people, bring communal tensions. To answer your direct question, have you forgotten the Dharm Sansad of Uttarakhand, where Yati Narsingha Rand and Wasim Rizvi, or the newly called Jatinder Tyagi, or Kali Charan, or Bajrang Muni, have you forgotten the kind of words they used for the Mahatma? And for 1.5 months, these people were not arrested. They were only arrested after a lot of social pressure on social media and some sections of the media and the opposition mounted pressure. No action was taken against them. They were let loose. Within 15 days, they were given bails. And they came out and said they have no regret. You remember what Kali Charan and Yati Narsingan has said about the Mahatma, about women in the BJP. And they've never come to the defense of the women. They've never come to the defense of Mahatma Gandhi. The Prime Minister was lectured by no less than Joe Biden when he was in the US on the legacy of the Mahatma. He head is held in shame, but the reality is you need the Mahatma's legitimacy. You could not say a word to these people. There were 10 states in this country in the beginning of May which had a similar pattern of religious riots, of communal tension. How come Amit Shah did not launch a probe? How come the Prime Minister did not speak a word? As a Prime Minister of this country, he's not just the BJP's Prime Minister. He's my Prime Minister as well. I expect him to break his silence.
Can I therefore ask you one final question? Every government has hits and misses. You have today, the Congress party has only listed out the misses. You have chosen that as an opposition party to show the glass is half empty. That's your prerogative. Is there one achievement of Mr. Modi's government in 8 years that you will give the Prime Minister some credit for? Surely there is one thing that the Prime Minister has done that you say, well done. Are you willing to say that? As they would say in most democracies, bipartisanship should at least encourage you to tell me one good thing, one positive thing that you see that has been done in the last 8 years.
I will really be scraping the bottom of the barrel, and even in the process of preparing this report, we really worked hard to find out the one big achievement. Nothing really comes to my mind, but if you actually press me for an answer, I think he has taught Indian politics how, without doing any work, how on a mountain of lies you can build an empire and make people believe that you're working. I think his जो कैमरा जीवी जो है, जो प्रचार जीवी जो है, उन्होंने वो भारतीय लोकतंत्र को सिखाया कि बिना कुछ काम किए प्रचार करके आपकी दुकान चलती रह सकती है. So that's his big achievement.
Okay, so effectively it appears that the Congress has decided that there is nothing that you are going to give the Prime Minister credit for after 8 years in office. As I said, that's your prerogative as the opposition party. We hope that the BJP spokesperson would have joined us. Sardar R.P. Singh was supposed to join us, but for some reason we've not been able to establish connect with Sardar R.P. Singh. Let's leave it at that. Therefore, Supriya Srinath, appreciate your joining us and giving us the opposition Congress's perspective on 8 years of Mr. Modi. We'll have a special economy face-off meanwhile tomorrow. Kaushik Basu versus Arvind Panagriya on 8 years of the Modi government's economy report card. Don't miss that. And we'll have a political roundtable on the 30th when, remember, the Modi government's 2.0 was sworn in. Let's turn, though, to my special focus today, because a shocking incident has come to light from Delhi's Tyagaraja Stadium in the heart of the national capital. Athletes and coaches at the Delhi government-run stadium have complained about being forced to wrap training by 7 p.m. The reason, according to them, was that Delhi's Principal Secretary Revenue, Sanjeev Khirwar's walk with his dog at the facility. After the story was broken in this morning's Indian Express and the outrage that followed, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now ordered the sports departments to keep all stadiums open till 10 p.m. But the larger question remains, is this clearly another example of VVIP abuse of power? What does it say about the state of our babus and the power that they wield? Take a look.
A picture that's viraling around India, triggering outrage and disbelief. An Indian Express photograph of Delhi government bureaucrat Sanjeev Khirwar coolly walking his dog on the athletic track of Delhi's Tyagaraja Stadium. Nothing immediately amiss, you're wondering. Well, a big fight has broken out over allegations that this IAS officer's daily dog walk was forcing athletes to cut short their training.
Delhi government's Principal Secretary for Revenue, Sanjeev Khirwar, was seen in visuals using this professional athletic track for walking along with his dog in the evening. Now, there are allegations that athletes and sportsmen were asked to vacate the sports complex, Thiagraj Sports Complex, by 7 in the evening. And on and around 7:30 in the evening, Sanjeev Khirwar would come to the stadium at least for the past 2 weeks and would use this track along with his dog for a jog and a stroll as if it was his neighborhood park.
Reacting to an enraged public, the Arvind Kejriwal-led Delhi government has extended training time for athletes in stadiums. While there is no substantial proof that the bureaucrat was calling for the stadium to be cleared, a clear case of VIP culture is certainly afoot, with coaches and athletes leaving the stadium over an hour before they normally would.
ये मेरी नज़र में आया था सुबह कि गर्मी बहुत हो गई है, जिसकी वजह से स्पोर्ट्समैन जो हैं उनको दिक्कत हो रही है। 6 बजे या 7 बजे बंद हो जाता है, तो हमने ऑर्डर जारी कर रहे हैं कि सारी स्पोर्ट्स फैसिलिटीज़ हमारी रात को 10 बजे तक, ताकि शाम होने के बाद भी स्पोर्ट्समैन जो है उसका इस्तेमाल करें।
कुत्ते को टहलाने के लिए अगर एथलीट्स को स्टेडियम खाली करना पड़ता है तो ये बहुत शर्मनाक बात है। इसके लिए उस IAS ऑफिसर को माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए और दोबारा ऐसी गलती नहीं करनी चाहिए।
This stadium is owned by the Delhi government. Why were they allowing anybody to break the rules and to denigrate and to do this act of injustice towards sportspersons and athletes? This question must be asked and action must follow.
Principal Secretary Khirwar hasn't commented on the allegations and controversy, but the collision of entitlement, VIP culture, and the fact that non-cricket sportspersons hardly ever get the attention they deserve has made for an angry cocktail, with the public demanding action.
That's not good because bureaucrats are like, backbone of our India. They are well educated, they are well behaved. But if they will do that kind of thing, so I don't think so that's good for our Indian sport. Especially sports person who coming from very humble background and they are doing their training and then suddenly they will stop and they say like somebody going to walk or with dog or something like that. That's not good, I think.
ये बड़ी दुखद और शर्मनाक घटना है खिलाड़ियों के लिए, देश के लिए भी। खिलाड़ियों को मनोबल बढ़ाने का हमें काम करना चाहिए और कोई भी अधिकारी है तो अधिकारियों को मेरी रिक्वेस्ट यही है कि आप में इतनी पावर है इतना कि आप खिलाड़ियों को टाइम टेबल बदलवा सकते हो।
The photos and reports have brought the IAS Association under a volley of criticism and abuse on social media, with many voices wondering how VIP culture could survive in this supposedly enlightened age. As many have been saying as the story simmered, only in India. Bureau Report, India Today.
So are our government officers, senior government officers, whether they are from the IAS, whether they are from the IPS or indeed the IRS, the new Rajas, the VVIP Rajas who can get away with special privileges that the Aam Aadmi cannot, particularly in the national capital and dare I say state capitals across the country. Joining me now is Shailesh Gandhi, former Central Information Commissioner and an anti-corruption activist. Joining me also is MN Singh, former IPS officer, former Commissioner of Police in Mumbai, will join me in a moment. Ajay Dua, former IAS officer and a secretary to the Government of India, joins me. I want your first reactions to this story because it's a story that many will say, Ajay Dua, reflects all that is wrong with the IAS. A belief that you can get away with certain special privileges that the Aam Aadmi cannot. A stadium is locked out for athletes, but is not locked out for the senior bureaucrat to take his dog for a walk. What does that say about the state of our bureaucrats at times, sir?
Rajdeep, I would totally agree with what has been said by your reporters before you, that this was a reprehensible act, something which is no good for anyone, leave alone an IAS officer. A stadium which was built with public money, 300 crores sometimes in 2010, and was used as a site for the Commonwealth netball tournaments, cannot be got vacated from athletes, budding or of certain standing, merely because someone else, maybe a secretary to the Government of Delhi, because Government of Delhi owns the stadium, is coming, or maybe anyone else that for his private use, the stadium is being got vacated from people who are meant to
But is
legitimate
it, but
use it.
sir, with due
Now, the
regard,
question
with due regard, Mr. Dua, is this an exception or the rule? I'll give you an example. In Mumbai, for example, a few years ago, IAS officers demanded permanent membership for a club. When they were not being given it, they used their clout to say they would take over the grounds of the club and they would deny the club parking space. It became a huge issue in Mumbai, and eventually the IAS officers won out. They had to be given the extra memberships that they were demanding. So it almost seems as if the IAS can bully people at times. In this case, I'm not saying that happened, but there are cases where people have been bullied to ensure that the privileges are maintained.
I would only submit two things, Rajdeep. One, every IAS officer is not similar to another.
Sure.
It might have been at a particular place, in a particular context, or whether I would say if they did that in Mumbai, and I should have known it, I belong to the Maharashtra cadre of the IAS, or belonged. That such a misuse, I would call it an utter misuse of their powers if that happened.
No, it did.
Though
It's
I
not
do
if, sir. I know for a fact. I am a member of that club. I know exactly the kind of communication that went out, and eventually the club decided that we would rather not cross swords with an IAS officer.
I think the club could have held out on their own stand, because I do know at least 3 of the reputed clubs in Mumbai. I happen to be a member of one of them when I was assigned in Mumbai. That they refused to ever dilute their rules, because irrespective, they said you have to be a director rank to apply. But I can name the two kind of stadiums or the clubs, the Wellington Pavilion as well as the CCI, that unless you are of a certain stature in terms of seniority, you cannot even apply. Now, the question is, if somebody has, in order to cover up their own fault, if they might have committed some error, or if they want to cover it up and they are willing to give in, you can't help that.
Okay.
It was wrong on the part of the IAS officers. It was equally wrong on the part of
Right,
the,
Mr. Dua, I'll come to what options a citizen has in such cases, and that's a good point to take to you, Shailesh Gandhi, because, in a way, what can, let's say in this case, the athletes do? Here the story eventually came out in this morning's Indian Express. There was outrage as a result of it, and Arvind Kejriwal's government acted. Obviously, the athletes felt done out of training in the stadium while an IAS officer was walking his dog in the stadium after 7 p.m. Now, it's not in every case that you can summon up this kind of media outrage and build pressure. What is the solution? You've been a former Chief Information Commissioner. What do you do when, let's say, an IAS officer, IPS officer, IRS officer uses his or her clout to, in a way, get unfair advantage, especially we find increasingly in these public spaces?
Sardar Patel thought he had ruled out the feudal influence on India. The kings were sent packing home. Now we've got new kings, people with power, money power, bureaucratic power, or political power. All these kinds of power, and this includes senior people in the judiciary also. All these people with power misuse their power to gain special considerations and get away with special favors. The case that you mentioned of Mumbai is a very well-known case. And Mr. Dua may not be aware of it, but no IAS Officers Association stood up and said this is wrong. I think it is, I completely agree with Mr. Dua that not all IAS officers are similar. There are differences. But what is happening is the IAS Officers Associations act like trade unions, not representing the interests of the common man and India and democracy.
So you're saying the IAS officers should stand up whenever they see blatant abuse of power by their colleagues. Before I come to you, MN Singh, let Mr. Dua respond
Also,
to that.
just 30 seconds, Randeep.
Yes, go ahead.
Also, whenever such instances come to the fore, officers must be suspended immediately, and those who acted with such illegal orders must also bear the brunt.
Okay. Mr. Dua, you want to respond and then I'll go to MN Singh. The IAS Officers Association doesn't speak out when their own colleagues are involved in abuse of power. They act as a club. They act as almost a private club protecting their own. True or not, or is that an exaggeration?
I would tend, I would go along with what Mr. Gandhi said. They probably come into the picture in order to defend the rights of the IAS officers or to demand, call it their legitimate or otherwise, what they want to do, but rarely do they kind of criticize what their fellow members have done. Having said that, I would go along with, just give me 30 seconds on that. Mr. Gandhi mentioned about misuse of power by VIPs. I think it's rampant. I'll just give you an example. I happen to be posted in the city of Pune, with which Rajdeep, you are probably very familiar, at a particular site where Ranji Trophy matches used to be held until the MCS Stadium came up, where the test matches are held. That was owned by the municipal corporation. On a particular politician, during the Pune festival, Ganesh festival, which is there, used to hold bullock cart races there. The moment I saw it the very first day, I walked up to the track and I said, no more. That was the last race. Even the rest of the races are cancelled for the day. I wasn't very popular with that person in power or otherwise. Similarly, in another stadium, because we own two of them, a test cricketer of India had a shop which was overbuilt in terms of area, etc. I had to tell very clearly, saying that shop will, the protruding portions
it's good. But will you tell off an IAS officer? The point is, will you tell off your own IAS officers? You're telling out politicians when they abuse power. You're telling off a cricketer who you said was using. What about your own fellow IAS officers? Who will call out an IAS officer when he or she abuses his or her power?
I'm absolutely one with you on that. Anybody misusing his power, the VIP culture days are over. The law of the land has to be followed, and the people who've been associated with formulating of the rules and regulations, they have to be particularly more careful and make sure that they not only do the right thing, but they are seen to be doing the right thing as well. Okay. And that applies to every bureaucrat, irrespective of the service he or she belongs to.
Let me take that to you, Mr. MN Singh, because the fact is the IPS is no different. We have instances where the IPS also has misused the powers that they have. People are even perhaps more scared in smaller towns of the IPS now than the IAS. Who knows what the IPS officer will do if he or she is denied some privileges. Is there something systemically wrong, or do you believe these are isolated cases?
Now, Rajdeep, you were discussing a very general thing in a very generic term.
I'm discussing. I'm giving you a specific example that was exposed this morning, sir.
Coming to the specific incident which has been reported in the Indian Express today.
Yes.
I went through the news item once again, and I found that the officer has denied it, number one. Number two, the manager of the stadium, he says, I am not aware of any such thing has happened. Number three, the Indian Express representative went there at 7:30. The officer was walking his dog. At that time, there was no player or sportsman in the stadium. So I think this whole the allegation which has appeared, it's like making a mountain out of a molehill.
Oh, come on, Mr. MN Singh.
No, Rajdeep, give me a chance.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The IAS and IPS.
Please go ahead.
Give me a chance.
Please
as
go
far as the VIP culture is concerned, it is there all over the India. It is not limited to IAS, IPS only. None of the days. It is more there than among the journalists and among the politicians and among other people. Now, let me tell you, this whole allegation seems to be highly exaggerated, and it is very unfortunate. It seems that some of the staff of the stadium were not happy that this officer was walking his dog at 7:30 to 8 o'clock, and they might have instigated such a thing to the media. I see no merit in this allegation at all, and I think don't take it a case of an IAS and IPS. Yes, there may be individual cases where people are a little high-handed, but those days are gone, Rajdeep. Now there are more politicians and more journalists and more other people who are showing their authority around. All IAS, IPSs are moving around in the cities without anything. Nobody recognizes them.
No,
and look at these ordinary politicians. Even a corporator moves about a gunman.
Are you telling me that IAS and IPS officers today have less powers and less ability to influence the system than they had, let's say, when you were in service 20 years ago?
Well, Rajdeep, the power is very much there. It is their job. It is their duty. The power is given by the law. It is not that the IAS, IPS officers are grabbing the power. It is there, but these are all legal powers. But flaunting the power, showing off, is, I think, now is being exaggerated. It is not true. Gone are the days. I mean, I have not seen it in Bombay. Bombay, IAS, IPS officers are moved about like very ordinary people. I have often seen them shopping in the Amar Sons and Prem Sons and all that, they and their wives. Why are we bashing this host of IAS and IPS? I think very unfortunate. Kindly be fair to them also. And this whole allegation against that IAS officer that he was walking his dog and he had told the sportsman to shut down, and that is not correct. It needs to be inquired into. I don't think we should take this defame this officer like this.
You know, I just have a friend of mine having sent me a message. He says a sports and youth affairs director and IPS had ordered athletes and others not to practice in the morning or evening at Kantivira Stadium in Bengaluru a few years ago because his wife wanted to walk alone. When it became a big issue, officials denied everything and the issue got buried. So there is a huge scope to deny, and I'm getting such stories ever since this story broke in the morning in the newspapers. There are lots of instances that are being cited like this. But you're saying this is exaggeration, this is unfair. I'm engaging in IS, IPS bashing.
I'm only limiting myself to this particular incident. I'm saying about this incident.
So, now, but in this incident,
but you are making it to a general IS, IPS issue. That is unfortunate. That is what I'm saying.
No, in this incident also, why should athletes not be allowed to train after 7 p.m.? Why should in the heart of summer, athletes can't train after 7 p.m., but a government servant can walk his dog on the synthetic track? It's amazing.
Rajdeep, if the stadium rules allow, by all means, yes, they can do that. No IS officer or IPS officer go and shut it down and say, don't practice. If the stadium rules allow, have you checked up the stadium rules? The manager, the Chaudhary, the manager of the stadium says that the timing is up to 6 o'clock. And in Delhi, 6 o'clock means dark. Then he says, sometimes we go up to 7 o'clock. But this happened at 7:30. Now, if the stadium rules permit...
Are you telling me I would be allowed to walk my dog? Are you telling me I would be allowed to walk my dog on the stadium, which was locked for the average citizen? Come on.
If the stadium rules permit it, yes. If the stadium rules do not permit it, no. Now, like you say, take the case of clubs, CCI or what, Wellington Club here. Dogs are not allowed. You may have a dog, but you cannot take them to the club. Similarly, if the stadium rules do not permit, nobody will take it. No. Sir, why IS officer? No, even ministers cannot take it. Let us check up the rules of the stadium.
Okay.
And let us not go on bashing the IS and IPS as a class. Please, for heaven's sake.
Okay,
we are very ordinary people in the present time.
Shailesh Gandhi, are we bashing the IS and IPS unnecessarily, unfairly? Mr. M.N. Singh says, this is not fair to bash the IS and IPS in this manner. Are we being unfair to them? You call them the new VVIP Rajas.
There is likely to be an inquiry into this incident. And Mr. M.N. Singh has just described the script of what the evidence is going to be. This, in India, unfortunately, our rule of law index has dropped to 79. We are a pathetic system. And people with power refuse to admit that they make mistakes. The right thing, the royal thing to do would be for that officer to say that I made a mistake, I'm sorry. This just doesn't happen because you can get away with complete false statements and the evidence can be multiplied. And media also does not pursue these cases. And media cannot. I can see it. I'm not blaming media.
No, do you believe this is the tip of the iceberg? You were information commissioner. You may have got many complaints about bureaucrats, about police officers. Do you believe this is a tip of the iceberg in terms of abuse of power? And the abuse of power could be, let's say someone gets membership of a club, of a privileged club by breaking the rules. Do you believe that happens?
I'm only saying that this is not true only of the bureaucrats. This is true of those who wield power. There's a slight difference. I'm not targeting only the bureaucrats. Those who wield power are allowed to get away with this. And that is because our rule of law index is so pathetic. We need to do some introspection and say, without a higher rule of law index, India cannot become a great country no matter what else we do.
You know, I've just got another story, and this is a reminder, of course, of how politicians operate. Sharad Pawar and other Maharashtra ministers turned an athletic track into a VVIP car park a few years ago. Story reported, in fact, on 28 June 2021. They used a running track meant for athletes as a parking lot. And this again became a controversy. Mr. Dua, who's the real problem here? The Neta or the Babu? See, Netas will come and go, Mr. Dua. The Babus remain forever.
I think the problem is a little wider than that, Rajdeep. Why does the public tolerate? I go to that extent. If I'm one with Mr. Hemant Singh, saying do not condemn a person merely on the basis of a media report unless it's been established, verified and established, which I'm sure this particular incident at the Agra Stadium will be subjected to very soon. But the question is, if there is a blatant misuse, it's an obvious misuse, the media must play its role fully and to the hilt. I actually, if it is true, I compliment these two youngsters, the one who wrote the story and one who...
Okay, so you believe it is a misuse of power if the facts as they have been stated are, and therefore...
Probably, I think it will be very difficult to deny that. What if it is actually
okay?
Correct,
let me ask both of you. Let me ask both of right. Let me ask you, Mr. Hemant Singh, in conclusion, give me an instance where the IPS and IAS officer speaks out against their own. You know, you are a very powerful association. IPS, IAS officers. Why don't they speak out against their own? Why don't they condemn? You've just had a terrible incident today, a few weeks ago in Jharkhand, where an IAS officer was found with crores of rupees, right? She's been suspended. But my point is, when will we see the IAS and IPS officers not acting as some club where they protect their own?
They act as trained
clubs. Well, Rajdeep, as far as the Jharkhand case is concerned,
yes,
the due process of law is in progress. That officer, lady officer, has been arrested and been searched, and the law has taken its course, and she will be dealt with. Now, nobody has come out to defend her, because if she has done the wrong thing, she will have to face the music.
Right.
Now, my point, Rajdeep, is that this particular incident, which is the topic of the Indian Express reporting today, is contentious, appears to be true, seems to be exaggerated. In any case, no, you do not take it to the IAS and IPS. Why are people jealous of IAS and IPS? IAS and IPS are public servants. They are doing donkey's job. And to paint the whole class of IAS,
sir, I have high regard for you from your days when I was a cub reporter and you were police commissioner of Mumbai. Itne bhi bechare nahi hai. Please don't call them. I'm not saying Raja hai, but bechare to nahi hai. Please don't say poor IPS officers.
Rajdeep, you are the grandson of an IP officer.
Yes, I am. I am the grandson, but I am also seeing a police commissioner who now is being prosecuted or is being charged in your case with serious corruption. But that apart, let's not call them bechara. Let's agree that the IPS, IAS need to take a strong stand if any of their colleagues abuse their power. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. I will always say that any corrupt officer, any officer who has misused the power must be punished, and punished very severely. Okay. I do not stand for any officer who has misused his power. Like what is happening today in Maharashtra is so pathetic, and I feel ashamed of it. Let me tell you very publicly on your channel.
Right.
What is happening, and I hope that they will be punished. But then this is very unfortunate. Don't please, my only point is, IAS, IPS as a class, they are the backbone of the administration of the government, anytime,
right,
and they are doing the donkey's job. So don't paint them with the same brush, the whole service.
I won't.
Individual officers must be punished.
Okay, I think that's fair. Let's not paint an entire class of officers because of perhaps the cases that come to light. But clearly it's time for introspection. Let me tell you, we in the media also need to introspect. Look at the number of facilities that perhaps we get with our accreditation and other benefits that we might get. So us in the media, you in the police, you in the bureaucracy, maybe someone in the judiciary, all need to look at the VVIP culture and of course our netas who are top of the pyramid. Shailesh Gandhi, MN Singh, Ajay Dua, all old friends from Mumbai days, thank you very much for joining us on the news today. Let's turn from there to our ground report today, because remember, in Jammu and Kashmir, the targeted killings are continuing. The latest, of course, was a television actor, Amreen Bhatt, who was killed by terrorists outside her residence on Wednesday evening. Her 10-year-old nephew, Farhan Zubair, received a bullet injury. They both were shifted to a nearby hospital in an injured condition, where Amreen was declared dead. It marks a new phase of targeted killings in the valley. Take a look.
She loved to sing, dance and perform. Her talent made her a well-known figure in the Kashmir Valley. But radical Islamists in Kashmir fumed at her popularity. On Wednesday, she fell to terrorists' bullets. Kashmiri television actor and social media star Amreen Bhatt was shot at right outside her home. Just like policeman Saifullah Qadri's 9-year-old daughter, who witnessed her father's killing and was shot and injured by terrorists, in this case as well, Amreena's 10-year-old nephew also was shot at and was injured. Family and colleagues are in shock that Amreen became an innocent target of terror.
पौने 8 बजे 2 बंदे आए, उसने ढूंढा अमरीना, मेरा छोटा भाई उधर, उसी को बोला अमरीना कहाँ, उसने बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में, उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग काम वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्टल निकाला तो फिर मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ बच्चे को आए यहाँ।
2 बंदे आए थे, मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी, तो अंदर से ये वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो 2 बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि 2 बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गाम में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकली उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज खत्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
India Today has found out that Amreen was being regularly trolled and shamed by radical Muslim handles on her social media profiles for her videos. A month leading up to the murder, comments on her Instagram profile turned into blatant threats and intimidation. Comments read, "Aren't you ashamed to dance and upload videos as a Muslim woman? I know where you live. You have brought shame to Kashmir." And after her murder, there was celebration, with laughing emojis and one even shockingly stating, "Dance in hell now, well done boys." Amreen is the latest victim in an orgy of terror unleashed by Pakistan-based terror groups in the Kashmir Valley, which has seen Kashmiri pundits, police personnel on leave, and non-local residents being murdered in targeted attacks. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break at this point. On the other side, we'll bring you some good news. The story of Captain Abhilasha Barak, the first woman officer to join the Indian Army as a combat pilot. Her story on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are...
Let's turn to our good news today story. It comes from Nashik, where 26-year-old Abhilasha Barak from Haryana became the first woman officer to join the Indian Army as a combat pilot. Captain Barak was awarded the coveted wings along with 36 Army pilots at a special ceremony on Wednesday. She will be operating the Dhruv Advanced Light Helicopter. It's our good news today story.
Captain Abhilasha Barak.
Captain Abhilasha Barak becomes the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as a combat aviator. In her glorious uniform, she stood proudly as she was awarded the coveted wings by the Director General and Colonel Commandant of Army Aviation at the valedictory ceremony held in Nasik. Captain Barak, who finished her training at the Combat Army Aviation Training School, hails from Haryana's Panchkula. Barak will be part of the second flight of 2072 Army Aviation Squadron. She will be operating the Dhruv Advanced Light Helicopter. The indigenously developed helicopter is used as a cover for advanced columns. The chopper is armed with 20 mm turret gun, 70 mm rockets and air-to-air missiles. Captain Barak belongs to a family of army men. Following in the footsteps of her father and brother, Captain Barak has chosen to serve her country by joining the forces. With Praveen Thakre in Nasik, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we wish her all success. Our image of the day comes from Jakarta, where Indian hockey team entered the knockout stage of the Asia Cup with a remarkable 16-0 win over Indonesia. India needed to win the contest by 15 goals to qualify for the Super Fours and have a better goal difference than Pakistan. Guess what? The Indians scored 16 goals to do the country proud. Our sports persons virtually every week are scaling new heights. We wish them well, and you take care. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubh Ratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Finding the space, post, leaving Faja no chance. Scoring space, running into the semicircle confidently, and then sending
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Shot dead in cold blood. What was young Ambreen's fault? Who's responsible for these targeted killings in Kashmir? And who's responsible for these injured children?
Our women and children fair game for radical Islamist terrorists. Will Kashmir rise against radical Islamist terror? That's our top focus on India First. Will Kashmir stand up to radical Islamists? Who is responsible for these targeted killings and why? On India First, we explore answers. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 10. Narendra Modi completes 8 years as Prime Minister. The Prime Minister to mark the occasion on the 31st of May with lakhs of farmers in Shimla. Congress releases 8 failures of the Modi government in a Congress report card. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits Chennai, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin lists his demands on stage, says, "Don't impose Hindi on us." Prime Minister responds by hailing Tamil culture and language. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dynasty attack on Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Hyderabad says we must save Telangana from family Raj. KCR stays away. Enforcement Directorate files a charge sheet against Congress leader D.K. Shivakumar in Karnataka. Raids key Sena Minister Anil Parab in Mumbai. Both claim vendetta politics. India Today traces the email trail between Karthi Aid and a Chinese official in the visa bribegate case. CBI questions Karthi Chidambaram, who dubs the case political vendetta. New Centre versus Trinamool Congress flashpoint. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to replace Governor Jagdeep Dhankad as Chancellor of all state universities. Bengal Cabinet to table bill soon. A young Kashmiri woman social media influencer and TV actor was shot dead in cold blood by terrorists outside her house. Her 10-year-old nephew was injured in this firing. And this is eerily similar to the targeting of Constable Saifullah, shot dead outside his house, and his young daughter Safa injured. The question is, who's responsible for these targeted killings and why are these killings happening now? After Kashmiri pundits and security forces, are radical Islamists now even targeting the liberal Kashmiri Muslim voices?
She loved to sing, dance and perform. Her talent made her a well-known figure in the Kashmir Valley. But radical Islamists in Kashmir fumed at her popularity. On Wednesday, she fell to terrorists' bullets. Kashmiri television actor and social media star Amreen Bhatt was shot at right outside her home. Just like policeman Saifullah Qadri's 9-year-old daughter, who witnessed her father's killing and was shot and injured by terrorists, in this case as well, Amreena's 10-year-old nephew also was shot at and was injured. Family and colleagues are in shock that Amreen became an innocent target of terror.
पौने 8 बजे 2 बंदे आए, उसने ढूंढा अमरीना, मेरा छोटा भाई उधर, उसी को बोला अमरीना कहाँ है, उसने बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में, उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्टल निकाला तो फिर मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ, बच्चे को आए यहाँ
दो बंदे आए थे, मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी, तो अंदर से ये वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो दो बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि दो बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गांव में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकली उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज खत्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
India today has found out that Amreen was being regularly trolled and shamed by radical Muslim handles on her social media profiles for her videos. A month leading up to the murder, comments on her Instagram profile turned into blatant threats and intimidation. Comments read, "Aren't you ashamed to dance and upload videos as a Muslim woman? I know where you live. You have brought shame to Kashmir." And after her murder, there was celebration, with laughing emojis and one even shockingly stating, "Dance in hell now, well done boys." Amreen is the latest victim in an orgy of terror unleashed by Pakistan-based terror groups in the Kashmir Valley, which has seen Kashmiri pundits, police personnel on leave, and non-local residents being murdered in targeted attacks. Bureau Report, India Today.
So from a Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt to a Kashmiri Muslim Constable Saifullah, from Akash Mehra of the Krishna Dhaba to Amreen Bhatt, there have been a series of targeted killings in the valley. Who's responsible for this and what's the motive for these killings? Joining me on India First is SP Vaid, former Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Tehmeena Rizvi is a public policy professional and analyst, and Majid Haidari is a political analyst and activist who joins us from Srinagar. Tehmeena Rizvi, what in your appreciation is happening in Kashmir? These targeted killings, why would someone like Amreen Bhatt be targeted by these gunmen or terrorists?
First of all, I deeply condemn the killing of Amreen Bhatt. This is such an act which has made humanity numb, and there's no justification for such acts. For Kashmiri women, life has been tough both the ways. It's the patriarchal setup as well as the conflict. There is no safe space where women can feel safe in the society. And recently, the new fancy thing and the fashion has turned into a very Taliban-style killing, opening fire in front of everybody, and women mostly, and children. There has been 2-3 deaths in the last 3 days. Government should, I think, also make arrangements to, secure the lives of such vulnerable people. I think the aftermath of falling of Kabul and the weapons which have been...
Okay. No, you make a very big point. You're making a very big point. This Taliban-style killing in Kashmir, is this radicalization now on center stage? And Mr. Vaid, there is a pattern to these killings post-August 5, 2019, after this government move on Article 370. You remember the owner of Krishna Dhaba in Srinagar, Constable Saifullah, Rahul Bhatt. Why would Amreen Bhatt be targeted in your appreciation, sir? You agree? Is this because she was a woman, an independent woman, someone who was trying to make a name in social media or television?
Gaurav, absolutely. See, a lady, she was making her living from this career. And this is an attempt of Talibanization of Kashmir. And if you recall, a few days back, there was an attack on the liquor shop in Baramulla. These two incidents remind me of early 1990 when I was young SP. There was, if I recall, a terrorist outfit by the name Muslim Janwaz Force, which actually targeted all liquor shops, all theatres, cinema halls, and all those things which are thought to be anathema to Islam. And like Kashmir also had, like any other part of the country, theatres running, liquor shops running, so much of tourist flow was there. People were having normal life. So this particular organization went ahead with these things. And I think something like that is being done now with what you are seeing in Afghanistan.
So Talibanization of Kashmir, of Kashmir, Majid Haidari, is this mask of Kashmiriyat off? The real face of radical Islamist terror visible in Kashmir, sir?
ये किसका लहू है, कौन मरा है, रहबरे कौम व वतन, इतना तो पता. I'll not call it a security lapse because it has been 6 killings in the last 12 weeks in Budgam district alone. So calling it a security lapse will be insult to the injury of the Butt, be it Rahul Butt or be it Amreen Butt. Now coming to this point, yes, I agree with you. Let's today be on the same page over the issue of terror. But then there is not only Talibani terror. Let's say that there are many manifestations of terror in the country because when a Karnataka college...
Sir, today my focus is on Kashmir. Sir, my focus is on Kashmir. My focus is on Kashmir. Do not, deviate from the issue that we are talking. It's very serious. It's very serious. You may win brownie points. You may win, but sir, that is cold comfort to the family of Ms. Butt and Mr. Butt and Constable Saifullah and those 2 little children who are in hospital. Sir, wake up at least now. Tehmina Rizvi, is this radical? Sir, conclude your argument on Kashmir because a Kashmiri Muslim killing a Kashmiri Muslim because of hijab in Karnataka sounds really bizarre. I will let Mr. Vaid respond to that.
No, but because you compared of Taliban, so I said there's a psychological terror for girls in Karnataka.
So that is why they will kill a Tehmina Butt. They killed Tehmina Butt in Kashmir because women were being told that you have to follow rules of school. You have to follow rules of school in Karnataka. Sir, कुछ तो दिमाग लगाओ. Sir, कुछ तो दिमाग लगाओ.
When you bulldoze innocent Muslims' house, it's an act of mechanized terror. You need to agree on that.
So, इसीलिए you will absolve those radical Islamist terrorists who say Ralev, Galev या Chalev. You will absolve them because of bulldozer that is happening in 2022. Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. Sound logic. Sir, अब तो कश्मीरी मुसलमान मर रहे हैं. Sir, अब तो जाग जाओ. Tehmina Rizvi,
हमारे मुसलमानों की देश भर में पहचान जारी है, ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद जारी है, मैं तो जागा हूँ.
तो इसीलिए वो तेमीना भट्ट को मारेंगे. ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद जारी है तो तेमीना भट्ट को मार के ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद आ जाएगी आपकी.
सर मुसलमान
सर कहाँ से पढ़कर आते हो सर? किस किताब में सब पढ़कर आते हो आप लोग? सर कहाँ से पढ़कर आते हो? तो इसीलिए कश्मीरी मुसलमानों को कश्मीरी और वो मुसलमान ही मार रहे हैं. Sir, कहाँ क्या पढ़कर आए हो?
What is the role of government? I won't be questioning my government on that.
Tehmina Rizvi, I'm glad you've questioned the government. I will also request you, जो इनका दिमाग influence करते हैं, उन पर भी एक बार तो बोल दो. But खैर कोई बात नहीं. Tehmina Rizvi, is this the real face of radical Islamist terror? Look at the comments that were made on a video. Respond, madam.
Yes. So I am saying there's definitely no justification for such killing, and of course we should not drag in other Indian states. Right now we're discussing Kashmir, so we should focus on that. And one thing I would like to point out is a lady who doesn't succumb to conventional setups in Kashmir is threat to society. It's very loud and clear. And they have made it very evident by a lot of such acts. And it has been there. So Kashmiri society at large has to reflect that what type of future we are creating for our generations ahead. This is not what we wanted. If Kashmiriyat as a word we defend, it has always believed in coexistence, in love, in humanity, in empathy. This is not what we believed in. And this is a dabba for Kashmiriyat also. I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed of such acts. I am numb. Okay. I'm again saying there's no justification. And
Majid Haidari, are you ashamed of these acts? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed of Constable Saifullah being killed? Are you ashamed of Ms. Butt being killed? Amreen Butt being killed?
Deepika Padukone was almost assassinated by the Karni Sena people over Padmavati issue. Let me remind you of that.
आपको डर लगता है? नहीं, is this fear or are you? I'm sorry. मैं कश्मीर के बारे में पूछ रहा हूँ. मैं आपका नाम पूछ रहा हूँ. मुझे गाड़ी का नंबर बता रहे हो.
Sir,
either you're not comprehending my question or you are giving, you belong to that era that gives intellectual cover fire to radical Islamist terror. Okay, Tehmina Rizvi wants to respond to you.
Debate in the House. If this conversation is focused in Kashmir, we should focus on Kashmir. We can discuss obviously every other topic, but that's not the mandate right now. If the killing has happened, Amreen Butt was killed, Rahul Butt was killed, We cannot discuss Mumbai, Bangalore and other things right now. I think it doesn't make any sense for any of us.
No, it makes sense because India is essentially a federal structure, and when we believe in one nation theory, why Kashmir separate when we talk about Muslim rights? We are talking about Muslims, I am talking about the plight of other Muslims.
No, I am not talking about Muslim rights, sir. I am sorry. I am talking about terrorists killing fellow Indians. I am talking about jihad, fasad, whatever you may call it. But Mr. Ved, how would you respond to Majid Hydari? Is this very typically what has happened in Kashmir over decades? A group of educated intellectuals or civil society giving cover fire to radical Islamist jihad?
Gaurav, absolutely. In fact, it is time to wake up and see who are ultimate sufferers of this, the people of Kashmir. And if leadership does not wake up today, the intellectuals, the educated class doesn't wake up today, you are playing with the lives of your own countrymen, own people. And I think there can't be more tragedy than this. Another point, Gaurav, I wanted to mention here, a few days back, a terrorist was apprehended by J&K police and 11 pistols were recovered from him. As per his interrogation, first consignment was already distributed, and it has all gone to Srinagar and some of it to Anantnag. Now it is, as long as these pistols remain outside and one module doesn't know about the other, the second does not know about the third. Now this kind of hybrid terrorism with small weapons targeting who are
the people who are being targeted and why? I want to understand this, Mr. Ved, and I want to understand this from all three of our very well-respected guests. Why would a Constable Saifullah be targeted? Why would an Amreen Bhatt be targeted? Why would the owner of Krishna Dhaba be targeted? You know,
Gaurav,
there is a pattern, Mr. Ved.
Give me 2-3 minutes, I'll explain this. See, after abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, actually, आपने ऐसे कर दिया पाकिस्तान के पाँव के नीचे से ज़मीन खींच ली. तो now these people were rattled as things started improving. A narrative government narrative that situation is improving, which was true also if you see the statistics. And for ISI handlers, it was do and die situation. Otherwise, the whole jihad which they were launching for last 30 years would fail. So why they are targeting policemen? They know the role of J&K police in anti-terror operations.
Fair enough.
They are targeting Kashmiri Pandits because they do not want Kashmiri Pandits to come back. The genocide they had done in the 90s, they don't want their return. The laborers are being targeted because Prime Minister Mr. Modi's government is going vigorously with development. You name the projects, medical colleges, AIMS, industrial development, more than 50,000 crore.
मतलब पाकिस्तान को ये बात खलती है कि कश्मीर में विकास हो रहा है. Majid Hydari, where is the outrage when terrorists are killing fellow Kashmiris? I fail to understand. Innocent Kashmiris are being killed by perhaps these radical Islamists or these hybrid terrorists who maybe live right in their neighborhood. Where is the outrage? मतलब मस्जिदों में, civil society में, schools में, political leadership. Why isn't there this outrage, sir?
Rahul sir, firstly, kindly try to agree with me on this, that the targeted killings are coming at the cost of Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Naya Kashmir, Honorable Home Minister's vision of Naya Kashmir. So they need to question the J&K government over this. And then you are talking about the threat to the lives of people. Let me say it openly tonight on your show, that the likes of Majid Hydari in Jammu and Kashmir have a threat to life. It's an open, known case through FIRs, etc. But Manoj Sinha government is not bothered about such lives. He is only concerned about the sycophants who just only praise his Raj Bhavan. Those who question him on the misgovernance are being left alone, like Rahul Bhatt, like Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandits, for the first time in 32 years, they tear gas. They were lathi charged for the first time in 32 years. And there is accountability for this government, sir, when it's happening at the cost of my Prime Minister's image. I am also concerned about my Prime Minister's dream of Naya Kashmir. You can't stop me on questioning that. the Raj Bhavan. So we need...
Sir, fair enough, question it. You must question. I'm glad you said you're questioning your Prime Minister, and you must question your Prime Minister. You must question your Home Minister. You must question your Lieutenant Governor. That's your right, sir. That's your right. But, sir, should you not speak up against this mindset of Raliv, Galiv, ya Chaliv? This mindset that continues for 3 decades? This mindset that led to cinema halls being shut? This mindset that led to a band like Prakash being silenced? This mindset that led to Kashmiri film actresses giving up their profession? Ms. Rizvi, are these facts that Mr. Majid Haidari very conveniently tries to brush under the carpet?
See, again, as you said, I'm also glad that he's questioning the PM. Every human, every citizen of this country has the right to question his PM, the government, of course. But when we are discussing such topics, you have to stand on the right side of the history. You cannot always brush these facts under the carpet, and you cannot always just... I would need answer for 2 questions in such situation. First thing is, the ironical part is, when yesterday Amreen Bhatt was killed, her Instagram account was flooded with such comments which I cannot personally bear. The guys wrote that we are glad because she was doing
Madam,
this.
why was she killed? Why didn't my government save her life? That is my point. We live in a democracy and we live in a civilized society. What has been the role of government?
When Yasin Malik was given a life sentence, there were protests in Mysuma. And when Amreen Bhatt was killed, there were no protests. Why? Was she not worth it? Doesn't she deserve, and Yasin Malik deserves this?
No, when you have a threat to your life, how? When you have a threat to life, how will anybody protest? There is no sense of security. How can anybody protest? It's very simple.
आतंकवादी के लिए तो protest कर देते हैं भाई साहब. हाँ, उस समय there is no threat to life, because threat to life is from a terrorist. You protest against terrorism, वो आके आपके अंदर 28 गोली उतार देंगे. If you protest against a terrorist, but you can protest and you must protest against the government. I am with you. I am with you, protest against the government. But I want to actually show you some images. I want to show you images of 10 protesters who were chanting anti-India slogans. And those protesters, look at these images. They were arrested for stone pelting and chanting anti-India slogans in Mysuma outside Yasin Malik's house. Now, Mr. Ved, we are told, while they have been booked under various sections of the law, disrupting peace, there are others, the masterminds, NSA will be invoked against them. Sir, is this the correct approach to adopt?
Absolutely, there is no doubt that is the approach. You cannot resort to stone pelting and damage the public property. If you have a right to protest, do it peacefully. If you resort to violence, this is what you have to face the law. Another thing, Gaurav, I wanted to mention here, the people of Kashmir have to stand against such acts. What Amreen, the killing of Amreen.
Yes.
I think if you recall the images in Afghanistan, how ladies came out against Taliban, the dreaded Taliban. And I think it is high time people of Kashmir and the ladies of Kashmir. In fact, in 1990, I was mentioning, all dictates of the terrorists were rejected. They were insisting on burqa. No Kashmiri women came out with burqa. They even today walk with their heads raised.
So absolutely, their heads held high. But will they come out? I will let that be the last word on the broadcast. Mr. Ved, actually very sane words. It's for the Kashmiri society to come forward. It's for the Kashmiri society to come forward and stand up against radical Islamist terror. Will they? We will be tracking that story very closely. To all my guests, many thanks for joining me. A quick break. An India Today exclusive with Kumar Mangalam Birla. Rahul Kanwal speaks to Kumar Mangalam Birla. That interview coming up. Stay with us.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher, takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Cyber pirates have a whole range of tools like viruses at hand to create computing havoc. Viruses attack a computer system by attaching themselves to program files, multiplying and spreading. Most are transferred by email. Worms are equally malicious but work independently. Instead of piggybacking host files, they find their way through security holes to invade networks. Viruses and worms are capable of destroying and altering computer files, meaning hackers can cause serious damage. Trojans, for instance, is a type of program which appears legitimate, but once opened, they allow hackers to gain access to a computer system. Cyber pirates use this access to block a server. They command remote computers to simultaneously send request messages to the target system until it becomes overloaded and crashes. Spy software, meanwhile, is used to discreetly collect as much information as possible from data stored on a computer. Among spying techniques are seemingly official fake emails or hijacked internet files. Most attacks, however, are designed to commit fraud. Hackers recover personal data, passwords, and user credit card details and then use them to their advantage. So, be aware and be safe.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the top business stories. Hours after the Union Cabinet approved disinvestment of Hindustan Zinc, Business Today TV gets the first reaction from Vedanta chairman Anil Agarwal. Says he's not interested in buying the stake, reveals his ambitious multi-billion-dollar plans to set up a semiconductor hub in India. Sensex jumps over 500 points to end atop 54,000. Nifty declines over 5% to post worst series since September 2020. All sectoral indices decline in the May series. Indigo surges 10% on pickup in business, while healthy performance and a bonus aids Torrent Pharma. But BPCL skids on missing street expectation, and meanwhile Bata jumps on a good Q4. The Infosys CEO Salil Parekh gets 88% pay hike. Salary jumps from 42 crores to 79 crores per annum. Parekh has become one of India's highest paid executives. It's the end of an era at Twitter. Co-founder Jack Dorsey further distances himself from the company by stepping down from the board of directors, even as the company braves an acquisition by Elon Musk. The annual mega corporate mela comes to an end at Davos. We at Business Today TV got you the stalwarts from the business world. We had an exclusive conversation with the man who leads one of India's largest conglomerates, Kumar Mangalam Birla. The chairman of Aditya Birla Group talks to us about the wholesome deal and his massive capex and fusion plans. Listen in.
One of the key drivers of growth for India from here on is how the marquee names of India Inc. view the India story. Will the old business houses which have defined corporate India so far want to plow back into the India story, or would they rather take their money abroad and be part of the global story? Joining us now for perspective on where his group is at this moment, the different factors playing themselves out domestically and geopolitically, is the head of the Aditya Birla Group, Kumar Mangalam Birla. Thank you so much, sir, and it's fantastic to have you. Thank you. It's great to have you with us at the India Today studio. I want to understand from you your macro view on the economy from the perspective of the Aditya Birla Group, because it seemed like India was poised for a takeoff on the back of the pandemic. And then Russia, Ukraine happened. We're seeing inflation. We're seeing interest rates go up. Is that dampening spirits about the bounce back, and to what extent?
So I can speak for myself, Rahul. I think that inflation is obviously a global phenomenon, right? After what's happening with Ukraine and Russia, energy prices are going up, inflation is going up, commodity prices, metal prices, food shortage could be a real problem, unemployment. So I don't think inflation is obviously not an issue that's specific to us. I think that the government actually seems to be, very quick to take action to contain inflation. The fundamentals remain very much the same as far as we're concerned. We would look at structural, sectoral trends, multi-decadal trends, because that's the kind of time horizon that we have in mind when we invest. And I think India looks very good. I remain very positive about India. It is the fastest growing economy in the world, something that people here in Davos also recognize. It doesn't go unnoticed. We have about $7 billion of capex, $7 billion of capex announced and under implementation in India. We also have about $3 billion announced and again underway overseas, largely in Novelis. So I think it's very exciting times. The fact that we are very low on debt, hardly have debt, and have strong cash flows, gives us that extra sort of power and extra headroom. So yeah, on India, I remain very positive. I think that we really are shining out vis-a-vis the rest of the global economies.
Now, there are two theories that are playing themselves out
at this time, and I'm curious to know what you think. One is that we're poised for a 5-year investment cycle because of cuts in corporate tax, because of pent-up demand, because of the fact that there were 2 no-show years because of the pandemic, that this is India's opportunity and we're set for takeoff. The other is that given the lingering geopolitical uncertainty, no one knows when the war will end, no one knows what may happen next. Could there, God forbid, be nuclear escalation? Therefore, industrialists and corporate houses will hold back, see how things play themselves out before taking decisions to invest. How do you see this?
So, these macro issues will always be there. I mean, we've been through many macro situations. We had the US-China trade war. We had the tsunami in Japan. We had floods in Thailand. So obviously, a nuclear story is a much bigger and more impactful one. But that's not new. I mean, there's nothing new that really could practically happen there. The war is a matter of worry. And obviously, interest rates will go up, not just here in India, but across the world. 9 central banks, if I remember right, have increased rates in the last 4 weeks. And the Fed's increase is the highest it's been in the last 20 years. So that's very telling. I don't see how that dampens the India story, though. In fact, I think it makes the India story even stronger.
In what way?
Because you have macros that are very much in place. I think that some of the steps the government is taking, like I was saying, have to be seen in the context that we're in today. Demand is good. Costs have gone up because of, fuel costs going up globally. Costs of commodities going up for people for whom it's an input. So our margins have come down in Q4 almost across the board. But the fundamentals of most of the businesses and India as a growth story, to me, remains pretty much unchanged.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious to understand how you see the group evolve in the post-pandemic era, because it's said that these 2 years have changed everything. So between the vision that you had for the Aditya Birla Group just before the pandemic, how have you seen that vision evolve, and where do you hope to take the group in the next few years?
So I think the vision remains pretty much the same. It's about being a leader in the sector that we are in, which, has only sort of, in the last 2 years, we've only bolstered our position as leaders. Leaders being defined as number 1 or number 2. We focus very much on cash flows. We have very strong cash generating businesses. I think I was saying that debt at a group level, debt to EBITDA is less than 1. So huge headroom for growth. I think the one big change is going to be on technology, not just in digital, but also in the sense of, let's say, the whole supply chain part of things. Right from the sort of point where my supplier ships his, my raw material to the time that I sell to my customer. The ideal situation would be to have a see-through across the entire part of the value chain. That's going to have an impact, and that's going to take a lot of reskilling and learning new skills.
Do you want to build
a lot of technology
and explain how? Because one of the big changes that we're seeing is that supply chains are moving from just in time to just in case, and all kinds of eventualities are now being factored in. Resilience is the key driving theme about ensuring that supply chains stay resilient. So how are you trying to register that?
So very broadly, I mean, it depends from business to business, but I think that we use JIT so far to, control costs, to improve efficiencies. Now it's more about reliability, it's more about resilience. So, you would need to keep some buffer stock. To that extent, your costs would go up at a granular level. But I think the way to keep costs down is going to be through technology. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It could be IoT, it'll be digitization, it could be sensors, it could be drones, all of that put together. So you require, a whole lot of people, maybe very young people who are digitally native and who can put this in place for all of our businesses.
Does this rapid march of technology unnerve you at times, that as a legacy business group, the speed at which you're able to move versus some of these much wanted startups that can move far more agile and and can get things done faster. So how do you see this concern about startups setting the pace and as a legacy business house trying to keep up with those same transformations?
No, I don't think we're trying to keep up with anyone. I think that a startup has its own advantages, as does a traditional business house like us. I think that once we focus on a particular issue or a particular, a cause, so to speak, we are very quick to move on it. So it doesn't mean that big is slow. I think that we've shown a lot of aggression, both internally in our in the way we run our businesses, also externally in the way we've grown. I'm not comparing with startups because they're very unlike situations. I'm just saying that for us, for large businesses, I think adopting technology with greater depth, especially on the side of the whole supply chain part of things, is going to be a whole new area of focus.
Competition seems to be heating up in some of your businesses. We've seen the Adani Group come in, pick up Holcim. How does that impact your plans for what you're doing? And are you looking now behind your shoulder, and how is that playing out for you?
Not really. I mean, our story, sort of remains unchanged. If we would have loved to have those assets, but at a much lower value. We have other more value accretive options to grow in the cement business. These are existing assets. It's not like someone has created new assets. So I don't see how it changes competitive dynamics as far as we're concerned.
And your hopes to strengthen and consolidate your position in the businesses where you're entrenched, where you're seeing competition trying to creep in and possibly try and push you?
We're pretty used to competition. I mean, we are the group that went overseas in the early 70s. So having been exposed to global competition then, it's kind of percolated down over the years. So competition is not an issue. And I think we're pretty much focused on running our own race, so to speak. Competition is always a good thing in many ways.
Let's talk a bit about your investments. There was the announcement about the investment into paints, where you want to double the investments that you've made, focus on building capex. Can you talk us through some of the key sectors that you want to build on and your roadmap for that?
So, I think broadly remains the same. All the businesses that we are in, so whether it's metals, financial services, fashion retail, cement, specialty chemicals, I think there's tremendous potential to grow in all of these. And given the fact that our balance sheets are so strong, that gives us, that extra push to be able to grow even faster and more aggressively. And I think across the group, practically every business is poised to take the next big steps going forward. I think paints is a very interesting sector. We have a right to win, I believe, because it overlaps with cement and white cement, where we have a very entrenched position. That's a very interesting play for us. Like I've said, in the next 5 years, we want to be a very strong second player in the paints business.
Do you see tech possibly providing some kind of a push over there in terms of using tech to power some of these new business plans that you have?
So tech is pretty much a part of every business plan now. You've got to just figure how tech plays a differentiating role in each business. It's different for paints as it would be for financial services. But I think technology is a very sort of integral part of any business today.
So you've made a big play in the fashion space, and I've always wondered, what is it that draws you, given the fact that a lot of the designers that you're now working with couldn't achieve scale? So what is it that you hope to achieve which they couldn't do earlier, and what is it about just the whole sector that excites you?
So the designer acquisitions are quite a small part of ABFRL actually. It's actually in a broader sense a play on ethnic, which we believe is, has a strong growth story in India in particular. I think fashion retail, we've been in it for the longest time. We've been the largest player in our segments. You just look at demography, you look at income groups going up, income levels going up, aspirational value of fashion, clothing, as you might call it. It's just a high growth sector that we understand well.
And just as it so happens, there's also consolidation happening in the fashion sector with you picking up a lot of the marquee designers and the Reliance Group doing the same. And it seems to be becoming in this sector, in initially quite an unanticipated fashion, once again Birla versus Reliance.
Not really. I don't think I'm seeing it that way at all. I think we're just basically, it's the sector that is attractive. So any large player in that sort of industry would have sensed that by now.
Okay, so let's step out of what's happening in India and talk a bit about what you're picking up about India in your travels and in all the interactions that you're having with people who are looking at India globally.
So very positive views on India. I haven't heard anyone saying that we don't want to invest in India. I think that the fact that China has been under lockdown, a large part of China, 75% of the provinces, especially Shanghai, in terms of contribution to GDP of China, have been shut down for a long time, and therefore it shakes investors' confidence. And I think that they see India as a sort of natural option. I didn't hear about any major concerns that people have about investing in India, from private equity to FDI to FII. Most people have sector preferences, but a positive view on the country. So I think that this is really a good time for us to try and leap forward, given that we are standing out just now.
From a policy perspective, in terms of being able to capitalize on the growing thinking in boardrooms globally in MNCs that there's a need to have a China plus one supply chain now, do you think India is doing as much as it should to try and capitalize on that opportunity? We've seen Vietnam be a big beneficiary. We've seen textiles Bangladesh be a big beneficiary. What more would you like to see the government do, and what do you make of what's been done so far?
I think that'll have to be a sector by sector sort of a reply. But I think the role of government is to create an enabling environment, and policy making is part of that. I'm not sure if there is something that the government needs to do in specific sectors. I wouldn't know about that. But like I said, I don't hear any concerns from anyone here saying they don't want to invest in India, or there's any apprehension that they have about investing in India. So really, it's a good time for us, and I think we need to capitalize on it.
But that's the key point, capitalize on it, because as many Davos veterans would say, it's been a good time for a long time, and ye apna time kab aayega is the question, because the pandemic happened, now these global tensions, so a lot of being poised for takeoff, but just actually taking off. Is it just...
So I think we've seen a lot of inflows, especially on the private equity side. I think what we want to see now is inflows on the FDI side, which also has picked up. Like I said, I think that this is a time when we are actually standing out, because all the other economies, whether it's Europe, whether it's the US, are struggling with their own problems to one extent or the other. I think that these investors have clear preferences in terms of which sectors, and I think given the right opportunities, they're quite happy to come and invest in India.
What are the sectors you're most bullish on?
I'm bullish about all the sectors that we're in.
No, and growth sectors in addition to your existing lines of businesses?
So there are several. I think digital has some nice opportunities. Of course, it's a whole new ball game, and we're still trying to figure out what we want to do in the sector, and how best we should play in the sector. But obviously, some very, very enterprising work happening there.
Mm-hmm. As I conclude, I want your sense of how the week for you here has been, and in terms of your expansion plans globally. You've made announcements of investments in the United States and elsewhere. How significant is that? Because you're one of the groups that's actually succeeded abroad, and how do you see that play itself out over the next few years?
So it's been a very eventful few days here. Some very intellectually stimulating conversations with very, very interesting people who you definitely don't get to meet under one roof over 2 or 3 days. So it's time really well spent. We're making pretty substantial investments overseas. Novelis recently announced a $2.5 billion expansion of a new capacity, actually, a greenfield capacity in aluminium rolling in Alabama for, it'll start implementing that and commission it in the next 3 years. Carbon Black has their own expansion plan. So we're looking at an expansion of about $3-4 billion overseas. We have the advantage of having been overseas for a long time, and therefore having a comfort of investing in those economies. So I think, yeah, good time, very exciting time ahead for us.
As you look back at the pandemic, what was your biggest learning?
I think it's people who make the difference, and it's the commitment that people have to the organization that really makes the difference. And I think we are very blessed to have a very committed set of people across the group, across the businesses.
Kumaramanglam Milda, you've spoken a bit about the India story, about your plans for India, as also your plans globally and the sectors that you're most excited about. We appreciate you taking our time and joining us here at the India Today studio at Davos. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's take a break. On that note, all the biggest voices for you from Davos 2022. Back in just a moment.
When I started, I was more of an idealist, and I would not trade my mistakes because I learned from my mistakes. So I think I said it already when I said I'm really grateful. You'd have to be more specific.
Anything that you would like to change, or
you only learn from your mistakes. So yeah, while I look bad at certain experiences,
something differently would you like
but
to
that's
do?
what I mean. Like, while there are people that I trusted that I should not have, while there are films that I've made that I'm not happy with, if I hadn't trusted that person, if I hadn't done that movie, I would not have learned the lessons I learned. So it's a bit of a catch-22,
Right.
you know. So I realized, wait a minute, you had to be stabbed in the back or gaslit by that guy. You had to make that movie, even though you didn't need to or should not have, to have learned this lesson.
Right.
Because it makes me who I am today. So no, I wouldn't change anything. I'm on Instagram.
Welcome back. While the government has decided to sell its entire stake in Hindustan Zinc, Vedanta chairman Anil Agarwal says he's not interested in buying the stake. In an exclusive conversation with Business Today TV, the Vedanta chairman also reveals his ambitious multi-billion-dollar plans to set up a semiconductor hub in India. Listen in to an excerpt of this conversation.
I want a quick reaction on the decision which we are being told has been taken by the Union Cabinet, which is to sell its residual stake in Hindustan Zinc. What is your comment about that, and are you a buyer?
You know, government should not be in a business. That's what the decision. And they hold on to this for 15 years. And, you know, for every decision, we have to go to the government. And we could have taken this company far more ahead, and we couldn't take because government was there and their compulsion because they are director. So it's the right decision they have taken. I'm not a buyer, and there'll be so many buyers because I'm not an investor. I want more people to make money out of it, and there are so many individuals. equity fund,
Who
will be very, very keen to buy this, and they are looking forward this kind of opportunity to come. And government will be a win-win situation.
Mr. Agarwal, since we are in Davos, I can't let you go without asking you a couple of questions about Vedanta's plans. I, at the very start, spoke about that huge bet that you are placing. And for the benefit of the viewer, if you could explain what we all as analysts and reporters know are three big bets: to ramp up your existing businesses. The second is to go after some stressed assets and government disinvestment companies. And the third and the bigger bet is on technology. Explain these three bets and where do you stand? And if you could give us more details of the semiconductor plan.
Yeah, we have a technology company, Sterlite Technology. We are in a glass business, very keen to reach fiber to the home. Fiber will take our country a very different level. So we are the largest producer of the optical fiber, and we'll take it to these fiber to the home. We are creating software system integration. We are the fourth largest to produce display glass, which is used for cell phone, laptop, TVs. $17 billion imports are there. And we acquired the company in Japan, Taiwan, Korea. We are producing. We are bringing that special glass company here, which is called Fab, and we are going to produce here. So cluster. Never thought me. How my company can benefit to thousands of others. That was always my dream. If this Fab can be made in India, you don't have to buy the branded cell phone. People can develop. So that was one plan we have.
And that's where we leave it on the show today. Thanks so much for watching.
First class cut.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are.
That's the commitment we made.
恪守有关不支持台独的重要承诺，在台湾问题上谨言慎行。
Biden made the parallel between Taiwan and the Russian invasion very stark. And it's also clear what he wants to do if China attempts to invade Taiwan. China also responded to Biden's taunt in a rebuke to the US president.
我们敦促美方切实恪守一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报规定，恪守有关不支持台独的重要承诺，在台湾问题上谨言慎行，不向台独分裂势力发出任何错误信号，以免对台海局势和中美关系造成严重损害。
China's Communist Party has never controlled self-ruled Taiwan, but it views the island as part of its territory.
Here's the situation. We agree with the one China policy. We signed on to it and all the attendant agreements made from there. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine.
One China policy is the diplomatic acknowledgement of China's.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi completes 8 years as the Prime Minister of the country. PM to mark the occasion on 31st May with lakhs of farmers in Shimla. The Congress releases meanwhile 8 failures of Modi government in a report card. Prime Minister Modi visited Chennai today and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin lists his demands on the stage. Says do not impose the Hindi language on us. PM responds by hailing the Tamil culture and language. Prime Minister Modi's dynasty attack on Chief Minister KCR in Hyderabad says we must save Telangana from family Raj. KCR stays away. The Enforcement Directorate files the charge sheet against Congress leader D.K. Shivakumar in Karnataka, raids key Sena Minister Anil Parab in Mumbai. Both claim political vendetta. India today traces the email trail between Karti Aid and Chinese official in the visa bribe gate case. CBI grills Karti, who dubs the case as political vendetta. A new flashpoint between the government at the centre versus the Trinamool Congress. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to replace Governor Jagdeep Dhankar as Chancellor of all state universities. Bengal Cabinet to table the bill soon. Big news coming in from the Kashmir Valley. Killers of Amreena Bhatt trapped in Avantipura encounter right now. There is an encounter going on in South Kashmir area in the Avantipura region. These are with regard to the Amreena Bhatt death case. Now remember, these are terrorists who had shot dead the Kashmiri TV actor and social media star, also injured her 10-year-old nephew. These terrorists are currently trapped and the encounter is presently on. We are trying to get the details further on that. But I can tell you that information coming in that this is a joint operation that is on in the Avantipura area, which is towards South Kashmir, and that terrorists are trapped. The encounter is currently on. We'll try and get more details on this from our reporters on the ground as well. And this, remember, is just over 24 hours ago. The woman you're looking at, who loved to sing, dance, perform, uploading videos, was a social media influencer, was also an actor with the local television stations in Jammu and Kashmir, was being trolled and shamed, but then also started to get threats and was eventually called out of her house on a pretext. She walked out and was gunned down there. And not just that, her 10-year-old nephew who was at the house also was targeted, very similar to what happened to Saifullah Qadri just about a few days ago, how he was also shot at outside his house, and then his daughter, 9-year-old girl, was also hit at. You're looking at right now on the screen some of the previous videos that she had uploaded. And this time we are now being told, reports coming in, that the armed forces have trapped the killers of Amreen Bhatt, the TV actor in Kashmir, also a social media influencer. Those killers are about to be neutralized in an encounter. This is the information coming in because remember, whether it was the Lieutenant Governor, whether it was the armed forces or the IGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, all of them had said they will ensure that the killers don't go away and that all action will be taken about targets against the civilians. Let's go across now to Srinagar. Ashraf Wani joins us. Ashraf, what are your details you're picking up about this encounter that's going on? The terrorists with regard to Amreen Bhatt murder case?
Pooja, basically, since yesterday evening, police was tracking the movement of all those two Lashkar terrorists who were involved in the killing of the Amreen Bhatt in Chadura area of Budgam district. Since yesterday evening, there were many pinpoint operations carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the security forces in different parts of Budgam and Srinagar. Finally, today evening, an encounter started in the Avantipora area of Pulwama district in the South Kashmir, where now police is saying that two Lashkar hybrid militants are hiding there, and both are involved in the killing of Amreen. It is a major success. Within 24 hours, the security forces are able to track those two killers who were responsible for the killing of Amreen yesterday evening in Chadura. So a big success so far for the security forces, but still this encounter is going on, and probably it is believed that it will reach to its conclusion, whether by the surrender of these two militants or by the neutralizing them within some hours, as area has been cordoned off. It is very dark. There are so many precautions being taken by the security forces in conducting that operation. The area has been evacuated. The civilians are being moved out from the encounter site, and the first priority here for the security forces will be to give us chance for surrender for these two Lashkar militants. If they deny to surrender, then this encounter will again start in some time.
Ashraf Wani tracking all the latest from Srinagar. Amreen's killers are trapped in an encounter right now, according to what the forces are telling us. A joint operation is on. But remember right now the shock that must be faced by the families who have been left behind of this young woman and who also watched the killing right outside their house. The killers now about to be neutralized. Thank you so much, Ashraf, for now for the latest on this. Days after killing Jammu and Kashmir police constable and Kashmiri Pandits, now the terrorists targeted another civilian in the valley. This time, a young Kashmiri woman, a television actor, a social media influencer, was shot dead in cold blood by terrorists right outside her house. Not just that, her 10-year-old nephew was also targeted and injured. This was similar to the killing of Constable Saifullah Qadri. The question then is, who is responsible for these targeted killings and why? Are radical Islamists now targeting even liberal Kashmiri Muslims and women? Take a look at this report about what happened. She loved to sing, dance and perform. Her talent made her a well-known figure in the Kashmir Valley. But radical Islamists in Kashmir fumed at her popularity. On Wednesday, she fell to terrorists' bullets. Kashmiri television actor and social media star Amreen Bhatt was shot at right outside her home. Just like policeman Saifullah Qadri's 9-year-old daughter, who witnessed her father's killing and was shot and injured by terrorists, in this case as well, Amreena's 10-year-old nephew also was shot at and was injured. Family and colleagues are in shock that Amreen became an innocent target of terror.
पौने 8 बजे 2 बंदे आए, उसने ढूंढा अमरीना, मेरा छोटा भाई उधर, उसी को बोला अमरीना कहाँ, उसने बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में, उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग कहाँ, वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्तौल निकाला तो फिर मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ, बच्चे को आए यहाँ।
2 बंदे आए थे, मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी, तो अंदर से ये वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो 2 बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि 2 बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गाम में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकली उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज खत्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
India today has found out that Amreen was being regularly trolled and shamed by radical Muslim handles on her social media profiles for her videos. A month leading up to the murder, comments on her Instagram profile turned into blatant threats and intimidation. Comments read, "Aren't you ashamed to dance and upload videos as a Muslim woman? I know where you live. You have brought shame to Kashmir." And after her murder, there was celebration with laughing emojis and one even shockingly stating, Dance in hell now. Well done, boys. Amreen is the latest victim in an orgy of terror unleashed by Pakistan-based terror groups in the Kashmir Valley, which has seen Kashmiri pundits, police personnel on leave, and non-local residents being murdered in targeted attacks. Bureau Report, India Today. The family is clearly shocked at this brutal killing of their loved one, and now on this telecast I'm joined by Razia. Razia is the sister of Amreena Bhatt. She's also an eyewitness to the horrific killing. She's now joining me. Razia, I understand this is a difficult situation for you. मैं समझ सकती हूँ ये मुश्किल हालात है आपके लिए. क्या आप हमें बता सकती हो कि क्या हुआ था उस रात? वो तो एक टीवी एक्टर थी, किसी के खिलाफ उन्होंने कुछ कहा भी नहीं था. क्या हुआ था रज़िया?
मुझे वो टीवी एक्टर है, यही मुझे पता है. उसने हाल ही में अपना चैनल, यूट्यूब चैनल खोला, वही मुझे पता है. बस उसके बगैर मुझे कुछ नहीं पता. वो कल आया 2 बंदे, उसने उसको बुलाया, मेरे बेटे को बोला, उसको बुलाओ अमरीन भट्ट को. वो गया अंदर, उसको उससे बुलाया, आनी बाहर आ जाओ, कोई मेहमान आया है. वो निकला, उसने उसको बोला आप कौन है? मैं उधर थी, गाय को दूध लेने गया. मैंने उसको बोला, मैं वहाँ से सुन रहा था. उसने बोला हमें शादी है, हमें गाने वाले एक चाहिए. हम उसे बोला मैं गाना गाती हूँ मगर शादी में नहीं जाती हूँ. बस उसने पिस्टल निकाला, फायर मारा. उसने दौड़, वो गया अंदर. जब उसको यहाँ पिस्टल फायर आया ना, वो गया अंदर, वो पीछे गया, उसने और एक फायर अंदर मार के लाया. बस मुझे इतना ही पता है.
शॉकिंग. रज़िया, एक यहाँ बच्चा भी था जिसको अटैक किया गया, 10 साल का एक बच्चा जिसको टारगेट किया गया था. कौन था वो बच्चा परिवार में?
वो बच्चा भी था, उसको भी मारा. हाँ, उसको भी मारा. वो मेरा बच्चा था. हाँ, वो मेरा बच्चा था.
मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ रज़िया वो ठीक हो जल्द से जल्द. क्या आप मुझे ये भी बता सकती हो रज़िया कि कितने लोग, आप 2 बता रहे थे, क्या आप उनको जानती हो? क्या वो जाने पहचाने चेहरे थे? कौन थे, कितने थे? थोड़ा और कुछ आइडिया आप दे सकती हैं इसमें?
मुझे पता नहीं है कौन लोग है वो. मुझे ये पता नहीं है कौन लोग है वो. बस मुझे ये पता है 2 लोग अंदर आया, उसने बुलाया, उसने उसको बाहर निकाला, यही बोला है.
मैं आपका ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं लूँगी रज़िया, बस मैं एक और सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी. अब आप क्या चाहती हैं, क्या एक्सपेक्ट करती हैं? कोई डिमांड है आपकी? किस तरह की ये परिवार जो है, फैमिली है आपकी, वो कैसे चाहती है कि अब जस्टिस मिले फैमिली को, जिस तरह से ब्रूटल किलिंग हुई है अमरीना भट्ट की?
ये नहीं कातिल को, मुझे इसको पता चलना चाहिए कौन है, कातिल कौन है. आज मेरी बहन को मारा, कल किसी और को बहन को मारेगा. एक नहीं है मेरी बहन, वो यूट्यूब चैनल चलाती है. कितने लड़कियां हैं यूट्यूब चैनल चलाती है, कितने लड़कियां हैं जो ड्रामा में काम करती है.
रज़िया, आप अपना ख्याल रखें, पूरा परिवार आपका, मैं कहूँगी कि इंडिया में सब आपको सुन रहे हैं, हम आपके साथ हैं. अपना ख्याल रखें. एंड द क्वेश्चन आई विल आल्सो बी आस्किंग